bit of static in your eyes, I can see panic, boy. Don't you try to mess up, or else you need to clean up. Collecting all them checks up, and then you scream off fix up. Man, all these rappers out here cat, I'm not even mad at that. If you're ready to dry to your lies, just give me a Sonic, I am fine with that. I guess that's just the difference. It's your girl, I put some kisses. Had her all up in my mentions and her feelings. Plus she's Spanish. From this pressure I make diamonds. That's why my pen is so polished. I was done with being modest, cause my bro was suicidal. Had my life all up in shambles. That's the cost of being an artist. But I do it all again if I'm being completely honest. What is life? Am I even real? Am I in a simulation? Tell me, how can I tell? Tracks on the shelf, broke the damn shelf. One man out here losing weight like a Dell. He was in his bag, but it wasn't himself. So when I let him down, he probably needed help. He was walking around these streets with some damage. I think we all walk around with some baggage. They don't wanna see you win.
They don't wanna see you win.
Don't play pretend.
Don't you play pretend, darling.
You don't wanna see me win.
You don't wanna see me win.
Boy, don't play pretend.
Don't you play pretend, darling.
They don't wanna see me win.
They don't wanna see you.
Boy, don't play pretend.
Don't you play pretend, darling.
You don't wanna see me win.
Don't you wanna see me win.
Boy, don't play pretend.
Don't you play pretend, darling.
Yeah. No power form against me, boy, shall ever prosper. Winning with the team and then go order lobster. That's all we know, round table like a mobster. Put the fake in line and win like instruction. All we wanna see is W's, no new friends, no none of you. All you real comical, we gon' see what stands when the summers do. Play pretend, see it chronicles, y'all must see loud like carnivals. Ooh. I know you're tight, really should've been, you know, on sight. For the glory, I press no brakes, you know I fight. Got a chip on my shoulder, right? I remember well when they all declined. Tripping like a and they all of, but I kept it rolling like I'm Dolomite. Even through it all, you know I rise like the chosen one, you know, like Christ.
They don't wanna see you win.
They don't wanna see you win.
Don't play pretend.
Don't you play pretend, darling.
You don't wanna see me win.
You don't wanna see me win.
Boy, don't play pretend.
Don't you play pretend, darling.
They don't wanna see you win.
They don't wanna see you.
Boy, don't play pretend.
Don't you play pretend, darling.
You don't wanna see me win.
Don't you wanna see me win.
Boy, don't play pretend.
Don't you play pretend out here right now.
Kept going on each day. They say only fools rush in. I pushed all my chips all in. Bet on myself, play to win. Yeah, we rise above it all. Don't you hear the battle call? Never fall. Yeah, you know we rise above it all. Don't you hear the battle call? Never fall. Yeah, you know we rise above it all. Crush it again, never complain. We overcame all of the stress. Making my change, making my luck, playing my aim. One of these brothers is over the game. Don't you compare me to none of these lames. Travel these paths, the forks in the road, over rainbows, for box of the gold, stack of the bowls, we're ready to go. I said it, I meant it, I'm ready to get it. I'm out on the road. We done came a long way. Never listen what the other side say. Yeah, we traveled on, kept going on each day. They say only fools rush in. I pushed all my chips all in. Bet on myself, play to win. Cause we rise above it all. Don't you hear the battle call? Never fall. Yeah, you know we rise above it all. Don't you hear the battle call? Never fall. Yeah, you know we rise above it all. Top floor down, penthouse dream. We here now. We made it. Never coming down. For the cloud, overcame it all. We here now. We made it. Hey, we done came a long way. Never listen what the other side say. Yeah, we traveled on, kept going on each day. They say only fools rush in. I pushed all my chips all in. Bet on myself, play to win. Cause we rise above it all. Don't you hear the bell call? Never fall. Yeah, you know we rise above it all. Don't you hear the bell call? Never fall. Yeah, you know we rise above it all. Don't you hear the battle call? Never fall.
Set it off. No justice, no peace. Set it off. Set it off. Set it off. No justice, no peace. So we set it off. It's time to jump in the mix. Stand for something again. Fight for the right for your life. Remember and never forget. Gold all on my collar, king. I am Mufasa, straight up and up, down. Honor me like I'm the father. I'm like the moment of time when you flee or you fight. This the line at the bottom, the height of my life. What's wrong or what's right? The pressure to fold, but I'm from the dirt and I'm solid as gold. Power to the people, power to the people. Got the right to bear arms when you fighting evil. Went from picking cotton to threading the needle. Now all we do is stun like evil Knievel. Set it off. Set it off. Set it off. No justice, no peace. Set it off. Scars looking like survival. A million man march, that's revival. The writings on the wall, that's all I know. Got the slave master spook like you seen a ghost. It's all truth in my dialogue. I live for the same things I die for. Gold on my collar, excuse me, your honor. You're looking at a king and I will not be conquered. It's time to set it off. It's time to set it off. Time to set it off. Power to the people. Set it off. It's time to set it off. It's time to set it off. It's time to set it off. Power to the people. Set it off.
I'm on the top of that high rise, switching up the flow, I'm a fly guy. I don't really know about your timeline, but I need your time right, I just left the house, went straight to the bank, I was smelling great, ayy. Smile on my face, I wonder what I bought today. That's a lot of haze, dripping like a wave, silver surfer mode. Call me Young Galactus, cause I'm surging through the cosmos. Yeah, hop up out that weight, what? I forgot what I was saying, you just want that pay cut. You might need a different plan, is that why you don't say much? Running around like you the man, you claim you want that fame, but never seen you working for the bank. Custom made Louis Vuitton, my baby got it on. Swear that we be dripping like the faucet when there's something wrong. Yeah, I'm feeling incredible, I might just let it go, only be puffing a ganja. Medical lava got hot as the sauna of Mexico. Every day working, they stop it, I never could.
I don't wanna watch from the sidelines, reading all the headlines, got me feeling like fuck all of the stop signs. These nights I don't wanna wait, I want a green light. Beachside, don't wanna stay on the east side. Whoa. I don't wanna watch, don't wanna wait, don't wanna stay. I wanna go, like go today. I break the gate, I break the gate.
ancestors, the ancestors. Just looking for the answers, the answers. This is for the ancestors, the ancestors. Just looking for the answers, the answers. Hey, tell them what it is. Tell them what it is. Wait a minute now. You in charge of the kids. Now hold on just a minute now. Tell them what it is. Tell them what it is. You hold the keys inside. Stop looking everywhere. Come on. We won't be no fool. Rain doesn't fall on just one roof. If you look out the window, waiting for sunshine, you just passed the time got left behind. Now wait a minute now. This is for the ancestors, for the ancestors. Just looking for the answers, for the answers. This is for the ancestors, for the ancestors. Just looking for the answers, for the answers. I came here to be great. You should be great too. Know you got much weight. Take the weight off you. I came here to be great. You should be great too. I know you got much weight. Take the weight off you.
Easy. Okay. Easy. All right now. All right. This is intercourse of the intellect. Soul, spirit, liberate. Easy. Okay. You great man. Be great. You great woman. Be great.
Yeah, life of the lawless. I'm the king of the fortress. Proceed with caution. I'm loaded and locked in. We close to the end times. Spill the blood on the thin line. You got yours and I got mine. Take my shots and don't ceasefire. I'm the greatest alive. Yeah, I will arise. Yeah, and get stronger with time. My power is flawless. I'm the greatest alive. Yeah. Unlimited power. I will prevail. I will devour. I will arise. The kingdom is mine. Unlimited power. I will prevail. I will devour. I will arise. The kingdom is mine. I am divine. I am designed to only be broken, and never defied. I conquered the earth, play with the stars and live in the sky. My power is flawless. I'm the strongest alive. Yeah, I'm the greatest alive. Yeah, I will arise. Yeah, and get stronger with time. My power is flawless. I'm the greatest alive. Unlimited power, I will prevail, I will devour, I will arise, the kingdom is mine. Unlimited power, I will prevail, I will devour, I will arise, the kingdom is mine. Yeah, the kingdom is mine. Yeah, I will arise. Take a look in my eyes. It's time for glory. The kingdom is mine. Yeah, the kingdom is mine. Yeah, the kingdom is mine. Life of the lawless. I'm the king of the fortress. Proceed with caution. I'm loaded and locked in. We close to the end times. Spill the blood on the thin line. You got yours and I got mine. Take my shots and no ceasefire. Unlimited power, I will prevail, I will devour. I will arise. The kingdom is mine. Unlimited power, I will prevail, I will devour. I will arise. The kingdom is mine. Yeah. The kingdom is mine. Yeah. I will arise. Take a look in my eyes. It's time for glory. The kingdom is mine.
This rap. You ain't tough enough for this rap. Let's go. This rap. This rap. You ain't tough enough for this rap. Hey. When they try to tear you apart, what if I told you you could come together? When they say it's all gone bad, what if I say it can get better? You can cling to the field, choose faith, have faith to just let go. Tell me what you want. Do you even really know anymore? Oh, they wanna roll you. Oh, they wanna control you. You got the power. You got the power. You got the power. They ain't tough enough for the disrupt. This is the disrupt. They ain't tough enough for the disrupt. Love is the disrupt. They ain't tough enough for the disrupt. This is the disrupt. They ain't tough enough for the disrupt. Love is the disrupt. Woo! Oh, so lit now. Oh, so lit now. Your head in the clouds, but your heart controls weather. Stay stressing over time, but now it's forever. It's the opposite of fear, so feel free to let go. Do you really feel free? Can you even let go? Tell me what you want. Do you even really know? Oh, they wanna mold you. Oh, they wanna control you. But you got the power. You got the power. You got the power. They ain't tough enough for the disrupt. This is the disrupt. Ain't tough enough for the disrupt. Love is the disrupt. They ain't tough enough for the disrupt. Love is the disrupt. They ain't tough enough for the disrupt. This is the disrupt. Hey. Oh, so lit now. Oh, so lit now. We can hit the high notes. We can hit the high notes. Stop living with your eyes closed. Living with your eyes closed. We can hit the high notes. We can hit the high notes. Stop living with your eyes closed. Living with your eyes closed. Oh, they wanna roll you. Oh, they wanna control you. But you got the power. Yeah, you got the power. You got the power. Come on, they ain't tough enough for the disrupt. This is the disrupt. They ain't tough enough for the disrupt. Love is the disrupt. They ain't tough enough for the disrupt. Love is the disrupt. They ain't tough enough for the disrupt. Love is the disrupt. Hey, hey, I was like this now. Oh, so lit now. Hey, alright, alright, yeah, yeah, yeah. We really won't let go. Alright, come on, you don't let go.
I'm in the Cayman Islands wildin' while I'm bustin' up the silence. I'm denying all vaginas who be claiming that they rhyming. Bust up in here like the bando, way too much to handle. I should let you know I know my haters really fans though. Wow, yeah, why the hell you mad? Look, I'm just being me. Mess around and break the bank. She might shake it on the dash. Had her screaming like a mad. Way ahead you niggas, live your future in my past. Whip it like a flip phone. Oh, she loved the phone. All you niggas big bandwagons on my shit. No, you can hop up off that. I just got my sauce back. So way at my mother love is mine. I think I lost that. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's go. My 007, yeah, there is no telling, yeah. What I might do next, what I might have in here. What I might have in here. Yeah, I'm on a mission, and no one can stop me, you must be tripping. The Roger to copy, I'm on a mission, and no one can stop me, you must be tripping. Tell Roger to copy that. Let's go. I'ma raise the millionaire, self-made winner here. Nigga, you a copy of a copy. Build a bear. I only fear the fear of bear, and that's not in here. You couldn't even say you ballin' if you had a pair. Watch out, donuts like the cop out. So much time in music, man, I swear I never clock out. Turn next to no to knockouts, make them wanna tap out. Now they tryna find me, kinda like the trap out. I just had to flip mode, I be hella lit, though. Whip it hella loud, you can feel it from the 6th floor. All my Caribbean girls, shake it like a disco. I just had to lay it down with this show. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's go.
I'm the best, give my all till it ain't none left. Don't sweat, I'm the one. Yeah, I'm the one. Won't stop till I'm done, yeah, I'm the one. This a game you don't wanna play. Take chances, make it happen. Took all of my L's like practice. Bounce back to the top like magic. All you need is hard work plus passion. Everything I wanted, I imagined. Sky was the limit till we blew right past it. The only goal is trying to go faster. We can't go backwards. So if you upset, just say that. Record it for yourself for the playback. I use success as my payback, so take that. We don't fabricate cause it's fake, we just stay facts. Believe me when I say this. We up next to be the greatest. It ain't organic if you fake it till you make it. Knew this day would come, I could taste it. I was not born to be basic, was born to bleed greatness. Better lay down and stay down. Where I come from, we don't play round. Yeah, I'm the one. Even at my worst, I'm the best. Give my all till it ain't none left. Don't swear, I'm the one. Yeah, I'm the one. Won't stop till I'm done. Yeah, I'm the
Craig to your Debo, calm at the line, it's a free throw. Talent God-given, this divine like a cheat code. Multiply, grind, bottom line, we ain't equal. Better go to the tape and then check the tactics. I've been on the mic where they've been laying on the mattress. Whole army out on the march and we bring the madness. Someone tell the analysts to add up all the factors. If they only knew what they were up against, they'd probably be better prepared. prepared for self-defense. They been at home and I've been in the trench. I smell blood, yeah, I caught a scent. I'm in my zone, I ain't gonna miss. I've been to war, man, I took the hits. It don't matter if you're venomous. I've grown immune to the poison. My blood's still boiling. Always moving forward in conflict, I don't avoid it. I'm never stopping, I'm getting it till it's won. I get it done in my blood, got the code DNA, you know one.
Better lay down and stay down. Where I come from, we don't play round. Yeah, I'm the one. Even at my worst, I'm the best. Give my all till it ain't none left. Don't sweat, I'm the one. Yeah, I'm the one. Won't stop till I'm done. Yeah, I'm the one. Yeah, I'm the one. Won't stop till I'm done. Yeah, I'm the one. that you care.
Hoping that you care, that you care.
Try to connect to your Wi-Fi signal come through. Gotta stay focused.
Gotta stay focused, man.
Gotta stay there.
Gotta stay there.
Oh, baby, yeah. Make time for the FaceTime. Set a day for the time. Oh, baby, yeah. All up in my mentions. Yeah. Trying to get attention.
I was in my zone, in my comfort. I was in the dark, wonder. I was on that gas like a Hummer. I was steady focused on the come up until you caught my eye. Girl, I hit the Johnny Gill, my. Now I'm knowing what a true love is, and the mothers was so bogus.
I put my heart on the line every time I come through. Hope that you notice.
Hoping that you notice it.
Hope that you care.
Hoping that you care, that you care.
Try to connect to your Wi-Fi signal come through. Gotta stay focused.
Gotta stay focused, man.
Gotta stay there.
Gotta stay there.
Oh, baby, yeah. Make time for the FaceTime. Set a day for the time. Oh, baby, yeah. All up in my mentions. Yeah, trying to get attention.
Let it ring like alarms, like a calm for the storm. Yeah, this been the norm. Like, yeah, your prophecy on the first joint. Been ahead, been the future. That's the point. Yeah, love and touch, watch them off, hit the dance. Rockin' with the Campton, your stamp. Sippin', running with OBJ. Small things to a giant, we don't play. Hey.
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Puppy, why don't you take my keys and go for a ride?
Welcome, Stella.
So you talk. Stella? Almost. What's next? Bright blue. It's bold.
Sorry, hon.
I'm hungry, actually. Your favorite, right?
How did you know?
Face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step. I progress no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX, the ultimate hub for all things LoL Esports. Get a browser built for League fans with a custom UI, exclusive themes, and seamless LoL Esports tournament integration. Follow every play, see every result, get access to exclusive contests, rewards, and co-streaming options. Only on the browser for legends. Only on Opera GX.
Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that, give me some of that wow. Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that wow. Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that wow.
Red Bull gives you wings.
When you have 5G home internet, you can get entertainment you already love for less, like Netflix and Max, Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus. Save on them all. Plans start at just $35 a month. Only on Verizon.
For the snakes in the grass, give a toast to the fakes in the past. Now the ghosts blowing smoke out of gas, throwing stones out of house made of glass. Swerving in my lane, I'm living fast. I'm all in my bag, ain't looking back. I was down the hill, ain't going back. I got it out of mud, now I'm on track.
This is not enough. All tears gone down. Can't see you at the bottom, on my way up.
Run it like bases. I'ma take it back to the basics. I'm the one they want, yeah, I got it out the basement. Now I'm sky high when I pull up in the spaceship. Face it, racks on 100, they ain't see me coming. Creeping on Common Bay summer, now I'm stunting. I ain't never coming down, I'm on the summit, running. They mad at you winning, they love to hate ya. They jealous inside, it's just in their nature. Don't pay it no mind, don't let it phase ya. They mind of these moves that we make it major. They mad at you winning, they love to hate ya. They jealous inside, it's just in their nature. Don't pay it no mind and don't let it phase ya. Don't let it phase ya.
Not enough. All tears gone down. Can't see you at the bottom, on my way up. Don't kill it, no doubt.
Welcome back to Seoul, Korea for the start of semifinals. 5 teams are now 4 in our first global event of the year with the best teams of our regions. Competition in League of Legends goes far beyond the global stage. Across the world, players of all backgrounds and skill levels come together to compete and share in the thrill of the game. Today, we celebrate the passion of competitors at every level, from Brazil to Korea. Kicking off in Brazil, university clubs and students are coming together to compete, represent their schools, and build community in riot-backed and self-organized competitions. The journey begins with regular season beginning in March, where the top-performing teams advance through playoffs and finals to the Alliance Cup, where the best collegiate teams in Brazil face off for ultimate glory. In the UK and Nordics, it's 5 leagues for 6 nations in one shared battleground. Denmark, Finland, Norway, Sweden, and the UK and Ireland host our NLC national leagues, where teams sharpen their skills, forge rivalries, and put everything on the line in the name of competition. Each league follows the Global League Esports calendar with 2 to 3 splits per year, with the best of the best having a chance for promotion into the NLC via the Regional Promotion Series. In Korea, the Uri-won Banking High School League is a one-of-a-kind competition, giving high school students the incredible opportunity to compete here at Lowell Park on the LCK main stage. Organized by Uri Bank, LCK's main sponsor, this annual tournament is a highly anticipated event, returning for its 5th edition this December, offering scholarships and providing young competitors the chance to showcase their skills on one of Korea's most prestigious esports stages. Since 2007, the Korea Esports Games have been the country's premier nationwide amateur esports competition, shaping the future of Korean esports. Hosted by the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism and the Korea Esports Association, this year's competition kicks off with regional qualifiers on July 5th, leading to the national finals in August. From its grassroots origins to producing LCK-level talent, the Korea Esports Games is where the next generation of champions takes their first steps toward the global stage. Okay, let's send it over to Dracos to kick off our first standoff. First stand standoff. First stand standoff.
Now we've got a marathon ahead of us today as we enter the semifinals of our first stand tournament. 2 best 5s stand in front of us. But what is a marathon without a warm-up to set a League Esports longest storied rivalry? Forget EU versus NA. Who needs LPL versus LCK other than me? We're here to determine the superior desk of first stand with a battle of wits and mental endurance between our casters and our analysts. Welcome, teams. Before we start, a quick blind pick challenge for both teams. So the first to ring in goes last. Without discussing with your teammates, please make a sound effect. That sound effect will become your buzzer noise for the rest of the show. Go.
What? It's a cute noise.
All right, we're gonna play 4 rounds today. In this first round, for 1 point for each question, I'm gonna ask you to define which champion in a draft was the most fearless. Now, fearless might seem like a weird word there. I actually just mean which champion dealt the highest amount of damage at 10 minutes within the game. Draft 1, KC versus TL Game 2. Which of these champions did the most damage?
I know what I would answer if it was end of game, but 10
I have a feeling I know.
Okay, I trust you. You wanna go?
Okay.
Team casters.
Do you agree with me that it would be an AD carry?
Yes.
Okay, then do you agree with me that it's on Team Liquid?
Yes.
Okay, then we're both gonna say Ash.
Wow. You both agreed on being completely wrong there, apparently. Team analysts. Analysts? No.
No?
No.
Can we guess again?
You may
We
guess
can?
again.
Was
Casters.
the answer Kana?
Yes. The answer is Kana.
Camille.
On Camille is correct.
That was my second instinct.
That is 1 point to Team Casters.
It's just kind of hitting them best repeatedly.
Okay, draft number 2, CFO versus HLE. Which champion did the most damage at 10 minutes?
Oh, this is CFO versus HLE.
Yeah, nice. Nice job repeating what he just said.
Haha, I distracted you while we pressed the buzzer because Wolf
casters.
knows the answer.
Vladimir?
You are right. Zeus on Vladimir. Another point
told you.
to the casters.
I distracted you, fool.
All right, TES versus KC, game 1. The debate, the internal struggle. Who did well?
Trust yourself. Callista?
Yes, Jackie Love on Callista. Number 1 in the game. A point back for the analysts. All right, We're going to ask you to read the players' minds, also reading their lips, not just their minds. Each time, or each team, excuse me, will be able to make a guess, but the fastest to buzz in will be able to answer first. The most accurate guesses will earn your team 2 points, but if you have no clue and you manage to make me crack a rule I just found out about, you will get a bonus point. Look, the buzzer is going to unlock when I finish the phrase, what did they say? So, starting off easy, I want you to read APA's lips at the end of their first champion select against TES on day 2.
Okay.
What did APA say? Casters.
Come on!
He said, fighting! Fighting!
Let's hear what he said.
Fighting!
Hey! Up next, I want you to read Vladdy's lips in game 2 of their series against Team Liquid as they take the Nexus.
I'm gonna need that one again, Chief.
What did Vladdy say?
I'm pushing to end.
Casters, your guess?
Good shit, guys.
Okay, let's hear what Vladdy said.
Is he a professional ventriloquist? Like,
the answer we were looking for was they are boosted.
Oh, they are boosted.
They are boosted, so no points will be awarded. Finally,
I should leave these to you.
the hardest of the bunch. Read Kalist's lips prior to draft in game 3 of their series against TL. Let's take a look.
What? Yeah, right.
We can roll that one more time.
Yes, please. There's no way.
Panos, casters at the ready. What did Kalist say?
I hereby decree as King of France, all will kneel before me, for I am the greatest AD carry alive.
It did really look like he said that, to be honest.
That's
Yeah, I
what
can see it.
I
I
think
can
he said,
totally see it.
You went for so long.
I know. You weren't cracking. I had to keep it going. I know you.
Analysts, would you like to...
I'm making bubbles, guys. I'm making bubbles.
That's not going to crack down the... What the hell? You cracked it!
It wasn't the first part, it was the bu-bu-bu-bu-bu. I'm not trying to throw here.
Let's go!
No one told me about this rule in advance. I would have like...
Okay.
Guys, shut up. No one speak for 1 minute.
Oh my god. Okay.
Guys, shut up. No one speak for
Is
1
he
minute.
quoting something there?
Very similar.
I think you both technically
Lip
get a point
sync.
for making me crack, but neither of you were close.
Okay, fine.
Casters 5-2. Now, across press conferences and social media, we've had some truly iconic moments shared.
Yeah.
Each team guesses in order of the buzzers.
Okay.
2 points for a correct guess.
Yep.
Okay.
Bonus point on the table if you still manage to make me laugh,
Got it.
apparently.
Right.
Okay.
All right, so our first question.
Yep.
When asked at the press conference for the reason why they won against TL that day, Rest gave an interesting answer. What decision did his team make that he credited their win to?
What?
They said
Casters.
that they muted APA and his ability to emote.
Let's roll the tape.
So we also actually did muted all his emails because we don't want to be affected by his emails in the game. That's what we want today.
All right, Kalist returned fire at the press conference following their win against TES, smacking back against EU being called a 5th place region from an opponent saying this.
Well, I guess it's just talked a lot, but I think it was pretty useless in the best of 3 we did.
All right, who was he talking about?
Always playing average. APA.
Let's roll the clip. Let's take a look.
Well, I guess it's just APA loves to talk a lot, but I think it was pretty useless in the best of 3 we did.
This next one is where we're going to get weird.
Okay.
Because I could have quoted a player. We could have translated. But I went to a man who's always perpetually after my own heart on social media, and that man is Raz. On X, noted from the LTA broadcast. Raz posted, if there's a game 3 to this series, you know who to blame. What player is he referring to, and what champion did they lock in? 2 points for each part, so player and champion.
So he's talking about Peanuts, the nut god, and the champion was Nidalee.
And let's see the reveal.
Yeah, let's go. See you, Dick.
There it is,
Jeremy.
folks. The score is 8-7 to Analysts. The game isn't over yet. On the cue cards in front of you, I'm going to ask you to lock in a secret prediction on something that will happen in today's semifinal. One of today's semifinals that is not a game result.
Oof.
Alongside how many points you're willing to bet.
Yes, exactly. And then you all in.
Our casters have locked in their big brain predictions. Let's see what they wrote.
Thank you, Dracos. Let's see how this prediction will pay off today. I am here joined by Driver from CFO and Patty to help us with the translation. First off, I want to ask him about the success of CFO so far in the first stand. What do you think is the key to CFO's successful run so far?
首先想要问你是，你觉得 CFO 到现在表现得非常好，你觉得最重要的是你们拥有什么样的特质，然后让你们在这一次的比赛中表现这么好呢？目前为止，
我觉得我们是一个凝聚力很强的团队，我们每个人都知道自己要干嘛，然后就算有人失误玩得很烂，我们也只会一起笑着说你玩得很烂之类的。但我们整队，我觉得最棒的点是，我们都没有压力，我们都很自在在玩这个游戏。因为我们完全不怕输。
So I think our team is very central-minded, and we are all very stress-free, and we all laugh at each other. We like make mistakes in the games. That's why we're able to play so well so far in this tournament.
Amazing. Now you guys are heading into semifinals, and it is going to be a best-of-5 series in a fearless format. How confident are you, and what is your approach going to be?
所以你们接下来要打的是 BO5在半决赛的时候，那接下来也将会是全局 BP， 然后也将会是你们的这个角色是什么？你要怎么去面对这样的一个新的这个赛制呢？
我觉得因为是 BO5 嘛，所以很容易打到第5把之类的。我觉得我们要去想我们还有多少角色池可以用，然后去让每个人都能搭配好自己的角色，选出不错的阵容吧。所以我觉得我们今天回去之后要仔细的研究我们剩下的角色池吧。
So because it is the best of 5, the BP is very important. We need to go back and plan our BP strategy so we're able to play the game 5 and be prepared for different kind of champions in game 5.
Now, there's another thing that we love about CFO, especially about you, is your amazing celebration after every match. So your dance moves are on point. I don't want to jinx it too much, but if CFO makes it to the finals, is there any special ceremony that you have in mind after the match? Can you show us right now?
其实大家都非常喜欢你在获胜之后的舞蹈，然后虽然不想要透露太多，但是如果你们打到决赛，你有没有准备什么东西？可不可以稍微给我们透露一点点，在这边表演一下？
如果我们打到决赛的话，我可能会直接把那个水直接倒在头上，你知道吗？就直接在台上庆祝。对，如果他们允许的话。
So if we make it to the finals, I'll probably take the water bottle and just pour the water on my head. If you guys allow that, obviously.
We'll see if we're going to have some water festival on the stage after the match today. Thank you so much for the interview. Thank you, Patty, for the translation, and good luck in the semifinals.
Thank you very much, Jason, and welcome to the caster desk for the penultimate day of First Stand 2025. I'm Captain Flowers, that's Kobe, and it's time for both of our semifinals to be played here in Lal Park today to determine our top 2 that'll go head-to-head in the finals tomorrow.
Back-to-back best-of-5s, baby. Let's
do
get
it. This is going to be fun.
We do have a slight delay because I have heard the story that I got is that the tires on Casey's van exploded on the way here. So they had a slight delay, understandable delay. And let's get into our fan predictions.
Okay, let's see how the fans have voted here with MasterCard on X. Their call match for KC with a 61% just about of the vote. However, whenever it comes to KC and social media, I'm not gonna lie to you, buddy, I take these numbers with a grain of salt. These guys are always out in force on socials for their team. They have a very strong social media presence, I can tell you that firsthand. And we'll see if that blue wall ends up being correct with their predictions here today, or if the Oysters are going to continue the absolute reign of terror they've had so far. And while yesterday CFO were KC's savior, today they want to bring them down. It's time for our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Carmine Corps seemed dead to rights at the start of First Stand, but they have managed to turn it around, taking down top esports and showing up really well against Hanwha Life.
HLE, Targmas into the middle, massive double knockup. First kill goes the way of KC, and HLE has to disengage. Viper still running, Kalista the flash in, Viper shut down, second shut down.
The Flying Oysters did their part in taking down TES in order to secure KC's bracket stage slot, and now they'll face each other in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. The Oysters have been the biggest surprise of this tournament, defeating the LPL, LEC, and LTA in convincing 2-0 sweeps.
There's now just zoning away Jackie Love and HLE. He finds him. No flash can get you out of that one, and he goes golden. That is CFO. They get to write the history this time.
Carmine Corps has been granted a chance at redemption, and to prove their start to first stand was the exception, not the rule.
HLE showing exactly why they're the favorites here on their home turf. They don't have the way to get in, and CFO just too good.
턴이라는 건 감나가 정하는 거예요.
But it's desperation from top Esports.
본인들의 가치를 메이저 마이너의 벽 같은 건 이제 없다는 걸.
진다는 건 우리가 상상하기 어려운 영역일 겁니다. 고난 끝에 취하는 승리는 높은 성취감과 만족감을 느끼게 해주죠. 이들은 지지 않기 위해 노력하고 또 노력합니다. 오직 승리를 위해.
当天的状态吧，因为我觉得这次的国际赛大家实力都很，其实一开始给自己的目标是不要垫底就好。我觉得既然我们现在是第二，那我们应该算是第二强的，然后
应该之前好像我们这个赛区很少在赢 LPL 吧。
Is now just zoning away Jackie Love and HLE. He finds him. No flash can get you out of that one, and he goes golden. That is CFO.
就赢下也很开心，就创造算是新的纪录吧。
BO5还有很多英雄没有用，你们要小心一点。
저희가 항상 말하는데요. 저희 미드원들은 항상 성장 가능성이 항상 열려 있고.
애쉬가 먹었어요. 그러면 이제 유지력 장난 아닌데요. 녹여야 돼. 애쉬가 확실히 녹였어요. 애쉬랑 제우스도 잡고.
저희는 첫 국제전이었고 첫 국제전인 선수들도 많았고.
I think you can see that we are a strong team and we are trying a lot to get better day by day. I think we will easily beat these teams if we play them again.
아무래도 다전제이기 때문에 5세트를 갔을 경우에 이제 안 쓰는 챔피언도 나올 수 있기 때문에 잘 준비해야겠고.
We will make this team the strongest.
저희가 일단 지금 TL을 제외한 나머지 팀한테 졌는데 나머지 세 팀 어디가 될때 일단 이거 칠해서 다시 이겼으면 좋겠어요.
感觉还得就是多练吧。我觉得就平常心去打好每一场比赛吧，摔倒了能站起来才是最重要的。
저희 상황은 꼭 더 좋은 모습으로 돌아왔습니다.
일단 저의 개인적인 생각으로는 SK컵 할 때부터 사실 언제든지 질 수 있다라는 생각은 항상 있었던 것 같고. 과정에서도 그냥 본인들이 할 수 있는 최선들을 찾다 보면은 이길 수 있다고 생각하면서 하는 것 같아요.
오늘 잘 준비해야지 이길 수 있다고 생각하고 있습니다. 저희가 세트 갈 때마다 항상 이겼는데 이번 다전자에서도 그럴 거라고 믿고 자신감 얻으면서 잘 치르도록 하겠습니다.
이제 대회가 정말 끝을 향해서
꼭 결승까지 가고 2일 다 이겨서 우승까지 할 수 있도록 노력 많이 하겠습니다.
도착지는 정해져 있습니다. 누가 먼저 발견하고 누가 먼저 그곳에 도착하는가. 그게 바로 관건이죠.
Welcome back, everybody, to Lol Park here for First Stand and Semifinals Day. The best of threes are done. The dust has settled. We have our matchups for our best of 5 fearless head-to-heads. I'm Captain Flowers. That's Kobe. There's a little bit of a delay on stage right now, but I'm still excited for this, man. I really hope we get some Game 5s today. I feel like that is when Fearless is the most fun, it's the most exciting, and it's the most crazy.
100%. Well, you know, we didn't even really get to fully experience, like a 5-game series in North America during our Fearless split. So here, I'm hoping that today we get that experience, Flowers, because I honestly think CFO have been really, really good in the way that they have approached Fearless Draft, and they're coming in with this extra leverage of the 6-person roster that, spoiler, actually has top laners that work very well together, and both have succeeded here at an international tournament. Is just such a crazy tool, because I feel like so rarely do you get teams that have 6-people rosters or constantly switching people in and out that are going to be able to use that for a benefit, but it truly has been an asset to that team. So very interested to see what they will do as far as deep best-of-5 series, but going up against KC here. KC, they're a team that have had a massive glow-up at the tournament, and especially Yikes, so very much looking forward to this one.
Yeah, it'll be a fun rematch between these two teams, and as league officials sort out the delay on stage, let's go ahead and send things over to our analysts.
Thank you, guys. We got you covered here. A lot of things to say about this best-of-5. The Oysters versus Carmine Corp. I'm Laure, and I will be with Ox and Emily today. Guys, how are we feeling? I'm super excited, but I want to know what's the vibe for you guys.
I think it's pretty hype. I think a lot of people going into the tournament expected both of these best-of-5s to be stomps. We have the Korean seed on one side and the LPL seed on the other side. But we've had a very different outcome here. And I think for both the regions competing in this first series, making finals will be a huge achievement.
Yeah, I mean, both will be. I think Carmine Corp came in, I was expecting them to perform a lot better than they did in their first few matches. I thought they looked really down compared to their domestic performance, but they stepped it up when it mattered. And then CFO has honestly been my favorite story of this tournament. They are such a fun team to watch, and they're doing such interesting things, specifically with Fearless. They're the first team to kind of try out this rotating roster thing that we haven't seen really work since RNG made it work in 2018. It's really, really difficult to have people swapping in and out, and they've used it so well.
I especially think when you have a situation like Fearless where champion pools sort of get tighter as we go on. We've seen players who lean into more one style on the top lane. I think a good example is their opponent in Kana. We've seen the team be a lot more successful when he's on carries, but having two players where you can switch between as the series goes on is just such a strategic advantage.
And for me, it showcased the confidence emanating from this team, from a young team, from a young roster. We've been talking about Honkyu, we've been talking about the rest of the team and the fact that no one expected them, but underdogs no more here. They are the clear favorites, I would say, to take this one at least.
Well, they're comparatively a young roster, but I think you also have Kaiwing, who's been playing for what it feels like to me forever. You have Chai as their coach, who was formerly this kind of GPL LMS staple because of how many times the region has changed. And then you have Junja, who was on EDG technically as a sub when they won the World Championship, right? And I was really happy to see once he came over from EDG to initially PSG. He's been the top jungler in the region since then.
You see the teams gearing up, ready to take the stage here at LOL Park. A couple words on Carmine Corp, of course, Ox, because we were mentioning the fact that they didn't have the tournaments that was expected from them, but they ramped it up. And at the end of the day, I feel like that's what matters, the form of the day and how you manage to scale in a tournament like this.
I think that's the insane thing, because we've seen teams, they take a week, a bad week, first week of Worlds, and they turn it around for the second week, but they had so little time to turn things around, and yet they managed to do it. Yes, there were some conditions from other teams winning or losing that led to them getting through, but the win against Top Esports was huge, and taking the game against Honlife Esports, the first team to do it, really showed what we've been looking for from this team domestically and the level that they can achieve.
How far can they take it is going to be the question today. They have played Fearless best-of-5 in LEC. We know how it went last time 3-0 against G2. But I'm really going to be interested in seeing this Game 2 to Game 3 transition maybe for them here. We're ready. I think we are. I think we are. Well, it is theirs for the taking. Best-of-5 CFO, Carmine Corp, Flowers, Kobe, take it away into the draft.
Thank you very much, Laura, and I am ready for this, Kobe. Let's do it. I hope we get something spicy here to kick things off. Remember that the last time we saw these teams go head-to-head, it was day 2 of the event, and it was actually the Oysters' debut. Every day we had one team that wasn't playing. They were that one team for the first day, and the very first performance we get to see out of CFO, they completely demolished KC. Was not a particularly close series. This was when everybody was like, wait, man, what is happening with KC? Obviously, they end up bouncing back. They already talked about the glow up there and how they've looked so much better dealing with top esports, getting the win that crucially got them to where they are now, taking the first game off of HLE. But is it enough to defeat CFO, who have not dropped a single game to anyone that's not HLE?
Yeah, CFO have just been such an exceptional story here at this tournament. Really impressive stuff from them. One of my favorite things has been how they have handled enemy dive comps. Both KC as well as Team Liquid tried to run some pretty heavy dive comps, with early Vi picks, with Kaisa, with basically everything layered on top. But the Oysters have absolutely demolished everyone who has tried to run dive comps into them. Yeah, like you're saying, except for HLE, who did some interesting stuff. I don't know if you call Zed a dive or anything, but
I don't know what to call Zed.
but they have really handled, I feel like they have really handled their drafts exceptionally. So we'll see about the changes that these two teams have made, because KC is one of the teams that has changed the most over the course of this tournament. The guy on screen right there, Yike, first couple of series were disastrous for him, but he has played so much better on specifically the Skarner, which they banned themselves this time, Maokai Sejuani, and Ivern. Those have been like the god-like junglers of this tournament. Jinja, of course, was exceptional on all of them. I mean, Jinja, might have possibly been the best performing jungler at the tournament for a large portion of it. So definitely a deserved Skarner ban there as well. And they also had kept their Zyra ban from last time.
They're also going to go ahead on the CFO side, ban out the Ezreal, which is one of the picks that they played against KC in the previous head-to-head. The Vi banned away by KC. I'm a pretty big Vi doubter these days. I'm with you. I think that the tankier picks in the jungle alongside the Ivern have really been the secret sauce for a lot of the success that we have seen. Worth noting, Rest is in the roster here for the first game, as he usually is here for CFO. He loves to go for the Cassante. We'll see if they want to just blind that here on blue, or if they're going to wait a little bit for it.
Yeah, he's also had a really, really good Rumble game. He had a really good Jace game, so definitely some very versatile stuff. And there's one of the ones we just mentioned. He had that really good Rumble game, so they're going to slap that one back down. Let's take a look here at the answer from KC. Since they themselves banned the Vi out, already looking at other possible AD junglers to steal away. Since CFO started with the Rumble, you think that they're going to also look for AD jungles.
Yeah.
Definitely the other role taking a lot of hits here is the AD carry role. So Varus is still up, and there you go. Yeah, instantly, because the Kalista and Ezreal being banned, right down the priority list here.
Okay, we'll lock in the Varus for KC first and foremost, giving Kalista the power of that champion that's just often so contested, so powerful. You can get such a dominant lane if you end up wanting to draft for that. He's just got so much potential with everything that he can bring to the table. I'm curious, are they going to try to pick an early response here to the Rumble? Nope, they're not too worried about that. Instead, just want to go with a power pick of their own here in the Sejuani. Again, this is what you were talking about. Yep. This is the type of stuff that Yike has had his glow up on. I'd like to see this for KC.
Exactly. I think a lot of the KC fans will be very, very happy with this. He's had some of his best games. Even in the series they lost, his Sejuani game was definitely his best. So this is a classic though for Jinja as well. The Xin Zhao with Conqueror into Sejuani definitely feels nice. It is that AD jungle that we were looking for. It is a fighter jungle. He is definitely the point man for so many of the skirmishes that CFO do try and go for early on. So Hong Q definitely gonna have a lot of options for him open. So we have to wonder, are you gonna go AD carry here or drop it for the Azir? And they do drop it for the Azir. The reason I mention that is because the Azir has been incredibly high profile for him. He has performed so well on it, the 17-year-old on the international stage, and so they prioritize him getting the Azir and getting that comfort, and they're allowing Doggo to just soak some more AD carry bans and drop his pick to the second half.
And KC is going to respond to that Azir with the Yone picked up here for Laddie. They want to make sure that that pool doesn't get pinched any further. If you're going to be going up against one of Hongkyu's core picks, you want to make sure that you're answering it with something you're confident in with how good this guy has been playing so far in the tournament.
Yeah, definitely agree. So we have Zoom try and whittle down more on Doggo's champ pool here. Take away the misfortune. Keep on throwing them there. Meanwhile, the desynced role here for top lane. Do they want to throw more at Kana, like carry answers into the Rumble? Yes, they do.
There is one right there.
Kana loves Mbessa, so that's definitely a good ban right there. Try and protect the rest Rumble a little bit.
Okay, I expect another AD carry ban here, honestly, from KC. Just really put the pressure on that pool. Try to punish CFO for leaving Doggo's pick this long.
The other thing that they want for CFO is like an engage for Kaiwing. So, I mean, Kaiwing has been very good on a lot of engage supports, and there's so many left up that it almost would be like a drop in the bucket if you just fired off a random single bullet.
Like, all right, well, there's 5 more, so.
Yeah, Kaiwing is still going to get, you know, one of Alistar, Nautilus, Rel, you know, whatever.
Leona, all that stuff.
Whatever bottom lane they want to go with, but it's definitely going to need some more CC and structure from the bottom lane here, actually putting quite a lot of pressure on that pick. And so actually a good defensive ban there because they know Kaiwing's going to go a melee engage support, so you don't want to have to pay into a Renata alongside the Varus. That would just be such a painful lane.
So, okay, it's immediately going to be the Leona locked in for KC. That means that we are going to see the last pick of the draft there for Kana for the counter pick for top lane.
Yeah. And a lot of times you're like, oh, do you want to pick Leona if Brom's still up? But you know that Kaiwing wants to play primary engage, not like a secondary like Brom or something, which doesn't have great initiation. So definitely a good pick there as well. All right, we're getting the Sivir.
Doggo on the Sivir, some hyper carry potential. Between this and the Azir, the damage scaling potential and team fighting power of what CFO has brought to the table in this first draft is very, very scary.
Yeah.
But their front line doesn't look particularly stable or strong. Xin Zhao is only durable while his ulti is up. Rumble is more of a fighter. He's not a direct meatball. I want to see if we can get some real tankiness here out of Kaiwing, and there it is. There's the Alistar.
Yeah, that's the Alistar I mentioned. He has been so good with Alistar. They have used it very frequently this tournament, almost at least once every single match that they've had, and it does serve a lot of roles. You know, Alistar is so versatile because he can be your initiation, but also some peel. The Sivir, the idea is that you can use the spell shield when you're facing all of this dive that is coming from KC, but also really helps to have a versatile bodyguard like Alistar that can potentially, you know, peel multiple, you know, divers that are coming your direction. And there we go. In the end, Flowers all comes back to the Jace for Kana.
Okay. That's
always comes back.
Be.
It's good because it adds versatility. They've got dive options with Sejuani, Yone, Leona, and they have long range with both the Varus poke and the Jace poke possibilities for later on. But as you mentioned, the Shurima scalers with the Azir and the Sivir, definitely a lot of options here for CFO as we get into a best of 5. I'm so excited, super deep in this Fearless. I hope that we get a full 5 games.
Oh yeah, CFO, very strong showing against KC the first time around. KC absolutely leveling up so much since that first game against the Oysters. I wonder if they've got what it takes to go toe-to-toe with these guys who have honestly, I agree with Emily, this has been my favorite story of the tournament, is just how impressive CFO has played so far. Everybody just falling to the wrath of the Oysters, except for HLE, but HLE's not in the game right now. This is going to be a fun one. I really want to see where the action goes to in this game. I want to see if we have a lot of focus around the bottom lane. If you remember back to the first time that these two teams played each other a few days ago, there was a lot of focus on the bottom lane from Junja for CFO.
Yeah, and I just have to say, Junja has been so consistently good. Incredibly impressive in a tournament where the majority of junglers have not been consistent. I would say every other jungler has had bad games and definitely not been consistent. Junja constantly has delivered. That's why he really does run that region. Let's see about the level 1. Doesn't look to be too spicy here, though we did have a double sweeper start for KC, which I'm eyeballing. Yike himself also starting the sweeper.
All right, so as we start off with a mostly uneventful level 1, I got a couple of fun doggo facts for you,
Love
Kobe.
it.
Going back to the first series that these two teams had against one another, Doggo got first blood in both games. Big reason why is, of course, that Junja pressure we were talking about. But after getting first blood in those games, he would go on to not die a single time in the entire series. That is a big reason why that series felt as one-sided as it did, and I feel like Doggo has got to have a target on his back from the KC side. They know that this guy is a threat, they know that this guy is a problem, and they know they have to have better answers this time around.
100% Flowers. CFO put a lot of effort into getting a lot of money into Doggo, and he has made it worth their while. So here we go, trading early on already. He has also been very aggressive. I love the killer instinct on this guy. We have seen it many, many, many times. And the trading will be fairly heavy on bottom side, but both junglers are also starting on the bottom side of the map. So similarly heading on up for their full clears up towards the top matchup instead. And the jungles really is one of the highlights here as far as the matchups in this series. You know, we've talked at N on Junji. He has just been exceptional for them, and...
Wow, Targamas going in real far there. Immediately as he hits level 2, goes for the flash, Zenith Blade, but it's so close to the enemy turret that he can't keep going with the rest of that. So Doggo and Kaiwing still going to be fine. It does cost the cleanse from Doggo, but I honestly think they're happy with that trade.
Yeah. I think so. Let's see. Hex Flash out of the brush constantly, though, from Targamas. They'll still be able to put a lot of threat here. The Alistar Sivir, definitely not very strong super early on, so just trying to farm up. Farm is the name of the game for them. And as we have our junglers transitioning up through their full clears up to the top side, maybe we'll see a little bit of a skirmish over that top Scuttle Crab, but the trading does continue down here. Just the Hex Flash here available, and the Ignite traded for Cleanse, so not too big ramifications for that early trade.
Exactly. You know, just the minor spells, and then it's not that big of a deal because of what you said about always hexing.
We got a ping for an early gank. So
okay.
Jinja is going to skip a camp to go for the gank.
Okay. Yike is here too. Yike has a level advantage. Keep that in mind. Junja is going to arrive first into the lane, immediately uses the Audacious Charge back to the minion wave as soon as he sees Yike right behind him with that +1 on the levels.
Yeah, Yike doing the seamless full clear there, so he's going to have level priority plus top lane priority, should be able to get double Scuttle Crab. You would have to assume he could just take this top one, cross over down to bottom side. That way, not only does Yike... Wait a second. Not only does he get double scuttles, but he's going to relieve pressure on mid lane, plus get a mid lane flash, and relieve the pushing on bottom side as well. So huge jungle influence there simply by doing the speedy full clear for himself and matching on top side.
And that's a great start for Yike. That is so much better of a look than what we were seeing the first time these two teams played. We've already talked about how he started this tournament off very rough. Lots of errors, plenty of mistakes, but he's really fixed it up so well. He's become a huge driver for the playmaking of KC throughout their wins, throughout their better looks in the second half of this event. And honestly, I feel like when he's on, he is such a playmaker.
Yeah, he really is. And remember, even their first series of the tournament versus TL, he did have a good game, and it was the middle game on Sejuani as well. So let's take a look at it, because he also has some nice shallow wards to work with. Tribrush on bottom side already warded up for KC. The Raptors already warded up for KC as well. And he's going to come for a lane gank here. Targamas is going to be the one to look for it, as waiting in the shadows. Both junglers here, though.
Yep, everybody's ready to party. Kaiwing flashing forward so he can get the headbutt back on Targamas, who already flashed earlier. Remember that. First blood, 3 out of 3 games to Doggo.
Junglers matching for the bot lane as well. Junja's there trailing through the brush. Kaiwing again on his Alistar. He goes for the flash, he goes for the kill, and they get it into the hands, Flowers, of guess what? Doggo. Again, a first blood for Doggo has been the recipe for success.
Now, Rest could be in a little bit of danger here. Does have the minion wave coming up to block any future shock blast, but he is very low in terms of HP. Kind of going to tick level 6. Rest pretty close to getting his own ultimate marker there. Wants to stick around just a little bit longer. Does not want to give up all these minions if he can help it. Kana just getting the wave shoved up all the way. as Rest should be able to burn most of these down, no problem. But yeah, Kaiwing on this Alistar, let's talk a little bit more about this guy, because I feel like he has just set up so many plays for CFO throughout their run in this tournament so far. Let's take a look at how he does this one.
Yep, right into Targamas, because remember in the early trade, Targamas had used his flash, turned it into Hex Flash, and it's just a very good punish there because you get the trailing gank from Junja, so even if junglers are matched, which they were, they get the initiation, they get the early kill, they punish the flashless Leona.
Now, speaking of that Leona, the Alistar, and both junglers now all hanging out in mid lane for the party. Kana gonna rotate down here too, though. That's gonna make it a 4v3, but Vladdy now has to snap back to the Soul Unbound as Doggo's ready to join up with the rest of the team. Yike and Targamas getting away. Boomerang Blade doing a good job, getting multiple hits there across multiple targets. So even though the fourth man arrived first for the side of KC, it was CFO with that killer instinct. Void Grub stolen away, though, by an accelerated shock blast. Nice job to Khan on that one.
That is huge, because KC were going to get a turret plate on bottom side into the hands of Kalist as payment, but CFO don't even get all three, so they're not even going to get credit towards a Feats of Warfare objective there. And KC, yeah, they get their full turret plate here for Kalist, plus they have started the Dragon, although Junja is kind of rotating over.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to finish this out without having a whole lot of trouble. Yeah, Kallista's going to rotate up to it. That'll provide plenty of damage to get this finished before anybody on the other side can really make a meaningful punish. So nice sequence there for KC with the plate, Drake, and single grub for just the two grubs secured by CFO. Kana on the Jace doing a good job. Also, he's the only one on his team currently with a gold advantage over his lane counterpart, but it is the second highest individual gold advantage in the game.
Yeah, Kana on the Jace has been a repeated story. Definitely always turning in some lane CS advantages and some like little early gold leads. This time around, of course, he is going the Grasp Jace up there, so trying to stack that up in addition to the extra little bit of CS. But it is just going once again so well for CFO. This team, they're so coordinated and they construct their game plans so effectively to have a very good 5-on-5 for later in the game. Always very coordinated in grouping up for these objectives. This time around, though, Kana did more than just get a CS lead in topside. You mentioned the steal away on the grub was actually quite significant.
Yeah.
And we will see if that actually poses a problem later on as far as stacking the Feats of Warfare or anything like that, but certainly is going to help out with the pushing towards power plate money.
Well, Yike was hanging around mid lane here, seeing if maybe there might have been an angle for something on the Hongq, but he's fine, just sitting back, farming up, using range and the safety of the Azir. Quick snap trades back and forth between the two in the mid lane. Both of them have such powerful explosive ultimates too. If they can get the help nearby, it could quickly turn bloody, but honestly, nobody's super interested in it right now.
Yeah, I mean, usually, yeah, the early stages, Azir going to look for the CS lead on the Yone, and then the Yone, about right now, you know, with ults and with people roaming through the lane, looks for some extra kill pressure to make that Azir more honest and make that Azir less aggressive towards him. But since Hongq's got everything, he can continue to play fairly aggressively. Plus, really love that side control ward by mid lane. Allows him to know that he's got this area of safety up on the top side of the map where Junja is. Even though we've got a trailing gank here from Yike, this one at the moment doesn't seem like Rest is going to take any sort of baits, and I wouldn't think that he would overextend in this scenario.
Yeah, Junja is on this side of the map, but he is still very far away. Would not be able to get here in time if Rest randomly decided to walk up to the brush to try to flex on his opponent. So Rest will just continue farming safely. Nobody from either side really just completely trying to play aggressively at this point. Everybody's pretty good on just handshaking the early farming back and forth, waiting for a better opportunity to show up. There are summoner spells available everywhere as Vladdy goes aggro on Hongq here in mid. Does have that Azir very, very low, but beautifully played by Hongq. Vladdy forced to go right back to where he came from. The kill does not go through. Summoner spells still intact for both as they both go low HP.
Oof, yeah, ultimates traded. Nobody panics and blows their flash there, though. That would be the big win. It's actually a good timing for Hongq. He gets a full Nashor's Tooth completion and can just teleport out to the bottom side. So the rotation here, get that Sivir into mid lane, very comfortable farming for Doggo in the mid lane, also allows your Alistar to go play with your Azir. This is another highlight of CFO's gameplay, how well Kaiwing links up with Junja on a lot of the aggressive Junja plays. So this second pack of grubs, they are going to be in position. Since the Azir used the teleport to bottom lane though, and Vladdy did not, it is Vladdy's teleport advantage. So the Yone gets to push on bottom and still gets to think about, hey, do we have a actual good setup here? Should I just split push and go for a turret plate myself, or do you want me to teleport up and actually fight it? Currently, the grubs are getting melted, but positioning for KC does look like they are going to use their teleport advantage. Oh, 2 health!
That he thought it had one more tick with the pet to bring it below the 900 threshold, but it ends up being 2 grubs over to the side of KC there. Grubs are going to settle on a 3-3 split.
And that timer there is them. They're for sure backing off CFO, that is, because of the teleport disadvantage that we talk about, but trying to just barely squeeze out the extra grub would have been quite big to get to the 4 so that you can get the extra Void Might spawning. Regardless, though, Vladdy on the bottom side, going to just try and clear out the extra wave.
Yep, that's all you got to do. Soul Unbound to guarantee that you don't get put in a spot where you can get 100 to 0'd, force the wave down. There's no way they can just sit underneath the turret, even if they want to try to combo you. So Vladdy knows the assignment. The assignment is keep the turret alive and keep these guys away.
So Flowers, remember back to the first pack of Void Grubs and the one that Kana stole with the Shock Blast?
Yep.
That is a very meaningful steal with the Void Grub, keeping them from getting to 4 for the extra Void Might. And this game is just incredibly close here in the opening stages. Now with the Dragon being the next target, Scuttle Crab here is step number 1. And since Targamas is here with Yike earlier, they're going to be able to claim the vision from Scuttle Crab. Plus they now get to use Vladdy's ulti, who by the way, finished the Blade of the Rune King here on Yone, which turns Yone into a completely different beast, much more aggressive. Wait, Rest does have his teleport, but yeah, I don't think they should use it. I think you should just cede this to KC. KC have much better positioning.
Seems that way. Vladdy in some danger though. Hongq going in, tries to step in front of the Fate Seal to make it so Vladdy can't get back away to the safety of the turret in time, but Vladdy can clear that gap. Junja throws out the wind, becomes lightning, but now he's in danger. Yike with a nice engage. Kana providing the follow-up damage, and Junja's in serious danger. Flashes over the wall to stay alive. KC comes out on top as they secure the objective.
Yeah, nicely done. The setup really nice here for KC. You can see the vision control all the way from mid lane down to bottom lane. Targa and Yike there very early on. Vladdy's teleport used on his power spike. Just, you check all the boxes going down, Flowers. This team looks completely different from the beginning of the tournament.
Way, way different and way, way better. Kana with that Spear of Trojan already fully completed. Tears stacked up halfway, working towards that Mana Mune as the next item. Rest still not with an item fully completed. Did want to stop off and go for those completed tier 2 boots first. Give you the extra mobility to keep your opponent in flame shitter range alongside just the natural defensive power of the steel caps against an auto attacker like the Jace. But the turret plates have fallen and it's only a 500 gold difference between the two teams. We are 14 minutes into the game, Kobe, and there is only 1 kill on the board. It has been such a quiet early game.
We're farming, baby.
We're farming.
We are farming.
We ain't doing nothing else.
Meanwhile, yeah, we're going to be farming for a bit more too, because it's a minute and a half until the Rift Herald does pop up. So going to be about mid lane priority first and foremost, as it always is in the mid game. You get mid lane push, that allows you to move into the side where the objective is going to spawn, and gaining vision over that little brush up on the left corner. Perfect little pan here from observers. That brush that Junja just walked through is my favorite brush in the entire game. You get vision on that brush. It just gives you such an advantage in the team fight if you actually want to contest around that Rift Herald. And so CFO, they immediately walk out very early there. Scryers plant into wards going down. So full kind of rotation actually from KC. They're dropping top lane at the moment to go for this play.
Yeah, they're going after Kaiwing, who just walks it off. Tons of damage from Doggo back into Targamas' health bar, who's now down below 50%. It's 45 seconds until the Herald spawns. If you look at the bottom lane, Rest has teleport. Kana does not and will not once that Herald spawns. So if CFO maintains control over this top side, they're going to be in a great spot to force that objective.
So even though that play didn't result in a kill, I want to highlight the timing and why they went for it. It's so good. as Honkyu now has to run for his life. But it was really smart from KC because it's a cannon wave getting pushed into top lane. So they say, you know what? Let's drop the top little timer here and go for a pick. Because if we can get something big out of CFO before Herald, then we'll get a large advantage, in that fight, and we won't lose too much on the top wave of top side. Ended up, they didn't get, anything really big out of it, but that's kind of like why you kind of go for that little window there. We'll see if the top lane tower actually ends up falling to that pressure, though, because then the payment would be even bigger. And since CFO didn't give up anything big in that KC attempt to find them in jungle, they're happy to start off this Herald, and they're actually going to burn through it fairly quickly, but KC move over to contest. Kana's recalling now, so Kana will not show up. All you can do is try and poke steal, and CFO, they're able to get another victory here in the form of the Rift Trail. Immediately used mid so they can hard push Flowers. They're gonna just destroy this, and Kalist might have to worry about a dive afterwards too.
It's a long-range drive straight into the mid lane. They're gonna race Kana for the bottom lane turret, but nope, there it is. First turret already claimed in mid. The response from KC in the bottom.
Yike, Targamas, and Vladdy were threatening to close in behind them, but they do not. They call it off, and they're just going to actually trade the outer tower down on bot side for Kana. We go for a little drive here. Escort Shelly up to the top side, Flowers.
Just run it into the ditch and hop out. They're having a good time. They're playing by Grand Theft Auto rules here. You don't need to park the car.
Rotate it over to the ward to fill that ward. Quicker.
There you go.
Min-maxing the vision game here, Kaiwi.
All right, so important to note, it is 35 seconds until the next Drake spawns, and the first two have both gone to KC. This would also not just be Soul Point, it would be a feat for them. Big deal on that one. Really would like to get that on the board too.
So Flowers, main thing about Sivir that you know very, very, very well. She scales incredibly well for AoE damage for these team fights. We've got 2 item power spike here. The Quick Blades was just finished for Doggo. So Doggo has accomplished the first goal here for Sivir. It's a 2-item power spike, and they want to use it.
Okay, Targamas is going to be the target here from Junja as he immediately pops the Crescent Guard to make sure the counterattack from KC isn't too much, as Kaiwing and Targamas both chunk down to about half here. KC's going to start up the Drake immediately themselves. Everybody from both sides here ready to square off. Got taking a little bit of damage there from the Electro Harpoons. Vladdy's going to be the one putting most of the work into the Drake. He knows he can do it pretty easily. Kaiwing and Targamas off to the side. Junja taking a lot of damage there as the Chains of Corruption don't really find a target. Targamas going to be in some trouble now as the Dragon is down to 3,000 HP. Vladdy thinking about maybe trying to make an entry into the fight somewhere. Goes over the wall there with the Fade Seal to run the fight up to the top half. The Infernal Drake is already secured by the side of KC. Doggo and the rest of CFO desperately trying to get something back because this has already gone KC's way so far. Rest of the wall thinking about trying to get somebody, but there's no way for him to find any of the health bars. KC's still on the run. They got Soul Point, they got the neutral objective feed, and they got everybody out.
They got everybody out. The towers can't run away, so CFO are at least going to make them pay with an outer tower's worth of gold. But that's number 3. This is a very quick 3-stack on Dragons for KC. They fight them off on kind of 2 fronts here. You see on the bottom side, Alistar setting up Targa for Jinjin to jump in on. And even though, Vladdy and Yike use a lot here to peel for Targa and he flashes away, they're able to walk everybody out, even across the Rumble Ultimate here. Kalist and Vladdy can walk back to the tower, so everybody on KC low, but not low enough for anyone to actually fall. And Yike, all he needed is the Heartsteel, the tanky Sejuani, just walk away with the Scriver scratching his back. Tower's the only cost there for Dragon at number 3, which sets up for a very early Soul in this game.
Yeah, this is now a problem for CFO for the rest of the game. KC loving the effort that they put into the Dragons in the early part of the game, paying those dividends now here in about 3.5 minutes. We'll see if CFO can stop it because, man, this type of a game state, especially with an Infernal Soul being the one at stake, it's so dire to give that away 23 minutes into a game.
Makes me very excited for the next 5 to 7 minutes of this game because I still have my eyes on Doggo. This Sivir is quite rich. The Sivir is on pace. I want to see if CFO are going to be able to bring the full might of Shurima into this game and put it on display. Because currently, the Otacon is just getting yoinked by KC in exchange for tower gold for CFO.
Yeah, CFO's saying, all right, you want Otacon? Take him. We're going to go for everything up here on the top side instead. Tier 2 turret has been destroyed. Otacon still going down ever so slowly, but it doesn't matter how slowly. Nobody from CFO is even in this neighborhood. They will have about a 2,500 gold lead over their opponents. But KC now, we'll see if they can manage to secure anything meaningful out of this voracious Otacon buff.
They want more time on it.
Yeah. There we go. Okay, they're going to maximize their time. Voracious Otacon secured. They've got the false life ready to go now. This means I want to see them force some kind of a play.
Yeah, 100%, because the decision-making from CFO is very clear. They want to invest in the Bank of Shurima, and they're like, you know what?
Sir.
We will give you a temporary buff of the Otacon GAs in payment for 2 towers on top side that we will invest into our Shurima scaling. And now it looks like they're going to claim some here from Kana.
Yep, Kana's in some trouble as Junja's just going to walk up to help rest. They'll knock this guy down. They'll get their 200 gold payday. That's the first false life removed. Technically not the second kill of the game. We're still at 1 kill, by the way. 21 minutes and 47 seconds into this game. As HLE immediately throws out the defensive Emperor's Divide in response to Yike and Vladdy going for the dive there, trying to force that. Also worth noting, look at the inventory of the Emperor, not going for the full second completed item, wants to make sure that he stops off and gets the Seeker's Arm Guard first, just so he has that outplay potential.
Yeah, get that Seeker's use first, as you say. Try and get to your other power spike quicker. Honestly, I do really like the decision-making from CFO. They're sticking to their game plan here, and the farm is working.
Yep, they're farming up, my friend. It's a 1.2 thousand gold lead for both carry roles for the side of CFO, and it's still just Kana who has that lone individual gold lead for the KC side.
And it's not just a farming company, it's also like a turret destruction
demolition company.
It's also a demolition company. You know, a lot of the gold...
He does a lot of stuff.
Yeah, a lot of gold has come from towers as well, so... Let's see about this next dragon, because this is Soul's flower, so this one will definitely result in at least 1 more kill. I promise you. I guarantee it.
Well, if CFO is a farming and demolition company, KC runs a lizard farm. And that lizard farm has been farming lots of lizards so far. And there's a big old lizard that's about to get born, and they need to make sure they farm it.
What's Vladdy going to buy right now? Vladdy's going back for a purchase before his teleport.
Yeah, has the TP, so should still be ready to go here. Doggo with a spell shield to block the piercing
shield
arrow.
bow.
Okay. Shield bow, again, both mid laners going for these defensive style options to give them the extra ability to survive when they go in for these fights. False lives expire now on KC. The timer of the Otacon just desynced with this upcoming dragon battle, as now both sides are spread off. Vladdy's already started up the Drake. Yone can clear this so fast just on his own with the Blade of the Ruined King. CFO has limited time to step up. Junja jumps over the wall. The dragon's still at about 4,000 HP. CFO make their way into the pit. Vladdy's going to be the target. Hongyu goes for the shuffle, finds Vladdy, but a ton of damage onto Rest, and he's already down. KC taking the fight for now. Ton of damage back into Hongyu. He's very low. The Drake slain by Yike and KC as Tarkamus tries to get away, and Yike goes after Doggo. It's a flashback over the wall. KC getting it done. Kana misses the accelerated shock blast, but he'll chase down Doggo. It's Infernal Soul plus 3 kills for KC. Hongyu jumps right back towards Tarkamus, and he can't get the kill in time. Kaiwing won't clean it up. It'll be a clean ace plus a Dragon Soul for KC.
The Oysters will no longer fly in this game. KC bring them down to earth. They get the soul, and they chase down every last Oyster. Look at this fight, the full engage. Vladdy just lashes right back in after the Azir wall punched him back, and they got such an early lead in the collapse. Then, after he snaps back, along with Yike, they focus down the dragon. They get their soul and allow the chase down. Kana there, going to be able to finish off Doggo, and as you know, even with the Azir turret going up here with the passive, every member of CFO put into the dirt. KC with a huge, huge play. And this moment, this whole game building to this moment, the critical one that just completely breaks the entire thing, the slow smile creeping across his face.
Oh, we're already back to live now. Hold on. Yike threw out the Glacial Prison there, but he doesn't find a whole lot with it. KC, they won themselves the soul. They won the feats of strength alongside it. I said it was a clean ace, I lied. The only thing they lost though was Vladdy. It's a massive trade, a massive swing in the favor of the LEC representative. And honestly, this game feels really good for them now.
It certainly does. That was a very big break point, a very big S, and you can see it even in the gold difference. The Bank of Shurima it's still a worthy investment, but this power spike in getting the soul plus all of the money of that last team fight, Kana is over 2,000 gold individually ahead now on this Jace. Just performing quite well for himself. So let's take a look. Can they transition it over to Baron control? Because that's how you really close a game like this. You need that Baron pushing power for this KC comp, and they're going to do just that right now. Go into the river first, take out the vision so you can look for some picks and make the oysters walk to you.
Junja in some danger now as Targamas goes in, leading the charge for the rest of KC. They pop the enemy jungler, and with Junja down, now there's a ton of danger. Nice shuffle comes out from Hongkyu, but it's not nice enough. He tries to jump back over the wall. Coming and Rest keep fighting. Doggo's on the very edge of the fight. He can't do any damage. And KC taking the momentum they earned in the bottom half of the map and running with it.
That's going to be Baron for sure for KC. They get their picks. All CFO can do is just try and rotate and push out some minion waves. They ping towards mid tower, but that's too close. Kalist doesn't want to let him have anything.
Doggo does not want anything to do with these guys. Not anymore, not now. Just has to walk away from it. KC now wearing purple, now up 3,000 gold.
Huge stuff here. And so moving in, they're actually not even fully committing. Yuck was clearing the ward, so Junja thought, maybe I can finish this blue. And Junja just stuck around too long, fully punished. Targa and Vladdy right there, ensuring they get the pick. Right here, I thought for sure also Targamas was going to burn down, but does not. Chugging his potion with his W on. Leona too tanky, and Kalist here going to be able to have free farm in mid lane. They push mid, they rotate over to the top side, over to Vlad where he's already pushing, and they can use this Baron buff in a 4-1 split push with Kana's teleport being ready.
All right, CFO's gonna try to keep defending. Kalist went fishing with the Chains of Corruption, didn't find much. Equalizer just forcing KC back. Yikes, so tanky. There's not any world where CFO can force an engage on him. And all of KC is just buying time for Kana, meanwhile in the mid lane, to take down the tier 2 turret. They're doing a great job with this split push pressure, as we'll see if they can continue just hard forcing now onto the tier 2 in top. CFO, they know that they can't afford to try to stand here and defend this outer turret, and they just have to back away as it falls.
Yep, goal accomplished there for KC. Quick destruction of 2 towers for themselves. Go back, spend that gold on your reset, and return to bottom lane where the last outer does stand. Nice chunk of change still left in that one, and really good job using their power spike on winning the Dragon Soul fight here to continue to snowball and keep the pressure on CFO. Just trap CFO inside their own base, make it hard for CFO to even get wards in their own jungle so they can't kind of set up any sort of comeback plays. Oftentimes you'll see teams that are kind of pinned down like this fully overload and just send everybody to one side of the map, try and catch you by surprise, you know, get a pick here and then turn around a comeback play. But KC have not allowed CFO to do that just yet.
Well, we had 1 kill and a 2,000 gold lead for CFO at about 23 minutes. Now hold on. Targamas is the target for CFO, but that's not really a great target. That almost never works. Junja's gonna be in some danger now too. Pressing guard, keeping him in a decent enough spot. Yike on the southern side of the fight as KC still feeling good, and Vladdy's coming in on the flank. Hongkyu goes in, finds a shuffle on a Kalist. They need backup to try to take him down. They got to get something back, but CFO are just too far behind. Every effort is not enough. They're trying to exit stage right, but it doesn't matter. Vladdy's made his way into the fight. Beautiful headbutt coming out from Kaiwing to avoid the fate sealed. Now Vladdy again, just barely hanging on. The burn keeps ticking, but once more, I'll say it again, Kobe, it's just not enough. KC are far enough ahead now that they don't get punished.
Woo, that was so close for Vladdy. He was definitely squeezing right there. Let's see about the reset though, right back out, because Elder is on the table. Sivir can push mid fairly quickly, but it's definitely dangerous with nobody around. He's got teleport wards behind him too. At this point, the Oysters do have to worry about some of those flanks. Here we go on the setup, though. Yike is here immediately.
Okay, we'll see how CFO wants to approach it. Kaiwing in some serious danger. He's just going to die before anything else can happen. And now the same song's going to get sung for Hongq with 2 dead. That's it. Fight's over before it starts. And KC's going to pick up an Elder Drake.
Unless there's a miracle steal here from CFO or Junja or something, this has got to be KC wrapping it up. Junja arrested Doggo here. Do they have a miracle in them?
I don't know about water turning into wine on this one, Kobe. The only red in this water is about to be blood, and it'll be oyster blood if they go anywhere near this thing. Kalist and Yike have all the damage they need to secure the objective. Remaining 3 players of KC can zone everybody else away, and CFO's chances have all but evaporated now as KC has the Elder ready to push for the win.
Nice chunk of change here. Last outer on bottom side, picked up as well. All right, let's push this Elder buff. You're on a timer again, and they are going to use it.
Here we go, tier 3 Turbident bottom. That's the first way into the enemy base. It's already cracked. First inhibitor's gonna fall immediately right after. Kana and Kaiwing doing something in the jungle at the same time, but the real story is here in the base. And the inhibitor falls, Kalist again, just throwing out these chains of corruption. He knows that they're so far ahead, it's not like they'll be able to immediately punish him if he doesn't have his ulti up. So instead, he just goes for these. He knows if he hits one, they probably just end the game right there. It doesn't hit, they'll walk it off, they reset, and then they'll be able to push another lane. They still have this Elder for the next 90 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. Poke Varus with an Elder buff on. Get to work. Just throw out every skill shot. See if you can fish around and hit something. For CFO, it is all about defense here. They have to turtle. They have to hope that they can continue to funnel more farm into the Shurima carries here. But the onslaught that KC are now bringing with this massive gold lead seems like it's going to be too much because they still retain so much control over the setup towards Baron. There's a couple of stray CFO wards here, but it's just so insanely dangerous to have to walk through these small corridors into this KC pick options that they have towards that Baron if you wanted to try and contest the Baron. So CFO faced with a very, very dire situation for themselves as KC can just wait for Baron to spawn, camp in the jungle, and then burn this thing down.
Yeah, at this point, CFO is just praying for a KC mistake.
They've still got 35 seconds on the Elder, so no chance there. They're going to clean it up, and CFO want to mount their defense at their towers, Flower.
Yep, that's the only way to really do it. You do, oh no, it might not even be that opportunity now as Hongq's got to try to get away. Has to throw out the shovel immediately as Targamas engages on him there. The 20 seconds left in the Elderman, any sort of follow-up would have been able to take the Azir down. Vladdy unafraid to jump forward here. Another Chains of Corruption flies out. This one wanted Doggo, not gonna find him. KC has 5 seconds left on the Elder. Next wave's not gonna be here in time to use it.
I'd say Kaiwing just gonna have to choose his moment and full send. Wait for the opening. Teleport back from Vladdy. Guardian Angel in inventory. Slowly but surely. I think next minion wave on mid lane that crashes, Kana's gonna be able to do a lot of damage here. Looks like they rotate over though. The wave are desynced, so CFO kind of look over. Still not going to be able to deal with Kana though. The onslaught too powerful. 4,000 individual gold lead for him, by the way.
He is just completely head and shoulders above rest in this game. This Jace has really brought the firepower on this one. 6 KP out of the 9 that the team has total. And now with that mid lane inhibitor destroyed, with Junja down, barely hanging on. He gets caught by Yike, who jumps in with the second half of the flail, can't quite get the kill. Rest tries to defend, but it ain't gonna matter. Kalist already has the unstoppable streak here as they knock down the CFO top laner. 5v4 for KC as they're on the victory march. That first Nexus turret is about to fall. The second is all the same. Vladdy jumps in. Hongq survives the stasis with only a second, but Doggo will die in his place. Hongq falls next, and KC will be the first team that's not HLE to put a loss on CFO's record. They'll go up 1-0.
KC have grown so much over this tournament, and they get a taste of revenge in game number 1 here versus CFO. Remember though, this is a full best of 5
full Fearless. So we've got a lot of work still to do. And we will surely be back into the action here very soon. But first, we got to toss to a break. Don't go anywhere.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX, the ultimate hub for all things LoL Esports. Get a browser built for League fans. With a custom UI, exclusive themes, and seamless LoL Esports tournament integration. Follow every play, see every result, get access to exclusive contests, rewards, and co-streaming options. Only on the browser for legends. Only on Opera GX.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey, puppy, why don't you take my keys and go for a ride?
Welcome, Stella.
So you talk. Stella? Almost. What's next? Bright blue. It's bold.
Sorry, hon.
I'm hungry, actually. Your favorite, right?
How did you know?
Flashback, before you got mad, you didn't crack that. In and out of dolo when a new man's to the boy got only when he cracks that. Man, I don't act like heads up, yeah, all of that one pack. I could be anywhere, you know, right? To the game on the head, it's all mad at, mad at, mad at.
Motivation. Motivation. Yeah. Try to stop me, yes. Motivation. 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 I can't lose, no, I won't quit. I won't quit, got the juice, yeah, I'm so sick, all night, no days off. Days off and going hard, it's the payoff. Yeah, I train like a true dude. In the rain, in the snow, dirt too. No excuses, gotta get it, gotta pay the price. Cause you can't make it to the top without sacrifice. One life, you know how we do it, we kill it. Taking no losses, we started, we finished. I came from the bottom, I'm here, I'm relentless. Live without fear, dream with no limit. Now I'm in the big league, they ask how I did it. Not overnight, grinding from the beginning. Now we popping bottles, it's over, we lit it. We got the victory, really, it's the moment of a lifetime. It's on me, I used all my lifeline. Opportunity of a lifetime. Can't stop, gotta give it all right now. Opportunity of a lifetime, yeah. You know how we do it, we kill it. Taking no losses, we started, we finished. I came from the bottom, I'm here, I'm relentless. Live without fear, dream with no limit. Now I'm in the big league, they ask how I did it. Not overnight, grinding from the beginning. Now we popping bottles, it's over, we lit it. We got the victory, really this motivation. 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 It's the moment of a lifetime. It's on me, I used all my lifeline. Yeah, opportunity of a lifetime. Can't stop, gotta give it all right now. Opportunity of a lifetime. It's the moment of a lifetime. One lifetime. It's on me, I used all my lifeline. Yeah, opportunity of a lifetime. Can't stop, gotta give it all right now. motivation, motivation, motivation. It's the black. Jack in the system, Jack in the system, Jack in the system. Fire me up from Jack in the system.
Rumble.
Ja.
Rumble dead.
Look, citizen. Finish direct.
Okay,
we can.
Azir no flash. I have Q1. Azir no flash. Q1.
Civil canna? No flash.
Civil flash. Look here. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Big.
I can kill.
Base for Nad, base for Nad.
Base.
Just base already, Target. He is dead.
I'm like a smurfing. Good job, Targa. Good job, everyone, okay? We're smurfing on them. No! Yes, Targa! Good job.
Welcome back to First 10 2025. The first semifinals is on and the sky is blue so far in Seoul. Of course, I have the biggest smile here. It was not the most exciting game though, guys. Really. Oh, okay.
What?
For all
you have us.
For all the macro maniacs out there.
Those mid-game map rotations are great from Casey, okay?
I'm here to see bloody games, and that is not what I saw. But also, I feel like that's what was expected with this draft here, especially when you look on CFO's side. Let's take a look at the priorities, because I feel like drafts are good. The way they came together, there's some stuff to be said here.
Yeah, I mean, I think Dan and I were watching this and we're like, okay, like we like the first three from both sides. This is interesting. You can go a lot of places with this draft. The Leona 4 pick was interesting to me because you could have saved that for R5 counter pick, right? Instead, you're blinding it and then giving CFO automatically the support counter pick and then picking the Jace into the Rumble, which was first picked anyway. That was a little bit of a head scratcher for me. I also didn't like the Sivir as much.
I feel like it's really, especially since it's game one in a best of 5, bringing out the Sivir in game one. I know there was a lot of 80 carry bans, but I was thinking if you wanted someone with a bit more range, like Ashe was available, which would probably fare better into the Varus, give extra engage tools. If you had the Ashe, maybe you could even afford to have the Braum, which is a pretty powerful duo, but even Ashe Alistar would have been fine. But I just think the Sivir, you have a lot of wave clear. You can play a slow game, but you're just outranged constantly. And anytime by the Varus, and anytime you're in range of like the Yone or the Jace, you're not having a good time because they can just easily jump onto you.
And that's the thing, when you look at the way the game played out, again, very slow pace, which is expected. Teams building leads their own way. KC stacking up the Drakes on one side, CFO getting this map pressure on the other side. What sealed the deal here for either team?
I mean, actually, it started early with the Drake stacking to me, right? Because KC really did well to put themselves in a position where if they weren't rotating first to an objective, they were also able to contest, like at Grubs. So I think the big thing was that came through was obviously the Drake stacking as we look at one of their fights. The thing I'd want to praise about not just for mid-game macro, but again, the fact that they were able to get to an objective to have a good setup where they can just kind of go in and back off like we see from this teamfight here.
Yeah, and I think they were doing a fantastic job of allowing the Varus to land poke, and specifically, not even necessarily on the carries, but onto Junja, so like the Xin Zhao just could not approach, getting range to smite. It felt like they did a really good job of focusing on the jungler and the setup of these objectives, which just allowed them to keep getting them and stacking them up. And eventually, Infernal Soul with Varus is just too hard to deal with.
Yeah, the Infernal Soul made all the difference too, right? Because you can see CFO were like, okay, we do have this scaling, in particular Sivir, right? And so I think they did back off. CFO, actually, interestingly enough, has the lowest combined kills per minute of any team at this tournament, at the tournament itself. And then in this last game, it halved that almost, right? So you could see how patient they wanted to be, but when you do that, you have to be careful about extending when you don't have pressure. And then also, I thought KC, again, did a really good job of making sure that if CFO were showing up to an objective, they had agency, whether they wanted to kind of poke around at CFO or whether they were already first and forcing CFO to come into them.
I think a lot of correct moves, especially like if you start the Baron against a composition like that, can be really risky, but they set all these traps, managed to pick out the enemy jungler, and it just felt like the steps they were taking were absolutely the right ones, and really they were driving the pace of the game, which I think is so important against a team like this, against a composition like this.
And for me, that's the big improvement when I look at the first series they played and how they showed up today. The last series, guys, was not competitive. If you haven't seen it, you don't want to watch it if you're an EU fan. Of course, as it is tradition in any CFO series, we're gonna have a driver subbed in for rest. So, classic question maybe, any expectations on how this could impact their gameplay and the way they want to approach this second game here, playing on blue side?
I mean, I think maybe a factor is that, especially going up against Kana, he had such a lane advantage in the last game. I think really hard to match up into him. So I guess I'll just see if Driver can sort of manage it a little bit better. But I feel like this, when he had that Jason got such a lead in that matchup, he was definitely a problem, especially combining that poke with the Varus.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is the big thing for me is substituting Driver in. I think they're probably not going to go for as much of a pushing or like carry lane matchup, even though Rumble is like an incredible pick, right? So that's what it tells to me anyway. And we'll see what they want to do on blue side.
We have been talking when it comes to CFO about the fact that this is a very Junjia-dependent team when it comes to setting the pace in the early game. Do you feel like he could get more agency? Do you feel like he could get more empowered through draft? Or is it something that you felt like was missing in this first game for CFO to be as impactful as we know them?
I mean, I'm not sure if it was missing because I don't think CFO, like, I really want to praise KC's map rotations and for taking advantage of the fact that CFO wanted to play so slow. But if he had been super, super aggressive and in his lanes, I don't really think that suits necessarily what they wanted to do, except for maybe the Rumble on the top side of the map or the Azir mid, right? Because they do kind of want to play a lot more patiently and scale up. So I would like to see him with something where he can combine with his lanes a little bit more, like especially in mid game.
I think as well, not having the prio bot because you're playing into that Varus. I think Kaiwing's had a fantastic tournament. I think if you have prio in bot or you can contest it, it frees him up a lot more to pair up with his jungler. And I think they should look to secure that in this game too.
I really feel like it's going to be a long series, guys, today. And we're all here for this. So far, KC leads 1-0 against the Oysters. We'll see if they can fight back and how they can fight back. Casters, let's see another for game 2.
Thank you very much, Laure, and welcome back, everybody. It's time for game number 2. If you're just now joining us, you heard the lady. KC is up 1-0. Now, Kobe, game number 1 was a little on the slow side. It was
a little, you say?
It was a little on the slow side. I think it was about 23 minutes that Dragon Soul spawned, and up until that point, the game had exactly 1 kill.
So, Flowers, we are starting 4 hours earlier than our previous schedule that we have had for this tournament.
Yeah.
So do you think that has something to do with it? And no one just told CFO.
So we just got to wait another 3 hours and 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Because we're 20 minutes in.
Exactly.
Okay.
So we're all starting a little slow here.
Okay. All right.
Me too. You know.
Need a little bit of wake up time.
That's the great thing about Fearless. I forget. I think it was Chronicler or something. Was like, yeah, you can never have salty runbacks anymore because of Fearless. So thankfully, we are gonna get a shakeup in draft here, and we'll see. One of the other big things that we started game number 1 with, I was very complimentary of Jinja.
Yeah.
And he did not have a very good game.
You cursed him.
I actually feel bad. I think I did curse him.
I think that was markedly his weakest game of the tournament.
My bad. Yeah, he was not looking great. The solo lanes also, I mean, all around. You know, they decided to invest in the Bank of Shurima, and they needed a bailout at the Drag Soul. They did not get that bailout.
No, they did not.
KC just,
the bank went under.
Yeah, KC stomped them. Okay, so let's see about this one and the adjustments that will be made here. I believe Ezreal is going to be very high prio this time around.
Yeah.
Since the Varus also has been added to permaban status from the previous game, and they have banned the Kalista as well, so.
Okay, so the Ezreal was the 3rd ban in the first half last game from CFO. They banned it away themselves. This time around, they're just going to go ahead and ban out the Ambessa. That leaves the Ezreal open. So they're pretty much saying, hey, KC, if you don't pick Ezreal, we are picking Ezreal.
Yeah, I really think so, because, I mean, especially in the last game, you saw like how big a difference in range, you know, shows up later on into the game in the mid stages and late stage. So for me, my prio on Ezreal is really high here. Also because Ezreal, if you pick it for Doggo, would allow Kaiwing like a roaming, you know, engage support, which he also really excels on. But First pick is a lot to invest in it, so let's see. Nice.
I like it. I like that investment.
Personally, I think that's a good start.
Yeah, I think that especially when you consider, again, this was one of the champions that Doggo piloted in one of their previous wins against KC back on day number 2. He did it amazingly. Yeah. Again, no deaths in series either game. I think that this is a great start for them to go with. We'll see what KC want to answer with. Remember that once again in the previous game, it was Doggo getting first blood thanks to another gank from Junja that ended up working out in their favor, even though Yike was also there. So we'll see if they keep that prio on the bottom lane up. But the first pick from KC will be the Taliyah for Vladdy in the mid lane.
This, to me, is also a really good kind of fearless steal away and block. Not only do I love Taliyah right now because it pairs really well with a lot of the AD jungles and pairs pretty well with mobile comps here. If you have Kai'Sa, I mean, your late game strategy, like you have lots of mobility and you have lots of burst potential, but Taliyah also has been something that Hongq has gone to almost as much as Azir here, have been the 2 primary picks. So good little steal away pick there as Vladdy's going to be able to take away the Taliyah, even though they themselves, you know, banned away the Vi, and you don't have that like guaranteed setup for Seismic Shove. You can use other setups for Seismic Shove, no problem anyway.
Okay, and we're going to see the Nautilus locked in here for CFO. Not only is this going to give you some engage of your own, but it's a great takeaway from an enemy composition that is just locked in the Kai'Sa for Kalist. I always say that the game has one canonical bot lane with Xayah Rakan, but Kai'Sa Nautilus is on like that same level for me. I just feel like I see these 2 champions paired so much they might as well be married, and now we've got them broken up. This should be able to at least give them some nice engage, some nice front line, and ooh, we're going to get the big man.
And this is one of the biggest things, and looking up this team, Driver puts so many games on Gragas and Sion.
Yeah.
That it's like, when it gets locked, some people are like, oh yeah, you know, it's flexible too, you could throw it in the jungle. Not really. It's like a Driver specialty for sure, so I assume it is going to be top again. You know, HLE, it's dangerous to do that against them because Zeus was like, okay, I'll slam a Vlad and I'll get some free scaling, and then the Vlad was a absolute terror that they had to deal with. So let's see what Kana wants to play into the Gragas. Yeah. See if Kana can also bring some like giant carry threat here. Look for a nice landing phase into it. But right now, they continue to throw some bans here towards the mid lane. So protecting the Taliyah a little bit, taking away the Victor instead.
Yep, wanting to make sure that they get rid of that. The Ambessa so far is the only topside ban that we have in the draft. We'll see if they want to continue pinching towards some of those counter picks that you were talking about. I don't know if they're particularly scared of Vlad. I don't know if they are scouting Kana for playing Vlad.
Not everybody is Zeus.
Yeah, not everybody's rocking the Vlad these days, but Gnar is a very common pick. I feel like if you're a top laner in Pro League of Legends, you probably play Gnar, so
Kana definitely does. Yep.
Pretty safe to ban that one away.
All right, let's see. What do we follow it up with here? Taliyah doesn't have any like horrendous matchups, but okay, the Tristana, take that one out, the Classic as well. Because, I mean, they already do have the Gragas for topside, so you could definitely still run, you know, AD mid and like AP jungle or something like that on the side of CFO, so want to cover the bases there. Take out the other main AD mid. Let's see, are they worried about, you know, like a Vlad pick or something that has been practiced and prepared for it? No, more so Wukong here. Okay, Wukong does work super well with a lot of these dive comps, you know. The Kai'Sa Rel combination, Wukong does very well setting that up. And as we mentioned, you want the AD jungle to pair with your Taliyah, so very reasonable ban as well.
Yeah, the fact that you get to double cast the ulti especially just makes it also that much easier for him to stick onto champions, even like Ezreal, that normally have pretty good self-peel. So I like the ban there. All right, Aatrox is the answer into the Gragas for the top side.
Yeah, another nice lane into it. More standard than the Vladimir here, but also kind of similar blood leeching survivability. You could survive off
blood leech.
Yeah, I mean he eats off the large belly of Gragas, similar to what Vlad does. Yeah, just kinda
takes a chomp out of his belly.
You with me a little bit? All right.
Whoa. Okay, we got Junji on the Okay, I really do like Kindred and Gragas combined together because of the way that the ultis work. Lamb's Respite creates that zone of immortality, and then the big man just says, get the hell out of zone.
Exactly. Any enemies trying to partake in our Kindred ultimate will be cleaned off.
Exactly. Aatrox takes a big bite of Gragas' belly, but then Gragas is still big enough to knock everybody out.
How many circles do you want with your comp, Flowers?
We got a lot of circles here with the Galio locked in too, so anybody that manages to avoid the Gragas knockout then gets hit by the Galio knockup.
So, our main takeaway from this draft is going to be Junja has to have a good game. You are running Kindred Galio here. That Galio mid is about setting up this Kindred, so much CC. Your ultimate allows the Kindred to go for deep invades. Your Nautilus has to pair up with your Kindred to go for offensive plays. This is a Junja Doggo dual carry, full send team comp here for CFO. Meanwhile, we get some extra spice here, and it's going to be very, very dive and like global for KC. So KC, as long as they have a decent early game and they can get these outer towers down, this team can make so many picks. They have insane global access here, adding the Pantheon on top of Taliyah and Kai'Sa. Constantly you can make threats on side lane, and so they just have to keep track of each other's globals. Galio ultimate versus the Pantheon, Taliyah, and Kai'Sa here, when everybody's making their calculations for all these side lane picks that they're going to be looking for.
I feel like both of these top laners could end up being magnets for really, really big dog piles from either side because both of them are such good sustained characters. Aatrox through his blood drain magic and Gragas through taking a swig out of the cask. These guys can fight these long extended battles, and then all of a sudden Pantheon's flying in, Galio's flying in, Taliyah's flying in, everybody's ready to back up these big battles. And I hope we get to see that. After last game, I need a 3 kill per minute blood math. Okay, I need some PvP.
Yeah, we did our very long single kill intro in our previous game, our our wind up here. So we're building up the tempo in this best of 5. Let's see.
We're scaling.
We are scaling. CFL, we're trying to last game, but KC put a stop to that very quickly.
And you already mentioned it, but I think that really
look at those teeth. Look at those teeth.
Yeah, he's hungry. They're red. He's got some got like some lipstick there, blood colored. He's ready to go.
That guy not scared of Gragas. Nope, take a big chomp just out of that belly,
chomping. So, I do think that you are hitting the nail on the head, not with this chomping thing, but with the the point that you made.
I'm hitting the belly with that chomping thing, though.
Yeah,
right?
you're hitting the belly with the chomp. I'll give you that. But the big thing I'm looking at here, the #1 player that I got my eyes on is Junja. I think that he has to have a good game. He has been such a just massive piece of what has made this CFO war machine so effective throughout the first 5 days of this tournament, that him having a bad game last game where he just wasn't able to really get a whole lot going after that first blood, and it just felt like the whole rest of the team wasn't getting what they needed done. But obviously, we had 20 kills, or 20 minutes with no kills. So if Junja can get going, I feel like you'll see more of the same CFO that we had seen up until the previous game.
So, yeah, and what does make me a bit trepid for CFO and a little bit cautious here in saying that they're going to fully bounce back in this game is that, in the first game, their composition is kind of built more around receiving, and KC's comp is built way more around like sending and offensive plays. This game, KC once again are built around sending offensive plays, and there's a lot of defensive receiving champions in Galio defensive ultimate, Kindred defensive ultimate, even Gragas at a lot of times. So if this game does go with a similar CFO on back foot, KC dictating the pace of the game and the plays of the game, game #1 makes me worried for the CFO side.
Yeah, I feel like it's always better to be the guys deciding the fights when you want them, where you want them, how you want them.
You seem like a full send guy rather than receiving plays.
Oh yeah, I have a rule when I play League of Legends. It's called PvP at level 3. I learned that from Gigabyte Marines back like 6 or 7 years ago or whatever. And I just feel like whenever you're calling the shots, it's just such a higher chance of getting the game that you want to have. And it looks like we have a little bit of a pause here early on.
All right. I will say, though, that's why I talk so much about the Galio players and the Nautilus players in these comps. Because Hongkyu and Kaiwing have the opportunity to, as long as they play with Junja well, and Junja has been very good at like leading the army, you know, and calling in the troops to go play with his offensive plays. As long as they can do that, Kindred can become a monster. Yep. Kindred with the CC of a Nautilus and a Galio has the opportunity. Ooh. Staring into your soul. Okay, I'm ready. He's ready to create that opportunity. Look at that.
He's ready.
Woo!
He's fired up.
He's going to be a playmaker. Okay. I'm actually sold now.
Okay, that did it for you?
That was a good player cam right there.
Dramatic stare down, I like that.
I'm down. They are not going to be waiting around this game. I expect Kindred to be leading here with the Galio, with the Nautilus, create some plays for themselves. You have to be so worried, though. We mentioned, you know, with Vibe Band out, you have a lot of other things you can set up Seismic Shove with, and Pantheon is another point and click. It's a little shorter range than a Vi ult, but Hongkyu with some fancy footwork here to get away from Targa, but is going to take several hundred damage to start this lane, which is already going to be him receiving a lot of rocks in the lane. So
yeah. And I mean, it's already, once those rocks were hitting him minute and 15, you can't go back and heal in time. So
yeah, that was a really good level 1 opener right there to get a nice health trade for the Taliyah.
All right, well, we'll see how badly it affects his lane, as he did have to...
Potion's gone already.
Yeah, he had to drink an early potion just as the first bunch of minions collide with one another. So we'll just see how everything ends up shaping out there in the mid lane.
Yeah,
down here in bottom side, Kaiwing immediately just dredge lining into Kalist, level 1, drops the Ignite on him, forces the barrier out of the KC 80 carry.
Kaiwing soaking up a lot of damage. A lot more focus fire there, as Nautilus got weakened so much, they're just going to back off. Level 2 will be acquired once again for the KC bottom lane first. They did a good job last time around. See about that little trade here. Yeah, try and take a bite out of the belly.
Yep.
See what happens.
You're not going to get one like that. Takes another swig out of the cask. And it's so difficult to trade into Gragas' snappy trading pattern as well, because of the fact that his body slam has priority over almost, if not every single other movement ability in the game.
Yeah.
It's just really annoying to deal with as a melee character.
I kind of like this. Yike coming in.
Honkyu's down to 200 HP. Justice punch backwards, but Vladdy ends up forcing the flash out of Hongkyu. There's the consequence of that early extra damage.
Junja should know, though, because the ward did see the invade coming, and obviously the bottom lane walking away is going to be a full giveaway, but I do kind of like that, taking away at least the red buff from a Kindred. You know, we talk about, can the Kindred will go for offensive plays with...
Oh, Yike's going to get the first blood right here, surely. Just needs one more hit to do it. Beautifully done. KC on the board.
All over this game. You know, the early game plan for the Kindred here is fully set behind.
Oh, Kaiwing wanting to scrap down here in the 2v2 yet again, but he's got to be careful about all the damage he's taken. Targamas down below 100. But calm, cool, and collected, not spending a flash or anything like that. Knows there's no more damage here to supply the kill. Junja not there in time to really contribute a whole lot to this. As Vladdy will move down through the river, but again, it's another nice dredge line coming out from Kaiwing. He's got to try to get away, flashes back out of the range of the crash down. Junja's got to escape now because Yike and Vladdy are also ready to join the fight. Yike still moving forward, no flash available on that Pantheon. Already used it earlier to get the first blood. But it's KC just looking better in these early scraps.
Yeah, Yike once again making some really good choices in this game after sealing away the red. Following up on all this pressure they've thrown to Galio, you know, it's been like several steps of KC aggression that got them to the point that they were able to get first blood on him.
Oh!
That was sick.
Yeah, that was a really good attempt from Kaiwing and a really good response from Kalist.
Yeah, Kaiwing's so good at these engages, but all he gets is the flash out. We'll see if they are able to end up following up on the flashless Kai'Sa and make a play there. But again, it has to be the Nautilus and the Galio to create a lot of these plays here for CFO. So I would say with mid lane already taken advantage of and KC kind of striking first there with the level 1 invade, with the follow-up gank to get the first blood, might be some more visits here with the Nautilus in store for Jinja.
It is a nice early gold lead here for KC. Obviously, the most of that is for Yike, who did manage to get the first blood for himself on this Pantheon. Hongyu sidestepping away from that seismic shove there. And I really just want to go back because we talk a lot about how League of Legends is a game where the smallest things can snowball into something much larger. And we really saw that happen in mid lane early this game. The early chunks that happen onto Hongyu that take him low, the fact that that means that then he gets forced out, he has to lose his flash early, then his jungler gets invaded, he loses the red, now Yike is up in tempo, now he can return to mid and kill Hongyu. It was just this snowball of destruction from an early couple of rocks.
And I would say continue to throw pressure there. I mean, the Galio still is not going to have the flash for a quite substantial amount of time. And Pantheon can constantly threat here with the point and click stun. The setup is very good, and Pantheon has a very good exit strategy for so many of these skirmishes. But currently, CFO into the Dragon, they leashed it. The Hextech Dragon is very annoying to get away from. They have to be careful. They're going to get collapsed on right here. This is not a good spot for CFO.
Yeah, this is really dicey. Kaiwing has no flash. Remember, CFO, they want to try to fight this. Galio makes a heroic entrance, but it doesn't even hit anybody on KC's side. Now CFO is trapped inside the pit. The Dragon's got about 2,000 health remaining. It's aggroed over the KC players for now. Junja dropping down. The Wolf right there has to flash back away from some of the incoming damage. Hongyu goes into the middle of everybody. Targamas isn't dead just yet, and Honkyu's going to be first to die. The Dragon is low. It is going to be claimed by the side of CFO, but they just lost so many men. There's no way it's worth it. 4-0 game for KC.
KC shooting oysters in a barrel, Flowers.
Yes, sir.
They're all grouped up in the back of the Dragon pit. And honestly, from the perspective of CFO, Hongyu is the only one who wants to make the play for an escape. Hongyu is ready to try and fight his way out, but they don't go when the Galio moves up. The rest of them stay towards the back of the pit. So Honkyu's like, yo, let's go for it, walk up. But Kaiwing's not there to follow up with the hook, so it's just Hongyu trying to deal with target himself, and he loses because KC, all with the semicircle of DPS around him, just way better coordination from KC there. On the Dragon, they get the objective, they get the kills. KC are stomping.
They wrecked him, man, but I gotta say, CFO just looks rattled from that first game, I guess. I don't know, like that Dragon Force felt crazy. Yeah. KC was ready and waiting like hungry wolves just to pounce on him.
Honkyu's the only one locked in, I feel like.
This is a little bit of a rough look from CFO, but honestly, good job from KC. They're the ones locked in. They're the ones making the punishes. They're the ones not allowing CFO to make these poor decisions and get away with it. And now it's just going to be even more money in the pockets of the carry down here in bottom lane. Kalist going to get that little bit of extra damage from the minions to secure the plate. Driver's going to be the one to come and answer him. But Kalist is almost up to a 1,000 individual gold lead over Doggo, who was like the star of the show in these two teams' first series.
So if we go back to the sending and receiving plays, KC, they can send a lot of them after the success they just had. Let's take a look. They're going to do just that. Kai'Sa was walking up.
And Kaiwing wanted to go for a dredge line there, but it hit one of the little void mites. Kalist versus Driver, and Kalist is unafraid of dealing with this solo laner that's 2 levels above him as CFO continues hanging around the grub pit. They've already secured one of the little grubs, but that's it. Seismic Shove does not hit a target. Kalist again looking for the battle. Beautiful job there with the killer instinct, getting away from the explosive cask. Driver slows Kalist down enough to survive. But again, level 6 versus level 8, the Kai'Sa comes out on top.
Yeah, Kalist also can take a bite out of the belly. Looks like Doggo's going to fire off the ulti down bottom, try and help with the, the wave's not even there anymore, so that Ezreal just kind of whiffed. Regardless, though, up on this top side, they're still fighting over the last one.
Okay.
Yike has Smite available, but it's an unupgraded Smite.
Okay, so there it is. Actually, all 3 grubs go the way of CFO. That's the first thing this game that has really gone their way. They played that very patiently. They played it very slowly. They didn't want to overcommit or fully back off, and they managed to navigate it in a way that resulted in a much-needed success, considering Kobe, they're down 2,000 gold, not even 10 minutes in.
Yeah, good patience there from CFO on it. Yike was just 1 camp away from trying to upgrade his smite there, and Junja able to get them all. Let's see, that is Dragon to them. So let's see what the objective focus. Can CFO make it worth it? Because the gold after that Dragon fight and grouping everybody up there inside the Dragon Pit, gold definitely will determine a lot here for the next couple of stages.
All right, Junja just got to farm up, get some more marks, get himself to the point where this Kindred can be more relevant. 0, 1, and 0 compared to the 1, 0, and 2 of Yike. Again, just talking about the difference in junglers between the first series and now. Beautifully done by Driver there. Knocks Kalist back underneath the turret. Also destroying all of the minions in the process with the AoE, forcing the flash into the KCAD.
Driver gets a little revenge there.
Yeah.
Big cooldown in the summoner spell. Yeah, even though the previous play we saw was much more ego win for the list, as he was able to force Driver out. Much more material victory here in the longer cooldown. W4 Driver, but interesting how this time around it is KC with the gold advantage, but CFO with the objectives advantage. Bit of a reverse from the previous setup.
Well, we've got, what is it, 15 seconds before our next Drake spawns. The first one was an absolute tragedy for CFO, even though they got it. We'll see what the second looks like as Driver has found himself caught out of position. It's exactly what we said in the draft, Kobe. There's so much power for KC to just bring the whole squad in and instantly make anybody caught out of position a dead man.
Yeah, your side lanes are always in danger, and this isn't even, we were kind of looking towards when the outer towers are down. Oh, you're going to be so scared. Outer tower's still up, and Dragon is up. So with objective on this side of the map, KC decide to make one of their full send plays. Multiple ults invested in order to get the kill. Plus, you're going to basically trade turret plate money because they got turret plate money on the bottom side. Teleport here. It takes a long time in the early game to actually travel down there. So Kalist has his eyes open. He just walks away once he sees it. Is going to delay him. He won't go for a recall now since it was interrupted, but they got the Dragon here. So KC with their first Dragon for themselves in the Chem Tech. In addition to killing Driver last time, they want another piece of that Gragas flowers.
And he's just hanging around farming more plates. He has to know he's just dead here. Surely wants to flash for it, but no, it is not going to matter. Just feels like a wasted summoner spell. They slow him down, they beat him down, a little bit more damage is all they need, and the spear finds the big man. Yike gets number 2.
So we were correct about taking Chomps out of the Gragas belly, but incorrect as to who particularly was going to do the chomping.
Yep, Aatrox is a vegetarian this game.
It's been everybody besides the Aatrox.
Yeah.
getting a piece.
Everybody else is hungry as Kaiwing and Doggo, yeah, it's not like they're any real threat against Kana up here. He's happy to just sit, spam spells, clear the wave. First items completed kind of across the board here on the side of KC with the Kraken Slayer for Kalist. You've got the Archangel Staff nearly evolved into the Seraphs for Vladdy, and then the Double Sundered Skies. These guys are in a great spot. There's no fully completed items on CFO at all.
Yeah, Kalist is fairly rich. The last time I saw him get like real rich in the early game, he ended up 17 kills on a Jhin.
Yeah.
So let's see the high water mark. Can he reach it again? Because their full dive comp is set up to make tons of picks across the map and allow the Kai'Sa to fly in with the Killer Instinct and get so many more. First of all, secure the grubs for themselves, and then rotate someone down to the bottom side. Looks like CFO are going to get there fairly early. Looks like Targa will be the first one heading down, and they're going to try and slip Kalist in there in a little bit of a trailing play. Does Yike have ultimate? Yike has... Looks like that cooldown's coming up.
Not quite there.
The shadow wasn't quite there.
Yeah.
If Yike's ultimate was fully available, I feel like it would be another huge play.
Well, there it is. Now turret's ready to go. Kaiwing's in some danger for the grand entrance over the top. There's the Lamb's respite to try to keep everybody alive. The turret's still not dead yet. Yike is taken low, but Junja's on the run and he's first to die. It's 2 dead bodies in CFO jerseys. It's KC wanting even more. Kaiwing runs all the way away. The spear misses, so now they turn their attention over onto Doggo. He's still got plenty of health. He shifts back towards his own tier 2 turret. And KC, again, this is an 8-0 game. CFO just have no response.
I mean, well, Vladi's gonna take a visit here.
Immediately blast Driver for about half his HP. Wants to keep chasing, flashes forward past the explosive cast. Driver just trying to use the fancy feet, but I don't see any way out, man. This is gonna be a 9-0 game.
Even Talia can bite.
Even Talia, she turned him into a popsicle.
Oh man, everybody just getting a piece of Driver in this game. And honestly, it's kind of crazy with the first series being 2-0 for CFO. Like, this one doesn't look particularly close. We were just squinting and looking at the cooldown on Yike's ultimate. It feels like he was just mashing it as it came up. And they got another one of those repeat plays on bottom side with the double semi-globals, and they even brought Kana this time around, so they felt bad he hadn't gotten to participate. So Kana got to get in there with the World Ender, and Vladdy says, you know what? I'm just gonna flash for this ultimate and finish you off. One more Gragas kill for the side of KC.
Man, KC is just making CFO look foolish today. These semifinals, these first best of 5s that we're getting to see in Fearless mode. Kobe, at this pace, we are not seeing a 5th game.
I would definitely wager that we don't. Yeah, I think that would be a safe bet. KC running the map right now, and it also gets worse from this point for CFO.
Yeah, it sure doesn't get better.
It definitely does not get better. All right, let's see about it though here. Level 11 for Kalist on this Kaisa, who is the early gold winner and is still the one with the largest gold difference here.
Oh, Target with the flash over the wall, immediately follows it up with a crash down Magnet Storm. More help, another Weaver's Wall. Kaiwing low, but he stays alive. Reinforced by Hongq. CFO's bottom lane duo barely holds on with 100 HP each, but now the Herald's been summoned up. Now the tier 1 turret's gonna be forced down. Now the gold lead is 6,000, 17 minutes into the game.
Well, that's gonna be another dragon for KC. Honestly, playing with their food at the moment. Driver here has been the food.
Yep, and it looks like he's about to be another heaping helping. The Ignite's still ticking. He does manage to eat 1 honey fruit to live through it. But that's about the best CFO can ask for right now.
Yep, an escape with his life. Yike throwing up the Amumu tears. I mean, the tournament started with tears for Yike, but now it is ending with, I mean, a rocket to the moon. He has just
tears of sadness, tears of joy.
Yep, tears of joy. There you go. He has been exceptional. Definitely big stuff for him. Nice to see him kind of weather the storm of the early criticism leveled in this tournament. And KC overall, very nice stuff. I mean, especially with the young players, with Kalist and Vladdy here on the international stage, showing up very nicely, getting some much needed international experience here.
And I was talking to Vedius yesterday, or 2 days ago, excuse me, when I was casting with him, and he was talking about how for Kalist and Vladdy, they've said before how they want to go to internationals, they want to play against the best of the best. Even if they get clobbered, they want that experience. They want to know what it's like to play against these best players in the world. And so far, CFO have been crushing everybody except for HLE at this tournament, and now KC's bouncing back and crushing CFO. I think that experience is doing them pretty good, Kobe.
Yeah, and plus your reward for winning this is more experience. You get finals position.
CFO, they wanted to make the move, but KC was ready for the reaction, and now Hongq's the target. Everybody in KC has arrived to the party, and they don't want just one. Junja's in some danger now as the Unraveled Earth makes it hard to get away. Junja wants to escape over the wall, but yike! With another spike from downtown.
It's a hit. Yike don't miss those. Okay, Targa
Targamas just setting up another one. That doggo ain't going to heaven, and Kalish is dominating. Oh, no. I'm sorry.
It's true, though. That doggo's going to the fountain flowers.
Yep, that's a black and white screen for the next 20 seconds. That is another turret for KC. Let's take another look at how they found another play.
Yeah, you know, Hongyu just wanted to go for the flash play. They could feel this game is quickly running away from them. So went for the flash play attempt, but Vladdy doesn't let him have it, and then they just punish on the way out. Nowhere for CFO to go. They're just, at that point, they're so spread out. It was a swing and a miss, and KC punished them very heavily for it, because then they also find a dog walking through the park here, aimlessly through the jungle, and that is no longer your territory. That is now KC territory.
They have claimed that fire hydrant, my friend. This is nothing for CFO on the Rift anymore. We are 20 minutes into the game, and we are at the point where CFO now needs KC to throw. But the problem is, we're also at the point where Otacon's on the board. And there is nobody on CFO that can get anywhere even close to this thing. Kalist and Yike can just two-man it so easily.
Yeah, and critically, this Otacon will give you permanent power in the flowers, extra experience, and a lot of adaptive force here for them, rather than we saw in the previous game. I think one of the calls that CFO actually did really well was when they gave up the red Otacon for the temporary buff into the hands of KC in exchange for tower gold that they could use and would be permanent, but and then they timed out that buff. But this one, nothing you can do about it. Those flower buffs will be permanent for KC. Even more damage now will be coming your way. KC rule the map. All that's left really is for them to continue to look for picks and destroy the control that CFO even have over their own secondary towers here. CFO now is at the point where you just have to group everyone up and overload one side of the map again. Try and make the big play to pick off like Connor or something in a side lane. Yes, you know that a Talia wall and a Kalist ultimate are going to come flying through and don't have a lot of time to work with, but oh no,
oh boy, here he goes again. Don't think he's going to be driving too much further. Does manage to flash away from the Shattering Strike. Targamas with the remount. Flashing forward. Wants just a little bit more here. Oh, the Magnet Storm, not quite what he wanted. Doesn't matter. Yike comes crashing down and guarantees it. Vladdy will take the kill on that one. 13-0 now in this second game. Oh, make it 14. Nice shove from Vladdy. Kalist, godlike. 7-0-4 on the Kaisa.
All right, will we continue to count here? Looks like everybody else will back off. Just going to be, I would assume, the tower into Dragon here for KC, because they have the luxury of anywhere on the map they want to go. Oh, interesting. So the Scuttle Crab marks are still spawning here. That just goes to show how few marks Junja's been able to get in this game. He has 2. Which is another sad point, but there you go. 3.
Okay,
there we go.
All right, one more, and he hits the mark power spike.
Love it.
And they're down 10,000 gold, 23 minutes in. So I'm not gonna lie, I don't think it's gonna make a ton of a difference here.
No.
However, CFO has to just take anything they can get right now.
And we have to even start thinking about the next games for CFO. In a best of 5 here, you don't want to let the first 2 really crush your mental. You have to try and regroup for the rest of the series here. Yes, it's going to be must win from here on out for CFO, but oh man, Driver.
Again, man. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Body slams away for that first shove, but no, I don't think he's getting away, man. They brought everybody yet again. The cast just ends up knocking Kana and Yike forward. Junja does get enough distance to escape the Pantheon in time, so he's not going to be a follow-up kill himself. We still don't even have Baron on the map for another minute and a half for KC to move over and try to take. Junja hit by the Q2 over the wall there from Kana. Kana's having the top lane experience this game. 0-0-2, the game's won. He's showing up, having a little bit of fun himself now. But man, KC just putting on a show here in this second game. The first one was so impressive. It was so slow for such a long time. They have one big explosive fight, they win it, and they just snowball that into a victory. Here in this second game, just from pre-minion spawning all the way back to chunking Hong Q right before the minions are about to collide in the mid lane, it's just been KC from the very start.
Yeah, I think CFO, they have to just pick some winning lanes and a proactive jungler for Jinja and completely change the script in the next game. You cannot afford to play without proactive plays. You have to get some priority for yourself somewhere on the map, and you have to start forcing some stuff in the next game. Because KC right now, they're just running the map. Let's see.
15-0 in kills, 6-1 in turrets. They got the Otacon, they got the Herald. The Grubs ended up getting split even. Just about the only objective that CFO has managed to claim for themselves. The gold difference powered by AWS. Just a massive ocean of red as Kana finds himself caught out a little bit here on the bottom side of the river. Does get knocked back by the explosive cast. Kana will drop, and finally CFO's on the board. Yike wants to get one back there on Junja as Vladdy shows up from behind. Kalist goes legendary as Junja dies, and now another kill comes through for the side of KC. Make it a triple for Kalist. Is it a quadra for Kalist? No, Vladdy shuts down the potential of a pentakill there, but that does not matter. KC got what they needed, and they can march their way over to Baron.
All right, Doggo. Here you go. It's Doggo in a dream. He's got a missing shot.
That dream might turn into a nightmare, my friend. Vladdy jumps right off the Weaver's wall, and he wants more damage onto that Doggo, but there's the shattering strike. The ace for KC.
The ace, the Baron, the Scuttle Crab. The full trifecta.
The three most important things in League of Legends.
Definitely true. KC here, they have to be riding so high on the momentum they've built in this series. With this Baron buff, you have to believe it'll be a quick reset into pushing very deep. And
well, Junja knocked right back into the rock field, knocked right back into the spawn platform.
Okay, CFO, they did manage to get a kill in this game, though, Flowers.
Yes, Doggo is on the board.
That is something.
That is about all they got.
It is crazy, though, because I still want CFO to be proud of what they were able to accomplish in this tournament, even just in the beginning of it, you know. Had some impressive stuff, so I hope this does not take away too much from what they have been able to accomplish. And of course, like we said, this series is a full best of 5. This is not over. This is a stomp, but it does not mean the rest of the series has to be this way.
Exactly. You can still bounce back. You can still keep going. You can still fight your heart out for the next 3 games and win the thing. But KC has shown this is not day 2. This is not the team that they played a few days ago back at the start of First Stand. This is a squad that has evolved in such an insane way throughout this past week of competition, showing up and looking completely lost, completely disjointed, and then just leveling up day after day after day to the point where we're at right now, where they're about to be 1 game away. I can't even finish this sentence praising them before they get another kill because they're so far ahead. They're up 15,000 gold, and they're about to be 1 game away from making the finals.
Incredible stuff here with the young players. Actually, 0 deaths on either Vladdy or Kalist. 18 and 19 years old on the international stage, looking to end it. Vladdy was the one that got the seismic shove on the last driver kill, the most recent one of many, and that's going to be KC.
That's all it takes. Tarmus jumping into the back line with the Magnet Storm for the initiation. It's time to pad those stats. There's nothing else to it. CFO falls back onto the steps of Fountain as KC pushes forward to the enemy Nexus. A double kill for Yike to round it out, and that'll be KC moving to match point.
Huge stuff for KC there, and it has got to be crunch time now for CFO to turn it all around. They have to change everything.
Yeah, take whatever you're doing so far and suplex it. Get ready to go. Get ready to fight back because now CFO's backs are against the wall. 1 more game. is all that separates KC from a trip to the finals and whoever awaits them there. We'll see if they become our first stand finalists. We'll be right back after the break.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX, the ultimate hub for all things LoL Esports. Get a browser built for League fans. With a custom UI, exclusive themes, and seamless LoL Esports tournament integration. Follow every play, see every result, get access to exclusive contests, rewards, and co-streaming options. Only on the browser for legends. Only on Opera GX.
Face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step. I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here, ain't stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
When you have 5G home internet, you can get entertainment you already love for less, like Netflix and Max, Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus. Save on them all. Plans start at just $35 a month. Only on Verizon.
Show them your balance, show them your passion. Move forward, not back. Go hard, be effortless, confident. Off the ground might be safe for now, we ain't pedaling. Keep control, we ain't settling. Keep it going to the very end. Till you win, gotta try again. Ain't no limits, we gon' get it in. Hey. Start it up, we finish. Never running out of energy. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going, I ain't limited. Coming to get it and pushing the limits. You better pray we ain't come to play. Went on a mission, you tunnel your vision. Now I can't hear what haters say. Didn't believe they didn't need. Now they can see what time it is. Infinity, now you can see. High in the hills where I'm trying to live. Tell me how long this lasted. Never mind, we ain't waiting away. Chasing great, can't be jogging in place. If it ain't helping, it's taking away. You ain't helping, you just in the way. Limitless range, we take it to space. Chasing the dream, you can't relate. Time's ticking, I cannot be late. Start it up, we finish. Never running out of energy. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going, I am limitless. Limitless. Start it up, we finish. Limitless. Never running out of energy. Limitless. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going, I am limitless. Limitless. Start it up, we finish. Limitless, never running out of energy. Limitless, keep it going till we finish. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going, I am limitless. No boundaries, no end, no limits. Nothing is easy, and everything is earned. Be the last one standing. Be the best out. Be limitless. Limitless. Start it up, we finish. Limitless. Never running out of energy. Limitless. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going, I am limitless. Limitless. Start it up, we finish. Limitless. Never running out of energy. Limitless. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going till we finish.
blue.
I am not nervous, I'm telling you.
No, you are it's fine.
I'm not nervous.
And the Kindred will go for offensive plays. Oh, yeah, he's gonna get the first blood right here, surely. Just needs one more hit to do it. Beautifully done. KC on the board.
I'm watching that one.
Look on that. Look on that. It's too deep. No.
They're gonna commit for tower.
Yeah, kill up.
We win this.
I'm fine, okay, RV.
Go deep.
No flash, no flash.
Welcome back to First and 2025, where a 2-0 lead may beget a quick final qualification for the boys in blue, and we're back. I know, I'm not
I knew it
responsible
was
for that
coming
one.
and I still laughed.
I know, it was cute. It was very cute. And absolute dominance on the side of KC so far with, I want to say, a very interesting approach here, especially when you think of the draft. It could go either way, but they needed to keep the ball running in the early game.
Yeah, I really liked, so we were talking about these two compositions, right? And it does get to the point where with the champs that KC have, it's very hard to go into what CFO drafted, right? So it's like, okay, KC need to get ahead really early, and I thought they did a great job with it.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about game one, how it was a slower paced game. It was KC really setting the pace of the game. This one, they just amped that up to 11. You know, this is a composition where you really want to be driving forwards. Talia Pantheon, you have the point-and-click CC with a knockback, and you have this dive threat. But again, you're playing into so many disengaged peel tools from CFO. They needed to sort of lean into the composition's win cons, and they really did. It was really positive to see from them.
Yeah, hard to execute, but they needed to make things happen in the early game, as you guys said, and every second counts. And thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Yike was able to get the first blood for his team, which started the whole snowball for the game.
Yeah, and this was so crucial, right? So it's just a simple mid lane gank, but it does set up everything that goes on afterwards, because essentially with this setup, you have Talia, you have Pantheon, you can be anywhere on the map. And remember when BLG kept doing that same dive in the Gen G series at MSI, where it's like, oh, set your watch, like Shun is bot lane, he's diving them again. That's what it was like for Driver in this series, in bot on the Gragas. Every time he pushed up, Pantheon's there, Talia's there. He's just dying constantly in side lanes. I thought Yike and Vladdy did such a good job of attacking CFO.
And that first blood really led to that, because, you know, Galio's typically good at just being able to, like, stabilize mid, just wave clear, just defend. But the second you free the Talia, the second you put that pressure on the Galio, you just spread the pressure down towards bot, and they did that to great effect.
And I was looking at bot lane here, honestly, especially when you have Dogo piloting the Ezreal. We know he's really, really good with the champ, but I feel like KC knew what they had to do here for defense and for offense as well. Everything was settled in the bot lane here, Ox.
Yeah, it felt like there was a big goal from CFO was kill this bot lane tier 1. They didn't manage to, but they really tried to make it happen. And KC were like, fine, we'll just pick up these free kills. You know, the Gragas kept overextending in these situations. And then eventually the call was made from CFO that, you know what? We need more people bot lane. And KC were happy to match.
Yeah, and as you see, it's even with the Galio able to come in and the Kindred, you kind of, because KC have already set the pace, because they are so far ahead, it's not a position where KC are diving into them, right? It's incredibly reactionary. And honestly, as a champion, Talia has been kind of a star of a lot of drafts here. She's really flexible. She gives you so much side lane pressure. That's a massive amount of damage coming out of both Kalist and Vladdy.
Talia, blue wall, kind of on brand here.
There you
for
go.
KC.
Yeah, that's perfect.
But okay, I'm gonna be honest, guys. I've seen enough EU games. I've seen enough KC best of fives to know that this is when things could get complicated here. I remember the first time they faced off against G2. I remember when they almost got reverse swept against Fnatic. I have my eyes on this game 3 here and what they're gonna come up with.
So yeah, my thing is for CFO, I think Honkyu has been pinched a lot in draft, which is a slight problem. And then Junja is, I think, running out of picks that he's most comfortable on. He still has the Wukong, which we've seen him pilot to great success. But outside of that, I think there's a little bit of a drop-off. So those are the two players I'm looking at on CFO. As we see, they're also going to be substituting in Rest. I did think Kana got the best of him in the first game, right? But we'll see if that also means maybe more of a carry top lane style.
Yeah, the fact they also chose red side and they're subbing in rest, I feel like they're trying to take it to Kana with that counter pick and have some early pressure, because I think they really need it, because game 1 was super slow, game 2 was super slow for them, and I just feel like they still haven't shown up. But game 3 in the series, they're one game from being sent home, and I still don't think we've seen that team we saw in the group stage.
For me, I have my eyes on Yike here. Not only because all the 3 champions are available for him, but also what a comeback story from him. Completely disregarded, completely outcounted for the fact that he was supposed to be nothing against G2, ramping up here in the tournament, working on that finals with KC. What a beautiful story from him.
Yeah, I've loved watching Yike kind of become the player he is now. And I think the big thing was he had a horrific start to this tournament, right? Like everyone was looking at him in particular and was like, he is having a really rough time. He's getting bested by all of his jungle opponents. So for him, and like I feel like him and Vladdy have definitely been the engine of their comeback. Yes, Kana has been performing super, super well the entire time. Their bot lane has been good as well, but those 2 are the 2 that I'm looking at who really, really have driven the improvement that they've had across this tournament.
I think for Yike, it really shows, you know, he is now very experienced with internationals and the fact he's able to right the ship, because if you took nameplates off and you looked at some of the earlier games in the group stage, and then you looked at games like this, you wouldn't think it's the same player. His performance has just been outstanding in recent matches.
And one game stands in between KC and finals. Flowers, Kobe, take us into the game.
Thank you very much, Laure. And she hit the nail on the head, man. They are 1 game away from getting it done. Incredible first 2 games from KC. We talked about it a little bit at the end of the last one. Game 1 was impressive because they played a slow, calm game, and then they won the big fight that matters. Game 2 was impressive because they just ran straight from the gate.
They ran over Driver, dude.
Yeah, Driver was, he's getting his license revoked after that one. That was not what CFO needed. They're subbing rest back in here for game number 3. And I think that you also summed it up pretty perfectly towards the end of the last game, talking about keeping your mental straight, keeping focused on what's ahead. You can still win, but a lot's got to change.
A lot does have to change here for CFO, and this is a make or break. Win or you are out of the tournament. Everything now riding on this game. Take it 1 game at a time. Meanwhile, KC, they can almost see it. They've got 1 foot in the finals.
Yeah.
With how well they're playing in this series.
They got like one foot, one and a half.
They only have like 1 toe out of it, maybe?
Yeah. There's a lot more than just 1 foot in there, I feel. Maybe the knee of the other leg is also like over the line.
Okay,
yeah, they're doing pretty good here. So let's see how it looks. We are going to get CFO over on the red side this time around.
Okay. See what adjustments they can make. Keep up the Kalista ban. No change there, not quite yet. Honestly, like, especially with all these bans stacking up in Fearless, I mean, I really think CFO need to have a super high priority on drafting some winning lanes. And Rest does play a wide variety of champions, so, you know, maybe they can get that for him. They are red side. They can do some counter picking here. Meanwhile, the standard bans continue to fall through. Victor still off the board.
Yeah, the round 1 Victor ban is a little bit surprising. I know that that's been banned out by KC earlier in the series, but it was one of those round 2 bans instead. The Kalista Renata, the entirety of the duo being banned out here nice and early by CFO.
All right, see what else we can chop down on.
You're really into the chomp.
I said chop this time around, but yeah.
Oh, I thought you said chomp, like take a bite out of it.
Yeah, I was totally running with that one for the Gragas theme last time, but then it just got like way too many.
Okay, so we're done with the chomp.
It went way too hard on the Gragas.
All right, we stomped the chomp.
Yeah,
that's gone.
Yeah, that was a rough one.
Well,
this
guy's
one,
gonna stay
okay.
gone too.
Keeping all the bands here, all the same ones. So maybe some Ivern then, because the thing that we started the day talking about was how critical for junglers, you know, the Skarner, Sejuani, Maokai, Ivern had been. Yike just had an amazing performance on Pantheon as well, which was not on the list, but was even more effective than the aforementioned take lineup / support jungle lineup. So maybe we get a visit towards the Ivern style composition. Honestly though, KC, I think they could just continue with a quicker moving comp here, more aggressive than that, as they already showed in the last game. And it's Slam, Kana, and Bessa.
Yup, this has been banned away from him in both of the previous games.
Will Rest get his Cassante then?
Yeah, maybe that's just what we do. We just go Ambessa Cassante. But I also feel like if you're CFO, you know if they already have Ambessa, they aren't going to take Cassante, so it'd be better just to grab it on 3.
And he, like we're saying, you need winning lanes and counter picks and stuff. So you want to do like even something like a Renekton into the Ambessa and like try and win lane early and try and snowball something, get something going for yourself in the game. Camille or something else has been used too, as far as a bit later.
Well, might be some kind of an issue there with the client. Hopefully that's something that we can resolve pretty rapidly, because I delays in situations like this where the series feels so intense are always the worst, because I'm like, no, I want to see what they pick next.
Yeah. Maybe some just more calm moments here for CFO. Take advantage of every moment you can get.
Deep breaths.
Meditation, deep breaths, fully reset, block it out.
Yup. Just chilling.
This Champ Select music doesn't really help me block it out.
No, this isn't particularly relaxing.
No, it's not super.
Got in there
with the.
It's not calming me down.
Calls.
No, it's not calming me down.
Not a good battle call for you.
But I wonder if we're going to get anything super crazy from CFO, or if it's just going to be comfort.
Yeah.
What would you rather have?
Super crazy every day of the week.
Okay.
You know me.
Well, no, I know you, and I know you only play Volibear.
Yeah.
That's not super crazy. That's comfort.
Right now, it might be super crazy.
Okay, I guess. Okay, all right.
Also, by the way, Volibear stomps on Ambessa. So if we want a counter pick,
that's a good matchup.
I actually do want to see a Volibear. You know what?
Okay, all right, fine.
I do.
All right,
and it would be good.
All right, Rest, slam the Volibear.
And it would play with my biting theme that we've had for this series.
Wait, does he still bite people? I thought that was his old W.
He does. The new W bites too.
I thought that's a slash mark. It has like a claw mark on them.
Bro, that's the Q.
No, the Q, he like runs at him and stomps and smacks him on the head.
Yeah, with his claws.
Yeah, but the W, it puts like a claw mark on them.
Dude, look at the animation. His head goes forward.
What?
It's a bite for sure.
Okay, hold on. I'm looking this up. Volibear. LOL wiki.
Let me see. I'm gonna look it up too. So
all right, let's figure out.
I don't trust you to report this correctly.
Volibear bite people. It's frenzied maul. Look, it's his claw. It's the icon. It's a claw. He slashes them. Thundering smash. He smacks him over the head.
You can maul with your teeth, bruh.
No, bro. This is a claw. That is a claw. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bare fingers. That is a claw.
Yeah, they did draw a claw.
Yeah, they drew a claw. That's what I'm saying. He's clawing people. Why would they draw a claw if he chomps people?
You kind of shattered my whole world right now.
Like,
what?
You played like 400 games of this character.
Dude, I'm biting. When I play it, I'm biting people.
Okay, so we got...
This man tells me Volibear doesn't bite anyone?
That's
crazy. I don't even, like, what am I even doing anymore?
Not biting.
I'm literally going to have an existential crisis right now.
Over Volibear not biting? Well, okay, I'm having an existential crisis because we got Nidalee.
Okay.
I feel like when your life is on the line in the tournament and you first pick Nidalee, you better have nothing but the utmost faith and the utmost setup in every single lane to make this pick work.
Yep, they're definitely going to need Kaiwing with some CC here. And those support picks were getting a little thin.
Yeah.
With our Fearless racking up. But they already got the Ashe here for bottom lane. So into the Jhin. Let's see. There it is, the Renekton.
Okay.
There I said. Okay.
All right, I like that.
So the Renekton does win early versus Ambessa, but not so much later.
Okay.
So you need to make use of it, but they're doing exactly what we were asking for. CFO are trying to change everything here. get an aggressive Nidalee jungle, get some winning lanes to work with, and get a hawk shot for that Nidalee to invade with. This is actually, they're doing everything that we asked for, Flowers.
Okay.
So this honestly, those first 3 picks, even though people might have personal biases against those champions individually, that is winning lanes. It is set up for a Nidalee. You know, it's point and click, Renekton stun into Nidalee Spears, one of the oldest duos in the book. And it is a hawk shot to help the Nidalee go for invades.
Yeah. Okay. All right. You've sold me on it.
Yeah.
I'm believing in the first 3 here. Over on the other side, though, Ambessa and Vi, champions that have been banned out in both previous champ selects, going to be locked in for KC, alongside that Jhin, which we saw banned, I believe, in game number 1, but not 2. Second half of the bans have come through now. It's Poppy and Braum banned out by KC. They do not want to allow Poppy to easily deny all the mobility of Ambessa and Vi. The Braum also just protecting against this powerful dive duo. They'll get that out of the picture. Meanwhile, over on CFO's side, they don't want Khan diving in there next to those 2 that I already mentioned, and Ari keeping that away from that notorious Vi combo too.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the most obvious counter dive, anti-dive things have already been taken off the board, counting the bans, counting the Fearless as well. But you can go a bit deeper into some other random stuff, you know, like Swains and stuff like that. But we already got our Tristana lock in here for the AD mid lane. A lot of AD here, so yeah, it just puts more pressure on the Nidalee to have success there. And you know, Nidalee is very much a lot of single target damage too, as far as your AP threat. So no mega tank on KC though. It's just going to be Vi tank since they lock the Pyke here for themselves, and they are also full AD.
Yeah, we got the Pyke Jhin bot lane duo for KC. Now, what are we going to get as the mid laner that rounds this all out? Because these guys are strictly physical damage right now.
Gonna have to splash some AP here for Vladdy. Some sort of regular mage, I would assume. They do have a lot of dive on their team. There you go.
Okay, there it is.
Regular mage.
That fits the bill.
Long range as well, and the ability to group up AoE. Very, very long range.
Now, there's some good pick potential, I feel like, here on KC, but there's no big, like, AoE engage or anything like that. Like, yeah, Vi or Ambessa can grab one target. Yeah. Feels good. But after that, there's not a whole lot left there. So I wonder, are we going to get any big engage mechanisms on the other side here from this last pick? Because, okay, we got the Thresh.
I like it because the Lantern can be a very useful tool. You know, you're highlighting the pick possibility on the side of KC. So some defensive moves here for the side of CFO with the Lantern. Also, you know, you can do like trailing side lane plays there very effectively with the Thresh Ashe combination. Lots of CC in the lane. All right, CFO, this has got to be it. They gotta pull out all the stops. They did in draft change it up, like we were looking for, some proactive, very clear ways to play. Very aggressive top side here with your Renekton counter into the Ambessa, with your Nidalee that you want to get those invades off against a Vi. You have the extra vision of a hawk shot, which is just every jungler's dream to do it with. And now that they have picked these tools, it is time to execute in game.
Do you think it's enough to win them this draft, or would you still give the edge to KC?
I mean, to win them this actual game, I would have to say, if the gameplay that I have seen, I would still go with KC. But
just for the draft.
I do like what they have gone for, just because they haven't been able to do anything without super forward-facing proactive stuff.
Okay.
And like, if I'm going to ask for some, you know, winning lane and proactive, you know, jungle pick to go for invades, then this is exactly it.
Okay, they understood the assignment. Yeah. Good. That's the first step, and now we just got to make sure that they can pass the test. Let's do it, ladies and gentlemen. It might be the last game of this series if KC gets their way, or we might just get ourselves the deepest Fearless battle of the tournament yet if CFO can bounce back here.
It'd be kind of funny too, since in North America our only best of 5 Fearless was also only 3 games.
Was a 3, yeah. That was. Yeah.
All right.
If this only goes
Wait,
3,
back to our invades though. Let's go back to the invades here.
Okay.
CFO setting up the deep vision. Nidalee, they want to have full information here so he can get invading early. This champion is so good at even doing solo invades. And since they, this time around, do have this super strong Renekton lane on top side, they do have some very good lanes for themselves to work with. They want to start out with deep wards. Then you can kind of use the hawk shot as a crutch for later. Here it's going to be face check.
Yeah, Targamas just walks right into it. Wants to fire off the bone skewer that he started with. He's going to die. That's first blood over to Doggo at 1 minute and 30 seconds into the game.
Like I said, draft diff. Genius. Gets some proactive stuff, Flowers. You can't start earlier than this.
Yeah.
Okay, so Targamas walked in, face check, goes bone skewer, and CFO immediately happy to get that first blood. Let's see what they can do with the 2v1 versus Kalist. Can they get anything else out of him? Not currently. A little bit of damage as the wave is going forward, though. And yeah, a bit of damage.
Yeah, nicely done there. Just trading him down to 250 HP. Now both AD carries just about the same health as Targamas finally returns to lane.
All right, now, Flowers, we've got to lock in. This is tremendous stuff for CFO's possibility of remaining.
Oh, nice grab under Kalist there as well.
Of remaining proactive and completely changing what this series can look like. They've got the Nidalee now with 3 pushing lanes, deep vision that is fully scouted Yike, and they can fully track him. So I want to see some very, very aggressive stuff from the Oysters this time around.
That's what they need. That's what they've got so far down there in the bottom half. Maybe a little bit too much aggressive stuff on the other side as we take another look at how Targamas just walked into the brush of doom.
Yeah, that was on screen the whole time, so you don't need any explanation of how that went down, but the ramifications of what that means for the game plan moving forward, it just exacerbates the issue of what CFO wanted to do and makes it difficult for KC with the early bottom lane lead down there and Ash getting a bunch of extra money. The bottom lane priority then spills over into other lanes because Kaiwing all of a sudden gets unlocked from bottom lane. He can go mid lane. He can even trail around going up top side if he really wants to. And you get to make more consecutive plays and just lends itself to the snowball here that CFO want to and need to get done in this game. All right, Nidalee's first finally going to meet up with Yike here, right over the wall for Jinja. And with his pushing lanes, immediately going to exert control over the Scuttle Crab, grab that one up.
Yep, I want to see how well that they can combo this Renekton and Nidalee as well. You already talked about Renekton wins early against Ambessa, but later on things start to get a little bit dicey, so let's see how well those two can link up early with the spears plus guaranteed Renekton stun combo and really try to just get rest accelerated at the same time. Make sure that everybody's staying on that faster tempo, that when CFO was winning all their games, they were doing it with this quick pace. They were doing it with all this aggressive play. Targamas going in after Hongyu, who jumps back over the wall, flashes away from the follow-up stun potential of the Pike. Oh, nice Vault Breaker flash from Yike. And again, the KC jungler is getting it done.
That was beautiful. Also some redemption for Targamas here. Able to set it up, burns the flash himself, allows for Yike second wave of the gank to get in, and Yike knows there's no way I'm missing this. You have no flash, you have no rocket jump, so Yike easily invests his flash to get paid as well. And you said it, this guy, Yike has gone from liability at the beginning of the tournament to one of the biggest reasons that they're winning these games.
Yeah.
Massive, massive performances from him.
It's such an impressive change. I legitimately thought for the first 2 days of competition that he was having the weakest individual performances of any player at first stand. And then you get to the top esports series and he just completely flips it on its head. And then he's a huge part of why they're able to come back and find that first dent in the armor of HLE, even though they didn't go on to win that entire series. Yeah. And now they're bouncing back so well here against in this revenge match against CFO. It really is just impressive to see how well he's rebounded again and again and again and again and again and again.
Our old League of Legends saying
the old League of Legends saying, if you get hit by that, you got to flash.
The old League of Legends saying, lose is improve. That's what KC did this tournament. They lose, and then they improve. All right, there's a control on that dragon, but I don't think CFO will care too much about it. Is place their own down as well to keep vision. Now let's see. After that first blood, I thought it was going to be more of a snowball off of bottom lane, you know, and allowing actually Kaiwing to have the bigger effect, but really Targamas made up for it there with his Pike Roam, gaining a lot in the mid lane. It changes how Tristana has to play here with no flash anymore. But rotation up to the Grubs is going to happen regardless, as both supports make their support roam timers up to this Grub fight.
It will be Vladdy who's on the way faster from mid, as Junja and Yike still ready to fight over these. Junja doing a good job there, lands the spear to secure that next Grub. Vladdy, Yike, and Targamas taking their exit now. The last Grub being left in the pit as Junja turns his attention over to the Scuttle Crab first to pick that one up. Still has one smite charge left to go. The first two Grubs, one to either side. So this should end up being a 2-to-1 Grub advantage for CFO.
Yep, Yike got his one with the smite, so don't have to stick around any longer down there.
Here we go, 2-to-1, nicely done. Nobody's on the Drake early on this time around, as both of our AD carries just keep on farming up. There is the slight gold lead for Doggo, but it's just about what you would expect from First Blood with the plus 300, so not a whole lot to write home about there as Kalis continues farming up on this Jhin. Remember, this is the champion that he was playing in that single game win against HLE where he had the 18 kills or whatever, as Doggo was now in a little bit of danger, but the Lantern pulls him back to safety. Oh, beautiful bone skewer from Targamas. He threaded the needle like a magician, but Doggo's still going to get one back. Kalista's in danger. He had to flash to guarantee the kill, and now Kaiwing steps past him to try to get another one back. And there it is, Feat of Warfare claimed with the 2-for-1 in the 2v2 in the bottom lane from CFO.
Woo, they barely get it there. Flash invested from Kalist to go for the kill and get it, and they still get the 2-for-1. Here's another look at how it started out. Doggo sidesteps the Din W initially, which was critical, but then Kalist sidesteps the other hook, and the Bone Skewer going right by was nasty indeed, Flowers. Doggo still don't. He hits level 6 off of their first kill, and then is able to use it to delay on Kalist, but Kalist invests the flash to make sure he's at least going to get the one. Still, 2-for-1 for CFO. As you say, getting their feats of warfare here. Flash is down now on the bottom side.
Okay, we also got the first Drake taken while we were in the replay, so that means that it's one Drake for CFO nice and early. Slight Grub advantage, but not the full pack. So things are going their way here in the first 8.5 minutes, up about 700 gold. So we're off to a decent start for those who want to see more than 3 games in this series, but they still need to keep this tempo up. They still need to keep finding these plays and finding these angles. Hongyu jumping in after Vladdy here, but with Yike stealing away the enemy chicken camp, now he's immediately ready to back up his mid laner. Hongyu can't go after anymore.
Got a little hover on bottom side too, but seems like KC were actually a little bit aware of the previous positioning from Junja, because they did ping, yellow ping on his position towards bottom side, so they just back off. Nice little communication there. You can see it in action. KC, as they back away from the possible plays, and Junja goes over to top side instead now. Now, another one hits.
Nice, follows it up with a deadly flourish, but have to disengage.
So, Kana has been doing very well in this matchup up on top side into the Renekton, and only thing he has to be worried about is the Nidalee.
Yep.
Nidalee is here now.
It might be exactly what's about to happen. The spear lands on top of the stun. Kana with the flash away. Junja for the flash follow, and he takes him down with the execution there at the very end. 4th kill of the game for CFO.
The Renekton and the Nidalee, a combo as old as League of Legends itself.
Yes, sir.
Junja finally getting paid, walking over there at the right time where Kana had gone behind tower. So much needed there for CFO, I feel like, because Kana had been doing quite well in that matchup as far as the CS had gone.
And you can see a pretty distinct tempo advantage in the jungle for Junja. Is up about 4 camps. The jungle item also significantly far ahead with like the +5 charges. Here's another look at how Kana got caught.
Yeah, and they had just done a KC yellow ping on the bottom side of the map where Junja was, but Junja right after that walked the entire way right up to red buff, and then red buff right over here as Kana showed going behind tower. After that minion wave. So nicely done here from CFO, from Rest and Junja. Gonna have to keep that up. if they want to continue snowballing here. So are going to get the next spawn as teleport does come out, and we're going to have positioning ready.
Okay, so there's no teleports available for either one of the top laners. Everybody on CFO that's not Renekton is hanging out up here in this top side river. Set of Void Grubs. First one's gonna go ahead and drop. Death Sentence over the wall, doesn't find anybody. Doggo continuing to poke with the volleys. As Yike vault breaks forward, immediately going after Doggo. Tons of burst down onto the CFO marksman, but it's not enough to kill him. Kaiwing's the next target as he's executed by Targamas. A beautiful fear coming out from Vladdy, and Honkyu's gonna make his escape. He flashes at the Bone Skewer, but he's got to keep running. A deadly flourish from a deadly range. Honkyu still just trying to get out of this one as Targamas jumps on top of him, and Vladdy picks up the money. KC, 2-for-0 on the kills.
Yike immunes the Ash Arrow with his Vi ultimate. So nicely done. Then gets out to the upper side, splitting up CFO, and Doggo's position kind of compromised over there. What a nice little snap trap from KC as they move in on those grubs. They get the punish. Now, though, on the reset, looks like, all right, not going to go for it. Kaiwing has no one with him. So it doesn't really mean much that they had that control ward in positioning. He's trying to throw the lantern, but the Scuttle Crab's already been taken.
Yeah, easy stuff there for KC as Rest versus Kana. He's gonna break out into a full-on fight here. Rest trying to keep Kana around long enough for backup to arrive, but doesn't want to overcommit. Death Sentence was predicting Kana to step back a little bit, but he just kept running straight on away. So another whiff there for Kaiwing. As Doggo versus Kalist back over in mid lane. 80 carries again, just kind of on farm duty while everybody else is scrapping down here in the bottom side. Biggest gold lead in the game right now is for the Pyke. Let's take another look at how this started and what you said about immuning that arrow.
Yeah, and also Doggo's positioning, like that brush is the most dangerous brush in all of these grub fights. And Doggo is so close to it that Yike was close enough to proc his ultimate, immediately clicked it, immunes the arrow, gets out to the top side, and then KC do such a good job getting their re-engage with the Pyke, with the Jhin. They get the chase down as well.
KC up 1,000 gold now after this big swing, after grabbing those unanswered kills. And I critically think that they also got one of the grubs there too. Yeah, 2 grubs out of the 4, or 2 grubs out of 6, excuse me. That's fine. Means your opponents don't get any credit toward the feats of, I don't even know what they're called. Feats
Warfare?
of objectives? No,
Warfare.
Wasn't feat of warfare specifically the killing one?
That's all I got for you, buddy.
All right, now the feats of grub fair. There's no grub on that one, so they're doing all right. But Junja throwing out another spear there as the second Drake of the game is alive. CFO had claimed the first one, but bottom side river control now belongs to KC. Junja can't really find a way to move forward as Targamas looks for the opportunity to go after Doggo. The curtain call is opened up. He's doing a good job sidestepping all of those shots. Gives him the thumbs up for it.
All right, so they avoid death currently on the bottom side, but KC going to use that timer to take away as much vision as they possibly can and force another face check here from CFO. Yike and Targa right now, a lot of threat behind these two with the ability to engage and solo out a single target.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got to get out of there.
Yeah, that lantern, very, very useful for keeping these guys out of danger. That spear just barely missing Targamas as he uses the deep water dive to get out of the way. Yike starts up the dragon. Junja again just trying to throw out these spears, land some kind of poke. Honkyu got to be careful. Dodges away from the Bone Skewer. Dragon still at about 2/3 HP. Junja can kind of just fight this thing forever because he's got the heals that he can spam. Targamas, Yike, and Vladdy going to go ahead and secure the Scuttle Crab first. Doggo finally makes his way up to the fight. Both top laners ready to teleport in. It should be Kana that arrives slightly earlier, but Rest has also arrived. Now Junja's your target, immediately juggled around, but he turns right back on Yike, and he is down. The Hextech Drake stolen away by CFO. But what about the rest of the fight? Vladdy and Targamas stuck inside the pit. A beautiful Bone Skewer onto the Pyke, as now he's in danger too. Rest goes deep, trying to find the kill on the Kana. Oh, Targamas! Wombo combo just kills 2! Everybody's about to die on CFO. And just when it looked like the light was shining in the darkness, KC snuffs it out.
Dude, and that Hui damage and the AoE on the grouping there, putting in work. Targamas able to cash in the Pyke with the biggest gold diff in the game. He gave him the first blood because he knew a game like this was coming. Gotta give him an early lead. Okay, so here's another look at it. Again, even beforehand, this way damage, this poke damage that is getting done is real. Yike goes in, but Kana does not combo with him with the ultimate on Ambessa, and they actually just had the initial bone skewer. So then trapped inside the pit, CFO are like, all right, great. Let's move forward. We got the hook onto Pyke, but he's able to dash away, stun them, and get the double ult reset. Kana's able to even flash over the outside. Honkyu still chases him down and makes his escape, but it's still a large victory there for the KC members, racking up a bunch of extra gold.
Wow, 3,000 gold lead now for KC. CFO grabbing those dragons just doesn't feel meaningful enough as Honkyu having to use the flash into the rocket jump just to try to get away as Yike waiting around the Otacon pit. Kaiwing, Rest, and Junja just trying to secure this Herald, get this bursted down before KC can try to collapse and punish yet again. Doggo finds Kalist, plenty of damage onto him there. The arrow, though, immediately nullified by the cleanse, but it doesn't matter. Doggo has enough damage. Vladdy flashing away to escape any more follow-up. First turret claimed down in the bottom lane. Nicely done there by Kana, utilizing the chaos on the other side of the map.
That was vicious from Doggo. Beautiful stuff. Runs straight into Kalist, forces his cleanse, immediately flashes to finish it as he goes for the blast cone there.
Oh, Honkyu gets caught out by Targamas, the stun of the execution. This Pyke is ferocious.
That Pyke is European, Flowers. Hailing back to the G2 days where everyone played Pyke. That was clean. Targa here. Starting off, put on his own ankle weights, but since then he's taking them off, popping off with these ults. The symbiotic souls for himself, getting out there and everywhere. Okay, anyways, Doggo though, this was clean from him. Goes right up into Kalist's face, chases him down, forces the cleanse, and then as he goes for the blast cone, knows he can finish it and uses the lantern cleanly over the wall after he secures his kill. Nice stuff there from Doggo. Then we got the immediate ulti after the rocket jump.
The looks of shock. You love to see it as Rest. We're back to live, and he's about to be laid to rest. He barely stays alive thanks to Kaiwing providing the shield. Now Junja jumps in the middle of everybody, and Yike is about to burn down to the Leandries. A little bit more damage is needed. One auto attack to the face gets it done. Vladdy's next to fall, and the shutdown goes over to Junja. That's 2 kills for the side of CFO as KC thought they could get the kill on the top laner, and man, it was so close, but they just barely miss out.
Targa's in some dangerous waters right now. He stops the recalls though.
Doesn't look like the team is going to get anything else across the map in the meantime, but he is being very annoying.
Pyke is very good at that.
Yeah, it's one of the most annoying champions in the game to deal with when played well. Junja trying to go for the spear there, doesn't hit it. Targamas though. All right, he finally overplays his hand a little bit. The Nidalee with 4 kills and now 5 was ready for his antics.
That is a shutdown as well. Okay, so CFO, regardless of what happens, I love that they are trying so many more plays in this game. So everybody goes down here. They're not going to let Rest die without the rest of the squad coming to save him. Beautiful locket of the Iron Solari actually kept him alive, but we're back at it. Rest has no one to save him this time, Flowers.
Yeah, if you first don't succeed, try again. This time they get the Gator good, and it's Yike grab a second kill of the game.
And blood all over the map, honestly, here. CFO, though, regardless, this time around, so many more plays for them. Staying even in kills despite the gold deficit for themselves. A lot of tower gold being taken by KC. Let's see if they can actually forge some sort of way over to this dragon. It looks like it's going to be dangerous, but like you have to kind of keep sending if you're CFO. Yeah. You have to use an Ash Arrow. You have to go for some stuff and try and snowball. Oh,
Kaiwing does get hit by the Bone Skewer. Still should be decently safe for now. Never mind, I'm eating those words, and Kaiwing is eating a public execution. KC pick up another kill, and they're about to stop the dragon stacking of CFO. This is not gonna go the way that it did in game 1 where KC just piled them up. CFO having that tempo slowed down now. Targamas, beautiful hook onto Junja, but he has the stasis to punish Yike instead. Massive turnaround, perfect timing, nicely done. Now Targamas has to try to get away too. I say it time and time and time again, Kobe. Stasis is the strongest active in League of Legends, and it is not close. That could have been such an amazing pick there for the side of KC, but it gets turned around with the nice stasis usage.
And they go right over to the Otacon after that. I mean, Targamas is on the way up. He's worked some magic. They're going to teleport Kana here as well.
Okay, Otacon down to 4,000. Yike is still dead for 3 minutes. The Otacon should drop here. They're focus firing it pretty effectively, and there it goes. Ruinous Otacon is claimed, but they need to pick all the flowers too. Whenever it's this Otacon, the flowers are a huge part of the reward. Okay, CFO gets the Otacon. They get all the bonus flowers. They get everybody away. That gold lead that was, what, 3,000 or so earlier has shrunk back down to 1K now.
This is definitely the best game of the series. No contest, not even close. CFO, that was huge for them. A bunch of flower power here for later on into the game. The adaptive force will be necessary. Junja, the one with the big gold lead on their team. You mentioned, you know, power of stasis. We'll see what he can get done in some of these fights, if they can get some more, you know, picks across the board. But really, who has to carry the brunt of it is going to be the double 80 carries later on. Hongq here, Infinity Edge is completed alongside his Yuntal. So will the Tristana get some resets in the future? Definitely some explosive potential here on both sides. Whenever you have teams like this, a lot hinges on vision control and being the one to take the first step, the proactive team to make the pick, the one that's going to get the reset first.
So I like this comparison that we're seeing right now because Yike had the better early game. He was up in pretty much all measures at 14 minutes, but the damage done to enemy champions right now, Junja is doubling him. And obviously Nidalee should be doing more damage than Vi, but double is quite a statement. As the arrow shot out onto Vladdy, immediately Hongq wants to help out, guarantee the kill, they get it done. Now he's ready to go to Reset City. Population, Yike, double kill over to Hongq, and CFO making plays.
Just as we say, Hongq's gonna have to be the one to do the heavy lifting here. They feed him gold. That's gonna be a hard push for them on top side too. Wait a second. They're gonna be able to get, I mean, honestly, mid tower and top tower are gonna be under pressure as we watch Rest dealing with what Mbessa turns into.
Yeah, Mbessa's a little bit monstrous at this point in the game, but CFO will happily take their 2 kills they got up here on the top side. They will happily translate that into a tier 2 turret take after, and they will happily go back up to a 1,500 gold lead. Let's watch the arrow from Doggo yet again as he lets it rip.
Love that the observer started back here because it showed the Scryer's bloom that allowed the arrow to hit. That was Junja getting the vision with the Scryers, then the arrow coming through all the way from mid lane from Doggo, and they're able to force the play through to feed more money into their Tristana. Hongq now still level 15 and a half, but so much more gold in his pockets here to accelerate his 3 item power spike.
Both of our top laners are at 2 items plus boots. About 1,500 gold lead though for the Mbessa. This is only going to become more and more of a problem, like you mentioned earlier, as the clock marches forward. So we'll see how long until Rest just can't deal with that in the side lane anymore. Kaiwing stepping forward to throw down a ward, forces Targamas to use that stun backwards to make sure he doesn't get caught by the death sentence. Less than 60 seconds until the next Drake spawn. Critically for KC, because they managed to get the last one, this is not Soul Point. It's not a do or die type of Drake. They can give it away if they feel they need to.
Certainly can, but I've got a feeling we're gonna get a brawl, buddy.
I feel like that's probably just the nature of this third game. We've got 24 kills in 25 minutes, Kobe. This is the type of League of Legends I like to watch.
Same, brother. All right, so we got a little bit of poke damage that was gone down there, but these Nidalee heals are also, you know, a fairly substantial bonus of having your Nidalee this far ahead. There we go, Ash arrow.
Nice arrow. Yike wanting to steal away the chickens. It's the jungler's cardinal sin. Just a little bit of extra money that you want, stealing away those resources. But the power of the Ash to again make these punishes. CFO, with enemy jungler dead for the next 30 seconds, makes the call to go for the Baron. They've got it down to half, but the curtain call is opened up, and Rest has taken a little bit of a chunk of damage. Kaiwing wanted to go for some kind of a flash engage, but he's not going to get anything he wants. The Baron's been secured, and Rest is scrapping with Kana off to the side. Junja wants to go in to kill Kalist, but he doesn't have the damage to do it himself. Honkyu's on a killing spree, and Kana is down. Honky after Vladdy now, as Kalist tries to escape. Junja's killed him with the burn, and that's a rampage for the CFO jungler.
DFO aren't done yet, baby. That's a Baron. That's going to be the dragon for them as well. They want to push this series further.
And they are looking like they're in a damn good spot to do it. Up almost 5,000 gold. Now they're at Soul Point. Watch this arrow on Yike.
Yeah, watch Yike, who's level 13 in this clip. Junja is going to be able to level up to 16 by the time we're done with it after that Baron. All right, in the aftermath, though, of course, instant pick. Doggo deserves so much credit for these Ashe arrows that have been critical. As you said, Kaiwing was fishing for it as the Baron was going down. So it's a good timing for them still, because they get the Baron and they can chase forward. They don't let Kana escape, while Junja by himself on the other side of the map was going 2v1 versus Kalist. He takes him down. Huge stuff for CFO. Junja, when they really need it here, hulking out on the Nidalee, level 16. Yike is now leveled up to 14, so it's still only the 2-level lead, but massive, massive stuff.
This feels so much more like the CFO we've been watching for the past few days. It's what you were talking about at the end of last game, during the draft of this game, playing with proactive champions in a way that they can make their own decisions and be active early is just an entirely different look for this team, and it looks so damn good. Baroned up, pushing down mid. They'll knock out the tier 2 turret. KC hanging around with some vision inside these really close to the base wall brushes, trying to see if maybe CFO takes a greedy path, but it's not going to happen.
Certainly not. Just the 4-1 split push here from CFO. Baron empowered minions sieging up on the tower. Yike actually the one to go for a pick on Rest.
Yeah, they want to see if they can maybe get the isolated guy here. Arrow flies out from Doggo. Rest with the slice and the dice. Final shot from the curtain call ain't gonna hit nothing. Junja jumps in again. This is the power of having a stasis. You just throw yourself in there, full yeet, and there's your delete. Hong Q on a rampage. Yike dead again, and CFO cracked the enemy base. They'll take out that tier 3 turret and the inhibitor right behind it. There's no breaks. The war machine keeps going. They've got the wave crashing into the Nexus turrets, and they're starting to put the damage into the first. Junja's gonna take the turret aggro here at the very start. He's stunned up, destroyed before he can ever even use the stasis. Nice shutdown over to Vladdy, but it's not stopping the push as a whole, because CFO, they'll knock down another tier 3, they'll knock down another inhib, and now they'll fall back.
Yep. They can't end the game, but they do get those 2 inhibitors down. So you have to believe all that's left is resetting and getting to push up on top side to keep KC in their base. Here is the attempt, and this is a mirrored situation from what we talked about in the previous game, where if you're trapped inside your base, full send on the split pusher and try and get your pick, but they don't do it. And Junja's like, I have Azonias, and I am mega fed on Nidalee, so I'm not gonna let you get away with attempting to kill my top laner. Jun just jumps in, conquer Nidalee, they take one down. Of course, then he does get hooked under the Nexus turrets.
Right, but we skip that part.
Yeah,
they cut that part.
They cut the tape.
Yeah, replay ended. All good. Goal difference, powered by AWS, right there on your screen just shows how deep that red has become. And it's because CFO have seriously ballooned this gold lead after getting themselves those critical picks earlier with these Ashe arrows from Doggo, who is now 3 items plus an extra BF sword, 4, 2, and 8 on the Ashe. You can see almost a full completed 4th item for Hong Q on Tristana, up 3,000 gold over his counterpart, but really the biggest individual lead this game is Junja. The glow up from the first 2 games for him is there. This is the guy we were expecting. This is the guy we were wanting, and this is the guy that's ready to keep this series going.
So even though CFO have such priority right now, there's only a minute on the Dragon arriving. I feel like the Dragon Soul is so big, so don't take any big risks here. This is a critical moment. All right, they're not going to go for anything risky, not going to go for any sort of end. They just wanted to keep KC inside the base. What they need to do is ward up everything leading to the dragon so that they can make use of Doggo's insane Ash arrows, but...
Yike jumping in there, going for a crazy engage. He thought maybe he and Kana could get the pick on a Hongq, catch him unawares, but it ain't gonna work. Kana's dead now too. All right, Kobe, maybe they don't need the Dragon Soul. Maybe they don't need the Dragon Soul. With that being the state of things, KC thinking, okay, if we give away this soul, there's just no way. Hongq right in the face of Kalist, the two youngest players in the tournament, and Hongq comes out on top, the heal, enough to keep him alive, despite the severing bolt. Vladdy going for another one, but it won't matter. There's only one left alive on KC, and Rest is on the hunt. The volley flies out, the stasis to buy a little bit of time, one more play to bring him back. The fleeing Doggo will not matter, because Hongq can get it done. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to game 4.
Hongq, the 17-year-old mid-lane prodigy at the end, and CFO overall showing some confidence on stage, looking like what we have come to expect from them at this tournament. They did drop 2 very big games at the beginning of this series, so every game is a must-win for them, but that was a much better look. They drafted so much more proactive, just what we're looking for, and they were able to execute in game.
It's exactly what we wanted to hear, and hey, have you heard? You can subscribe to LOL Esports on Twitch now to support your favorite teams, use custom emotes, and go ad-free on Twitch. Regular subscribers are also rewarded with the Vi, have you heard, in-game emote. We'll be back for game 4 right after the break. You heard it here.
Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that, give me some of that wow. Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that wow. Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that wow.
All right, guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
They don't wanna see you win. Don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend now. You don't wanna see me win. You don't wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend. I hear niggas. They don't wanna see me win. You don't wanna see me win, right? Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend out here. You don't wanna see me win. You don't wanna see me win, right? Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend out here like we some friends. Let me show my lens up. Shit, I pull my pins up, but just a bit of static in your eyes. I can see panic, boy. Don't you try to mess up, or else you need to clean up. Collecting all them checks up, and then you scream, I'll fix up. Man, all these rappers out here cat. I'm not even mad at that. If you're ready to body your lies, just give me a Sonic. I am fine with that. I guess that's just the difference. It's your girl, I put some kisses. Had her all up in my mentions and her feelings. Plus she's Spanish. From this pressure, I make diamonds. That's why my pen is so polished. I was done with being modest, cause my bro was suicidal. Had my life all up in shambles. That's the cost of being an artist. But I do it all again if I'm being completely honest. What is life? Am I even real? Am I in a simulation? Tell me how can I tell? Tracks on the shelf, broke the damn shelf. Woman out here losing weight like a Dell. He was in his bag, but it wasn't himself. So when I let him down, he probably needed help. He was walking around these streets with some damage. I think we all walk around with some baggage. They don't wanna see you win. They don't wanna see you win. Don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend, dog. You don't wanna see me win. You don't wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend, dog. They don't wanna see me win. They don't wanna see you. Boy, don't play pretend.
seaman, then go order lobster. That's all we know. Round table like a mobster. Put the vacant line and win like instruction. All we wanna see is W's, no new friends, no none of you. All you real comical, we gon' see who stands when the summers do. Play pretend, see it chronicles. Y'all mostly loud like carnivals. Ooh, I know you're tight. Really should've been, you know, on sight. For the glory, I press no brakes, you know I fight. Got that chip on my shoulder, right? I remember well when they all declined. Tripping like a and they all of, but I kept it rolling like I'm Dolomite. Even through it all, you know I rise like the chosen one, you know, like Christ.
They don't wanna see you win. They don't wanna see you win. No. Don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend. No, yeah. You don't wanna see me win. You don't wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend. No, yeah. They don't wanna see you win. They don't wanna see you. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend. No, yeah. You don't wanna see me win. Don't you wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend. No, yeah, right now. Jack in the system. Jack in the system. Jack in the system. Fire me up. Jack in the system.
Look, fear. Still jump. No jump. No flash on Ash.
W1.
Nice. No jump. I was
going for play 3. You reach? Yes, No, ult.
A beautiful bone skewer onto the pipe, and now he's in danger too. Rest goes deep, trying to find the kill on the Kata. Oh, Targamas! Warbo combo just kills 2! KC thinking, okay, if we give away this soul, there's just no way. Hook you! Right in the face of Kalist! The 2 youngest players in the tournament, and Honkyu comes out on top.
Welcome back to First 10 2025. We have a series on our hands as CFO comes back here. And of course, my best buddy, Crying Poro, is back next to me. Yeah, what happened here, guys? A really good game. A really good game. And I'm happy to see CFO fighting back in the way they did, because I feel like you were not fans of the draft they came up with here.
Well, I mean, it's more that I liked that they had early proactivity, right? Like, I think the big thing, I was worried about the Nidalee, because I do think that Jinja does a lot better on champs where he is interacting with his lanes, right? And so this is another pick where you stereotypically would farm up. He looked great on it in terms of their team fights. I think the thing that got them there was definitely the bot lane, right? And I really want to bring up Kaiwing's Thresh just a little bit, because it's his 3rd most played champ. He's been playing for a very long time. He's 45-30 on it with a 60% win rate. He's played 75 professional games on this. So even though it looked kind of weird, we don't often see Thresh, it is such a comfort pick for him, and I think we absolutely saw that.
I think if you compare it to like the Siva Alistair that we saw in game 1 and just how little action really seemed to come from them, this was kind of night and day. Started really early on in this game, and then it just felt like once they had that pressure in bot lane, you have the Ashe to set up these plays, you have so much pick potential. And it was, you know, we're game 3, but it was the first game where we really saw them taking control of the game and having agency. It really felt like they were passengers in the first 2. And this one, Targamas makes a face check, which they're able to punish here and get a nice first blood. Obviously, mistake from Targamas, great from them. But you just look at how Kaiwing continues to mount up the pressure here. Ashe is obviously low from that initial trade, but he walks up onto Kalist, manages to get the Flay, and manages to chunk him out, and just continue to have this pressure in this lane matchup.
Yeah, and this was really important, again, because we talked about, like, okay, we want to see some winning lanes coming out of CFO, right? If they are going to fight back, hanging back and kind of waiting for these 5v5 team fights has not worked out for them. And I think another thing that ended up being a massive problem for Casey in this, despite the fact that they tried to target the Tristana, she was able to come back in a lot of these skirmishes because of the other pressure they'd been able to create, like what Dan pointed out with bot lane.
Shout out to Honky, honestly. I know we've been hyping him up since the beginning of the tournament, but he has his emotional support. He has someone who got his back here. Maple was supporting him. Maple was actually maybe the good luck charm here of CFO made Maple. I love the meme. It was requested by Karsa. I do love the support of the veterans of the scene here to support Honkyu, who was shining here.
And apparently it worked, because he had a really rough game 2 with being the first blood recipient and then just being targeted on this Galio. And then this game was popping off. So I think there's something here. I think Maple needs to keep it up.
Yeah, and it is cool, again, to see this has been a weird passing of the torch season, both in terms of APAC merging all of these regions together with LMS to PCS and now APAC, but then also with Maple retiring, right? So you just had a giant in mid lane leaving the scene. So it is kind of cool to see how the players come out and really come and support their region. And yeah, Hongkyu's recovery was very good in this game because, like Dan pointed out, he had a really, really rough game too.
It is, and for me, it's even more impressive given how young this player is and how it's easy to sit to mental pressure in games like this, being 0-2 in an elimination series when you've been doing so good in the tournament. I applaud the recovery from CFO this game and especially the mid lane.
Yeah, it's usually testament to coaching staff or veterans on the roster who can just stabilize and be like, okay, doesn't matter that we're 0-2 down, the next game is like any other game, just play to win. And we see some of the plays that came out, a lot of attempts from the side of KC, particularly Yike, trying to set things, make things happen, set things up. And we saw a pretty unfortunate game from him where there was some oversteps, but also just good punishment from the side of CFO. And I think something for me was the Ash arrows from Doggo, really on point. That's one thing that I think CFO suffering a bit from in Fearless, is that they won't get this Ash again because he was just connecting them consistently.
Yeah, and we had talked about the one thing we were really concerned about prior to Kaiwing locking in this Thresh was any sort of lockdown CC for the Nidalee, right? Because unless you're going to play around that Renekton lane super, super early, you really want setup. I know we always repeat this anytime Nidalee is in a draft, but these Ash arrows coming out of Doggo actually ended up being such a primary engage force for the CFO comp.
We are entering unknown territory here in this game for Fearless Draft. A lot of champions taken off the board, and I have my eyes on bot lane here, and especially in the support role, because if in game 3 we see Pike, we see Thresh, what is on the menu for game 4, guys?
I mean, we've seen so many of these melee engaged support picks, even picks that aren't specifically that engaging like Thresh, but can still provide that CC. And the thing is, you still have bans as well in this draft. So, you know, yes, like Rakan is open available, but if we see that ban, the pool really starts to feel short. And it often happens later in Fearless. It's like bot lane and jungle that start to run out quicker. But I think particularly here it's been support. And I think your options are you either go for like more off-meta things like Zaka or Mumu or Shen, or you go towards those range supports, which, considering the role these two supports have had in their team, I don't think is fantastic for them, but they've got to show what they can do.
That's what makes it super interesting to me, right? Because if we are going to have a major draft pivot from either of these teams, it would be that, locking in a hyper carry and then something like a Lulu or, God forbid, Yumi. We've already seen it. I know Dan is groaning right next to me. So that'll be the super interesting thing to me. The other big thing is that KC chose red side,
yeah,
right?
Who's going to get the last pick?
And so, yeah, that tells me that, again, they want that for Kana, which is great for them because KC's turnaround this split domestically was definitely when they started putting Kana on carries.
It also means that the second phase of bans, you get first pick after it. So if you start to target a role that hasn't been picked up there, you can really pinch it and still secure first choice for yourself.
Everything is open in this semifinals, in this series between CFO and Karmine Corp. It is theirs for the taking. Who is going to take game 4? Masters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Laure. It is time for our Game 4, Kobe. I am so excited. Not only do we have a series on our hands, we have a Fearless series on our hands. We are getting deep into the champ pools. The analysts were already talking about how so many of these engaged supports are now gone. It's time to either play wacky stuff that can still engage or play some different type of archetype. And we just saw on the bottom of the screen right there as it popped up, Driver's back in. Rest, Driver, Rest, Driver. They're bouncing them back and forth. They got the win on Rest. Now they got to get one on Driver. And KC has chosen to go back onto the red side, which has had a 100% win rate so far this series.
Yes, it has. And I'm excited to go deep into Fearless. I'm a little worried because the last time we saw Driver in the previous game was a very, very rough game for him on the Gragas. So let's see what CFO have been cooking up. They just, I felt like in that game, built so much momentum. You know, they were so much different, so much more proactive. All the things that we were asking for from them, changes in draft, changes in the gameplay, and now they have to keep it going, but they have introduced, again, and keep on using this strategy of swapping the top laners.
Well, you know what's still available despite 4 games into Fearless? Zion.
Yeah.
You can put him on the Zion.
Yes, sir, you can.
I mean, I feel like that's got to be a priority ban for KC if you see this guy back in the lobby and you know Zion is still up. Because if everybody's going to be starting to have to play wacky stuff, you do not want to have this guy on the champion that I'm pretty sure he's named after.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that just, it feels like an oversight.
Let's see.
All right, let's do it. Let's hop into draft here. Game number 4 of our first semifinal of the first stand to determine the first finalist to compete tomorrow. It's a lot of firsts.
I like that. I was hoping we could squeeze one more. This is my first time casting the game 4 of a Fearless
This
draft.
is your
I got
first
you.
time casting a game 4 of the first stand of the first
Nice.
semifinal to determine the first finalist to play in the first final of first stand tomorrow.
Woo!
Whoa.
Nailed it. Let's go.
Let's go.
Right into first draft.
All right, let's get.
That's actually the 4th draft.
There was our first ban, and it was once again Maokai who stays off the table. The Draven also kept away from Kallister. Zyra and Lilia banning those AP junglers heavily on the side of KC.
Yeah, we've dipped into Lilia tier now here, this deep into Fearless.
I always love when a character is described as their own tier. It's not a letter or anything. Ah, yes, this is Lilia tier.
Yeah, because we've gone through so many. Did we get a turn on every one of the other tanks? I'm waiting for the Fearless thing to rotate again. Okay, we had Sejuani.
Yeah.
Maokai is banned.
Maokai's been banned every single game.
Where's Skarner at?
Skarner is still available.
Okay.
Because he was banned last game.
There he is.
Yeah, there he is. Okay.
There he is. Where's that Skarner?
He's got to show up there. Okay, so Kalista has made it through. That's the sacrifice that had to be made. And now what will be the answer on the side of KC? Because normally when Kalista gets through, usually it's because the side letting her through has an answer to it. Something like the Ashe, right? Well,
Draven.
Just
banned away.
Yeah, Draven's banned away. Ashe has already been picked. The pool has been shaved down a lot. So we'll see how KC wants to respond to this. Okay, Caitlyn.
All right, are we going to immediately slam the like Lux or something along with this Caitlyn, Karma or something like that? Just to have the super heavy poke pushing bottom lane against this Kalista? I kind of like, ever since we have had this change of the lane swaps have gone away, we have actually had a lot of situations where the Kalista's been given over and then faces double range, matchup and gets pinned under tower early on.
Yeah.
But this time around, the Kalista will be able to nab the Renata, so will be strong regardless. That pairing has so many strong synergies.
Yeah, it's one of those all-time lane combos that you just think of the champions working so well together. We'll see if CFO wants to grab their own jungler here in the first half before more bans come in. Plenty of stuff obviously already off the table. All the popular stuff is either still banned, like poor Maokai and Skarner, who are just never allowed into the game. But, ooh, Nocturne, okay.
Okay, so some other flanking possibilities here. Whenever you have Kalista, you're looking for things to enable the short range AD carry later on, so you can have a lot better team fights later into the game. So Nocturne Darkness does that, and then if they can get other flanking champs like Kennen or something like that along with the draft they've already got, that would go a long way. There's a Karma that I mentioned though, going for the double poke as we kind of suspected for the bottom lane answer into it.
Right, they just got to try to keep Kalista stuck underneath the tower, make it impossible for her to play her game, be abusive.
Exactly.
In the early game.
You always also, with this duo, you want to start in lane, so you're pushing from very early on, because you get a lot of the poke damage once you push the minions under their tower, and they're scrambling for CS under their tower. So always trying to focus on getting early wards down there, early positioning down there, so that Caitlyn, Karma can get the most out of their push and poke strategy.
All right, Orianna banned as the first one in the second half here from KC. Gangplank banned out by CFO. Jax banned out by KC.
You get the response, because Gangplank is one of the really good responses that we've had for Jax, so then they're like, okay, fine, then we ban the Jax out. Now what's your option for the blind? Because we'll probably,
Gnar is still alive.
It would probably go mid lane here too, actually, for the side of
they're getting rid of
KC.
What if they're just
Okay,
getting
so
rid
they
of
take
stuff
out
that'll
the
kill Scion?
The Gwen also, yeah, and anything that's good against tanks. All right, so there's your flexible still Aurora. Could go either lane. All right.
Okay.
See. Nice fourth pick there.
I'm still. Come on, give me the big old meatball. Where's the Scion at?
Yeah.
That's I'm just expecting it. Scion and some kind of AP mid laner. That's got to be it. It's got to be it. All right. Ooh. Okay. A little bit of Akali spice.
Okay, Akali seeing Aurora.
This is a very short range, very just in-your-face team.
It's good. It's more dive. You know, we were talking when the Nocturne was picked, you want more flankers, more divers along with it. So you got to go heavy dive. Your AD carry is very short range, so it's all about aggressive plays.
Oh.
Not quite the Scion. I'll do you one better. Nocturne ult and the Ornn ult are just so insane together. Your range of getting picks is incredible with this comp for CFO across the map. Problem is, if KC has such a heavy pushing bottom lane and they get turret plate money and they get to push how they want on bottom side with Caitlyn and Karma, then you get to rotate the Caitlyn Karma and like build up an early lead of constant pushing.
Well, there's the Gnar that I mentioned earlier that also still available this deep into the draft. So Gnar versus Ornn in the top lane, Akali versus Aurora in mid. Who are you giving the edge to in this draft here, you think?
I mean, I kind of like the KC side, honestly.
Okay.
Especially because the Gnar into Ornn, I feel like Kana's going to be able to get a big individual lead. And then you are looking at some pretty good Gnar targets for later on. You know, Gnar can have priority on the side lane, but then you have a Nocturne and a Akali you have to think about. So really depends on how the early game goes in this matchup, because Nocturne and Akali can put a lot of pressure on side lanes, you know, if the opening of the game does go well. And of course, Ornn always provides you that value, despite the Gnar having some good options into it.
I'm excited, man. I can't wait to see how this works out. I would love to see us go all the way to silver scrapes for both series today if we could. This is the fun part of Fearless, is best of fives. You see this conversation so much on like Twitter or Reddit or anything where people are just like, yeah, best of threes are cool and all, but you don't really get into the meat of it until you get to game 4, get to game 5, really test those champion pools. So I'm excited. I want to see, can Kalista and Targamas use the power of this Caitlyn and Karma to keep Kalista Renata down enough? Kalista just gets banned so often, so much. Can we see the wrath of this champion really show its teeth here and bring CFO to a 5th and final game?
Definitely exciting. Of course, both junglers are traditional level 6 junglers here, looking for a lot of standard full clears, but when you have a matchup like that, sometimes you can throw them off by, especially like a Nocturne going in who will have fear early. If you want to try and make a visit towards bottom lane, you can completely change how the matchup goes. So you do have to invest, like we were saying in Champ Select, as soon as the Caitlyn was locked, you know, a little bit of effort as far as the vision goes to make sure that the Caitlyn Karma get to play their pushing game. Because, you know, ideally for Nocturne, you get full clear into full clear, but he can't throw you off if he decides to skip a camp and mess up your timer and then completely change one of your lane matchups.
So where do you want to see Yike focus specifically this game? Anything in particular or just...
On the camps right now,
okay,
but on shadowing bottom lane, because bottom lane will be the most exposed, and they're the ones that are trying to play for plate money, play for poke, play for pressure. So you usually just want to try and shadow them. So that's why he's starting on top side path, and he'll want to provide that security for Kalista and Targamas to just go aggro.
Nice early poke, immediately landing at level 1 from Kalista and Targamas, both spells connecting. You already mentioned it, just the fact that these guys want to be in lane, free firing from the moment that a minion is on their screen, constantly having the tempo, constantly having the push.
I would say the only thing Kalista and Targamas have to worry about is if, like we said, Jinja wanted to skip some camps and worry about the 3-camp timer down on bottom side. It looks like they are, and they have their ward in river, so nicely done by them. They're checking all the boxes.
Wow.
They even got an early barrier.
Yeah, that was a very early barrier. Doggo just trying to maximize his HP.
Get that cooldown
here.
back.
Yeah, just
the poke damage is going to stack up, so trying to do his best to mitigate it early on.
Yeah, I'm not hating it. It just definitely looks a little bit strange considering the normal uses of barrier, but he knows what this is going to be. He knows this is going to be a painful situation. Yep. Kalist all the way back up in his own jungle to check the blue buff, make sure that that wasn't getting invaded through an alternate path. Wanted to be ready to collapse on Jinja. It was now back in the bottom lane to try to keep the pressure onto Kaiwing and Doggo. And yeah, I expect to see this bottom lane just be the biggest early gold advantages on the Rift. As Kaiwing, wow, taking a ton of damage there. Nicely done from Targamas and Kalist.
Yep, really well done. Meanwhile, they now, by process of elimination, we'll know Nocturne's pathing to smooth path up to the top side, so they could just trade Scuttle Crabs, and Wukong can end up down on this bottom side, as it is now pushing out a little bit.
Ooh, Hongkyu going in for the second half of the Shuriken flip. That ability is so strong once he gets some AP. He has like the AP ratio of most champions' ultimate abilities.
Yeah.
So
even with it getting nerfed too, still,
yeah, it's still nasty. So very important for Vladdy to avoid those whenever he can as this lane continues. And we'll see those Piltover Peacemakers just continue flying out, finding the mark over and over and over again. Hongkyu walking towards the brush. We'll find Yike waiting on him, but immediately ready to bop the ward there with the auto attack reset. As long as you're a champion with an auto attack reset, if you hit a ward as soon as it's placed, you're gonna kill.
Got to cover bottom. He's got to cover bottom now, and he does. Good job there for Yike. He doesn't go for the immediate recall. He wants to cover bottom on the push. He puts the ward for Tri-Brush. I mean, just those little plays like that is exactly what we're highlighting for a jungler, what you want to play for a Caitlyn Karma. He comes down, the Nocturne was kind of camping around, but these wards that you can see, the entrances from the CFO red side jungle.
Oh, nice double shot again.
They fully scout out the routes here of any sort of reinforcements that would come the way of CFO. And so CFO just continue to get pelted under the tower.
The laning versus Caitlyn plus whatever Pokemage combo is just a miserable experience. It's so difficult to endure this, as you will see. Jinja hanging around down here, fires off the Dustbringer, fast enough to knock all 3 hits off of that ward as well. But Kalist and Targamas right back to what they were doing. They don't miss a beat. Time for Kaiwing and Doggo to try to go home.
Dude, they could go and interrupt him again. This is so annoying for Jinja.
Yup.
I mean, again, that's why I highlighted that ward in the Tri-Brush from Yike, where he sticks around, goes down to make sure he can cover for them. He gets paid back because the time that he invested there then resulted in 2 stopped recalls for the Nocturne for Jinja, delaying the level 6 Nocturne ultimate gank.
And you can see the lane swap attempt here as Driver goes bottom, and that means they're going to be able to send their Kalista Renata topside, but then just the exact equal response from KC, making sure that they want to keep Caitlyn and Karma dealing with that Kalista and Renata combo, as Kana's honestly having exactly the time you would expect him to have against the Ornn, just dominating in the 1v1 there. Jun just starting up the Drake nice and early. Yike nearby, but hard to close in and try to deal with this guy. Ornhorn summoned up. Driver smacking Kana around a little bit with it, but Kana with a flash behind him to get the better positioning. Now Driver's got to continue running away as the Infernal Drake is already going to be secured by CFO. Kaiwing and Hongkyu both ready to try to jump in here. It's first blood over to Hongkyu on the Akali.
Hongkyu, hyped up after the end of the previous game, starts out with some extra money on the Assassin. Oh my goodness, this is actually huge. The Dragon, the kill, CFO, they're back. They're here to stay.
That looked good for them. KC wanted to step up, see if maybe they could challenge. Thought they might have had enough men for it, but no. The damage power of this CFO squad. Check it out again.
Hongkyu staring down Targamas and Vladdy, runs them through the other side, and Jinja with the early flash. Just so good. Jinja flashing to make sure his Fear Tether will still hit, and Yike drops again. Yike was their target on the Vi in the previous game. Constantly, they were seeking him out. There was a lot of Ash arrows from Doggo, Honkyu himself even, and they successfully targeted him. This time around, another successful attempt targeting him. They got the fear, they finish it with the perfect execution from Honkyu. And when Akali gets accelerated, I personally am traumatized from all solo queue
Man,
times.
I am typing FF. I am working on my Mavis Bacon typing simulator /FF/FF. But Akali is a hard champion to deal with. And it looks like CFO, not only are they going to get the first Drake, they're going to get the first 3 grubs. There's no accelerated J Shock Blast nearby to steal one away. They are feeling great about that. Doggo, again, just using these barriers judiciously to dodge away against some of that poke. But it is important to note that despite the fact that the only kill is for CFO, despite the fact that they got the first 2 objectives, they are still down in gold just because of the advantages built by Kana and Kalist.
Exactly. Their laning matchups are horrendous. We knew this coming into the game, and that's why we were saying we like the KC side of the draft, but they got the extra money to try and make up for that with the kill here for Honkyu, going some distance, and you're going to provide a lot of decent value from the Ornn later on. We saw in the previous fight, by the way, even though Kana had pressure, Driver put himself in danger to make sure that Kana wouldn't get the early rotation over to the rest of the team. So Driver, he effectively isolated his losing matchup and drew Kana away just to like trade flashes and trade ultimates and stuff. And even though Driver lost that, he wasn't trying to win it. He was just trying to make sure his losing matchup doesn't spill over to the rest of the team. And that's kind of what you have to do to create successful plays for the rest of your team.
Vladdy just trying to get this wave shoved up. Targamas rotates over to help him out with that one. Nothing for anybody to really fight for outside of the lanes right now. 2 minutes on both the next dragon and that next set of grubs. Timer's pretty well synced up, although not exact, as Kalist will come back up to the top lane to answer this wave crashing. Still about 250 gold up on Doggo. That's going to balloon back up closer to about 400 after he farms this wave. 71 to 88 in farm. Exactly what you would expect for this matchup, as yeah, they got to keep this pressure. So let me ask you, we want to see from CFO the ability to weather the storm early from the lanes and make sure that they're team fighting well and ready to pounce on these guys once they have the chance. For KC, how do you keep things moving forward after you've got these early advantages through your laning matchups?
It's a Wukong Flash, for sure, 100%.
Okay.
When Wukong Flash comes back up for Yike, that's got to be the play. Your Wukong with ultimate and Flash is such a big playmaker, considering your solo lanes here, Aurora and Gnar, definitely have the ability to follow up on those plays. And so when they have that extra mobility, maybe that's that's where you see it. Kana himself's doing quite well for himself. Of course, presents a bigger problem that the Akali got the money to fund that Proto Belt so early in the game. Definitely removes Akali as one of the targets. He's already hard to pin down with the Shroud as well as the Shuriken Flip, but definitely will be a difficult one. So gonna have to look elsewhere on the map, and Yike now does have his Flash for the Wukong, so one of his #1 things is trying to kind of shadow as well, and Nocturne ultimate they know is ready, so be ready to turn around the Nocturne play. You want to try and set up your camp so you're on the same side as the Nocturne, and if your Nocturne goes towards your Caitlyn Karma, then you rely on the Karma Shield and Wukong shadowing to counter that Nocturne ult that you know is going to be a big all-in breaking point for a Kalista Renata lane, and that's actually happening right now.
Yeah. You can see Junjia coming around. He does have the experimental Hex Plate already completed. Important to note, this item is going to allow him to have a lot more ultis total. Generally for Nocturne, it's going to be either that or the Stride Breaker first. He wants to go for this extra power on ultimate. So that being fully done compared to just the parts of the Trinity Force that Yike has right now means the Nocturne has a definitive advantage, at least in their individual power. But Yike is going to take the chance, knock out that little spooky Kalista Sentinel, start up this dragon himself. Driver versus Kana up here on the top side. it's a hard knock life for Ornn. He doesn't really like this situation too much, but he's doing what he can with it as KC has control over the bot side river, and it doesn't look like anybody on the side of CFO is interested in this. Instead, they're just going to handshake this second spawn of objectives. The Dragons will end up going 1-1, but it'll be a 6-0 grub split for the side of CFO.
Yep. No need to fight that on your resets. You just had a big chunk taken by Honkyu. Vladdy finished his Luden's Echo and then teleported back in to force the recall the other way. So then you get your answer here. Sork Shoes picked up for Honkyu. So Akali's got the penetration along with the mobility and wants to use it. As soon as he finishes his little combo there, Honkyu walking in for some deep vision with Kai Wing. Once Honkyu can get his level 11 too, ideally, you know, he'd like to wait until he can squeeze out level 11 before he goes for the all-in, so you can get your ultimate rank 2 and have the huge kill pressure. A lot better with it, but they're preempting the play by getting the deeper vision down first and look for those people who are rotating between objectives, between lanes here for KC, who have moved their bottom lane up to the top side of the map afterwards, and Kana sitting down here still trying to farm up some grass procs here against Driver.
Yeah, Kana with that completed Trinity Force is so scary now, but Junja showing up. Nice escape from Kana so far. He gets far enough away that they can't continue the chase because the Gnar bar is fully charged. That means overcommitting near the turret is a death sentence. Well played from Kana to avoid that Nocturne gank, make that first Nocturne ulti essentially nullified.
Wonder what this is actually for. Yeah, definitely, you know, the flash being blown for the Gnar is something, yeah, but a necessary one and a good one to escape. He was also about to transform Mega, so yeah, Nocturne staring at him like, okay, my fear procced, but he's about to go Mega in front of the tower, and we know he's going to get scoop me under the tower, so let's chill with that one. So the play stopped there. Maybe a water spillage.
It's a spill situation.
Okay.
That's what happened. Okay, the old classic. Some things change, some things don't.
Things never do.
Yep. I had something much more eloquent in my brain, but it came out as that. So, whatever.
You win some, you lose some, Flowers.
Yep. That's the way she goes sometimes, man. The way she goes.
You spill some, you save some as well.
Yeah.
So
I hope he saved more than he spilled.
Yeah.
I hope it was only a small spill.
Yeah, I wonder what the contents actually were. Is it just water, or was it like a caffeine spill? Because the caffeine spill would be a bigger. Whoa, Yike is in it.
Oh, dude, yeah, he is serious business right now.
I mean, he did get killed in the dragon play, but it wasn't like devastating. I know the last game as well, he's probably feeling a little bit down from the previous one, but lock in.
Yep.
He's contemplating the state of the game.
I mean, it kind of goes back to what we were talking about in the second game. It was just so bad for CFO where they lose 20-1 or whatever. It's like in a best-of-5 series, so much of it is a mental game.
Yeah.
And you can't just, you know, boom over having a bad one, right? You got 4 more to play, buddy. You got to be ready to go. You got to be ready to lock in. And that level of resilience is something that, especially when you have younger players, especially when you have players who are newer to the international stages, it can be something that catches them off guard, right? You know, we're talking about Kalist and Honkyu being the 2 youngest players at this event. This is like their introduction to internationals, and just being able to make it this far and being able to handle the pressure and just the scope of where they're at is really impressive.
Yeah, certainly is. We've seen a lot of smiles on these player cameras, despite the pressure that is here.
Oh, wait
a second. That Ornn is dead. That's a body there, Flowers.
Okay.
Investigate.
We definitely missed. Somebody got spilled down there in the bottom lane.
Who done it?
Okay, so
it was the Gnar with the boomerang in the bottom lane.
And there are no ones in the assist column for anybody else on KC, so that was a solo kill. Now, Kana
Such a get for burning my flash with that gank, huh?
Yeah.
You call jungler. Oh, okay. Well, I called mid laner.
Yeah, here comes Honkyu. Sure, he can flip backwards to just get himself closer. Perfect execution, and oh, nice. He tried to juke him, thinking maybe he would go the wrong way, but not quite going to get the luck on that one. As Doggo ready to try to engage here on a Kalist and Targamas. No, they need to back away right now. Kai Wing and Doggo know that they're in some danger. Yike is trying to close the gap, wants to go for the flash engage, but an immediate response in flashes from CFO to escape from it.
A lot of action very quickly, and it's going to result in more money into the hands of the Akali, which is a bit scary. But the Caitlyn Karma claims a tower in the time because they saw Junja on that ward right there. They know that there's no jungler up top side. So here's a look. The investigation. It was indeed Kana in the bottom lane. Actually with his hands and not the boomerang,
Yeah.
but close enough.
Hit him with a rock.
Yep. And then Honky comes to answer. Of course, you can see on the minimap during that time, because of the roam, the Aurora did get some extra pressure on the tower in mid lane, albeit not that much. And a more meaningful one was the top side counter.
Yeah, the biggest individual gold lead in this game is Kana. Thank you so much, MasterCard Lane Economy Snapshot. 1,191 gold for Kana up over Driver. You've got some nice advantages for the Nocturne and the Akali on the other side, but then also Kalista with a nearly 1,000 advantage for himself. You've got some serious power players on either side, but it overall slightly favors KC, just ever so little bit.
Yeah, and the thing that KC do have to worry about, the money is in the hands of the super mobile champions on the side of CFO. Nocturne and Akali are the ones that get to traverse the map and put pressure wherever they see someone who's out of line or who is exposed. So I have to worry a little bit here, as both of them with their rank 2 ultimates will be able to make these big plays. Meanwhile, the side lanes will probably be the same story.
Yep.
As we have seen, and Kana continuing to push in, get that Gnar priority on the side lanes, and threaten the teleports to come into the big team fights. This is why the 5th pick for KC was why we really liked their side of it. The Gnar has the ability to win side lane as well as join the rest of the team.
Oh yeah. KC going to take the opportunity, just try to force down the tier 1 turret here, as you do have a teleport coming in from Driver. Join up with the rest of the squad to try to make a play. Hongq diving in with the Ornhorn in over the top. Junja gonna get the fear. Feet of Warfare claimed as Yike spins in, trying to get something back, but he will not do it. Meanwhile, bottom lane, tier 1 turret destroyed by Kana. That is now 2 turrets claimed by the top laner at KC.
Yeah, and they're gonna keep on pushing actually towards mid lane here. Looks like they're just going to rotate over the Dragon after they get up to tower. But very early on, you could tell KC made the call, we're not going to answer teleports. We are not going to answer with Kana's teleport, but they couldn't avoid the engage.
Yikes, in some trouble, he gets caught out. He's going to get bursted down. The fear is there, and he's out. Beautifully picked there by CFO. The Herald now summoned up too, just as a distraction over in mid lane. And with the claim on this Drake, there's going to be, oh wait, there's already the feats claimed. I forgot about the first Drake going the way of CFO. This game has been crazy for the first 17 minutes, and KC going to use the power of this early pressure to at least claim the last of those tier 1 turrets from CFO, but it's another neutral objective going the way of the Oysters.
Yeah, it's just a consolation prize for KC there. The scraps, the turret, getting some money. CFO, the big winners coming out of it, and they're still going to be able to rotate over to bottom. Since Kana's here, it does get difficult to fully commit to it, but Hongq cancels his recall. They're gonna.
Yeah, they want to make this happen. This turret has barely any HP left, but Doggo's about to die. Stays alive a little bit longer. They go in hard on Kana. The Between Worlds is not enough damage because of the bailout here just yet. Vladdy gets himself away, and now Junja's in trouble. Vladdy continuing the chase. Targamas and Yike right next to him. CFO gonna go ahead and call it a day on that one. It will be a 1-for-1 trade on champions, with the tier 1 turret being the bonus for CFO.
And Vladdy's ultimate, flash, and teleport invested for that 1-for-1 for KC. As you said, the objective had already gone down, so CFO, once again, decently happy with the way that went, but my goodness, this game, the action just continues. Very quick counter punches from each team. Let's take another look at it. So KC made the call, hey, Kana's not going to teleport in, and once the Nocturne ultimate goes off, there's no option to. So the call has to be simultaneous of like, hey, we are not going to teleport up to Rift Herald, and get the heck out of there and avoid the engage. But it's so hard to avoid a Ornn Nocturne engage because the range is so long. Then this one, though, just walking up right there towards the control ward and rush, that one was an avoidable one. Regardless, they teleport in, Vladdy goes to make sure he can get that kill on the Doggo, and it is a shutdown. So the extra value there for KC does get them a bit of a little bump in the gold, and the gold, they once again have been able to squeeze out this very tiny gold lead for themselves. But again, CFO, they just have such an ability to make picks with this super, super long range and dive possibilities.
I mean, this is just the Kana show in terms of where is the gold for KC.
Yeah.
He's up 2,000 gold over his individual lane matchup. Just now, finally, Driver completes his first full item with the Unending Despair. Will make him tankier in the fights. The extra healing could pay some dividends if he does not get just bursted down very quickly. As Driver ready to summon up the Ornhorn yet again. Beautifully done there from Yike, though, to enter the second half of the cast. Now Driver's about to die. He barely holds on. Driver, I feel like that was way too close for comfort.
Yeah, Driver just hands checked right there. He was like, I'm going to flash forward to do it quicker, to R2 quicker. And Yike was like, no, I can react to that.
Yeah.
And they immediately do, so well done from him. Driver doesn't lose his life for it, but yeah.
It was very close to losing his life for it. That had to be about 50 HP.
Yeah.
Maybe that was an Unending Despair proc, keeping him alive as Kana jumps over the wall. But he dodges everything that might have been flying towards him. Remember, this is the single strongest player on the map for either team is Kana's Gnar. Just zoning everybody away by himself. Ready to transform now. Gnar bar charged. As Otacon will put some damage into the KC lines. Now going to reset. Everybody hanging around, 80 carries resetting back towards mid lane now to deal with those waves, address that again. KC's just kind of testing the waters here with what they can get away with, starting up the Otacon, but CFO ready to respond in time. Also worth noting, Black Cleaver, second fully completed item here for the Nocturne for Junja. I talked about how Stridebreaker and Experimental Hexblade are normally the two big ones, but just going for the strict ball of stats instead of the ability to get the slow with the Stridebreaker.
Yeah, I'm trying to do some shredding work for Doggo. Done for himself. Regardless, the cooldowns on the ults are so short. They're all back up again, so we could see another commitment. Currently, though, I think the outer tower is just going to get taken. The top tower is very, very low on the side of KC, so Honkyu should be able to get solo tower gold for that, and has his teleport and flash ready for the possible counter move that KC could make on the opposite side of the map, with Otacon being there and the dragon showing up very shortly. Early positioning towards the brush-in river is kind of critical here for these two teams, because KC, their team will do so much better if they're first. Yeah. Caitlyn traps is like #1 thing for Caitlyn when you're in mid-game. Be at the objective first, line up your traps. KC really, 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 really want to be there first, so that they can make use of all their kind of timing-dependent things they've got here. Kana as well gonna have to do some work to charge up his Gnar bar, because currently, little mini walking towards the fight.
Don't feel great to be a little tiny Gnar, but hey, you're talking about timing. One of the most important things, Kalist just importantly completed his Infinity Edge. Both AD carries now on a 2-item power spike. Both mid laners, 2-item power spike. Junglers, advantage for Junja there, not the 2-item power spike for Yike, means he's going to feel a lot worse when he dives in. And CFO, you already said it earlier, Kobe, have been focusing him whenever they get the opportunity to do so. Driver's here to play spoiler to any potential entry from KC, trying to stop Drake, and that'll be sole point for CFO, uncontested.
Yeah, I feel like KC have very, very little chance if they're not there first, so very dangerous for them, and they try and get wards for a possible Otacon contest instead, but now they go for Honkyu.
Honkyu in some danger, slammed back into the wall between worlds, all the burst down onto him. They want to get the reset. It's not going to happen, but in the back, huge from Junja to pick up 2. Yes, KC might have assassinated the Akali, but the response is an absolute slugger coming out from CFO. Doggo in the front line, going crazy forward after Kalist, but Kalist turns it around, and now Kana's got Hysteric's Gauge, keeping him alive. A little bit more damage, a flash from Junja. Kalist is still alive, and now Driver having to run interference on that. Doggo just went completely crazy.
Yeah, he was trying to smurf on Kalist, but Kalist gets the last lap here. The Caitlyn at the end. Free firing. Targama searching around for any recalls, isn't going to find one. Wow. Flowers, that was a full send if I've ever seen one. Okay, so they go with a pick here onto Akali. They want 100% Akali in the Shroud with all of their AoE. But the key here is that they invest a lot into it. Aurora ultimate, Gnar ultimate, Wukong ultimate. They get the shutdown, but they sustain so much damage, and they use their big ultis in going for it. So Junja's able to answer with 2. But then it's an overchase on the other side as CFO, and you mentioned Doggo, after Driver, the front line, just got chased out, Doggo wanted to go all in on the Kalist, and Kalist just flashes over the wall next to his turret, and then punishes them as they try and run away. He's got his lethal tempo stacked, he's just pummeling them from the other side. And KC, huge turnaround right there after it is like a big commitment from KC onto the Akali, but then also another large commitment, Doggo there, who's been known to go super hungry for some plays like this. It's just that it came at the same timing as Driver just getting chunked out. So Driver left, your front line left, here we go on Baron.
Yeah, they threw the control ward over the wall into the brush, but it's right on top of a control ward that has already been placed by KC. KC is fully aware that this is being attempted by CFO. CFO wants to force it with the power of the Kalista, the double smite to the combo power with the Rend, but the Nocturne blind over the wall goes, Yike, can he do it? No! They will not steal it away. CFO forces the Baron 25 minutes into the game and gets away with it scot-free.
Flowers, our timeline is we've come from 2 games of CFO doing nothing and losing and waiting to CFO going, yeah, let's try it. Just go for the smite steal. We've got a Kalista Rend combo.
This is absolute madness from CFO. Targamas trying to keep everybody's owned away as Driver fires up an Ornn Horn. Targamas getting away from it there with a flash, but now HongQ has made his way forward as well. Yike, the target, the Wukong trying to escape with a perfect execution, seals his fate. The stasis from HongQ. Nice toss into the immediate hostile takeover. CFO just ripped their heads off. Kana and Vladdy, the last 2 alive, as CFO have a 5-man push versus 2 for the next 20 seconds.
The Oysters looking like a different beast in this game. They are hungry for that game 5.
These Oysters have shark teeth, brother. That is absolute killer instinct right there. The Wombo combo. This is why Kalista and Renata can pair so well together. You throw Renata in like a bowling ball, and the bowling ball makes everybody kill each other. It's absolutely insane when you catch them in a choke like that, and the reward is Otacon.
Huge stuff. CFO with the Baron, with the Otacon, with the confidence. Here we go, another look. Vladdy wants a piece of Doggo. They know Doggo used his flash to go for that previous play, so Caitlyn ult and Aurora ult invested, and Driver's able to force out the flash with the Ornn ultimates, and then the follow-up. Here it is, your favorite play, Flowers, when they're gonna send him in. They got the first kill, and then the chase with the Kalista Renata combo. Knock up into Berserk taunt, chasing them through their own jungle. Huge stuff for CFO on the chase down.
Absolutely crazy, man. And you could see, once again, Targamas, all he was something for Akali to tumble through so that then he could chase after Wukong. They just want Yike. Yeah. They're saying dogpile this guy, man. He's 1-4 in this game, and this is the 2nd game in a row now where instead of being this massive catalyst, this huge playmaker for KC, he's been set behind and just completely useless.
All right, well, I think there's 0 chance that they do anything about the Dragon.
Yeah.
What about our chances of actually making use of this Otacon buff here for CFO, though? Because the timer is gonna, wind down fairly quickly here. Dragon Soul just looks like that is forfeit for sure. No way that KC are gonna fight into this buff, and so it looks like that's just gonna be the value there. They guarantee it. Ocean Soul acquired. So now CFO with dominant control of anywhere on the map that's not covered by a KC turret.
Huge.
And the ability with these Otacon buffs to even go under the turrets and send the dives. So this is gonna have to be a big defensive stand for KC. You have to defend against these revivals and this large lead that has accrued for CFO. Their constant sustain with the Ocean Dragon.
All right, here comes the march down top lane. Doggo takes a big chunk of damage, but he'll be happy to heal it right back up. And here goes Driver yet again. Forces out the Ornn engage, but a nice sidestep coming out from Vladdy means he stays safe. Hostile takeover over the top, hits multiple targets, but nobody's dead just yet. Into the back goes HongQ, and into the ground goes KC. A double kill over to HongQ as Yike, Kana, and Vladdy try to keep themselves alive, but the Nexus turrets are the target. CFO has their eyes on the prize, and KC is scrambling to keep them from it. Driver teleporting back into the enemy base, ready to rejoin for the final mission of this fourth game. The minion wave has arrived. Kailing with a beautiful handshake to force the flash away from Kana, and Doggo is on a killing mission yet again. HongQ in a rampage. Second Nexus turret headed for the ground, and CFO is headed for game 5. We're going to Silver Scrapes.
HongQ, my man. They say, can rookies handle international pressure? Well, he was down 2 games. He is still down to an elimination game, but he has been able to step up in some critical situations here. 17 years old. The Akali getting some early money in this one, and the Akali doing some work.
The Oysters are here to play. It has been absolutely incredible here so far. We got one more game coming your way. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to First Stand 2025. CFO came back from the abyss after an abysmal start to this series, and we will get a 5th game in this series. I'm excited, I'm scared, I don't know what to think, guys. What a series so far.
Yeah, I mean, again, I didn't necessarily believe in them when they locked in this draft. I thought that the Caitlyn Karma was an excellent answer. I already know what you're going to say because Targamas and Kaiwing have the same problem.
They have the same issue, yeah.
We already addressed, obviously, right? But they were able to get a really good early shove in that lane. And Kana absolutely destroyed top lane, right? So even when a lot of these fights were happening, I was like, but then Honkyu absolutely popped off. I think he is definitely the story right now for CFO's resurgence.
Yeah, I mean, he had such huge moments. Even that point where he was caught and the Renata W allowed him to get the damage off. I think we kind of talked about KC as being this team with such a bad start and such a short amount of time to turn it around. But our CFO have done that in the matter of a series, you know, going from game 1 and game 2 where they genuinely looked so lifeless, and now everyone has stepped up so much. And I feel like, as you mentioned, Honkyu just did so much in this game, and Akali is a pick where really you can have no impact so easily. You can fall behind slightly, and you can just not do enough damage. You get CC'd when you go in fights, but it felt like he was a consistent threat in these engages.
And he had to, I mean, I feel like this entirety of CFO lineup had to chase those, how can I say this? Had to come back in this game, because when you look at the way KC played in the early game, especially the bot lane, especially the advantage that they got the early game lead, I feel like they didn't do much for it. And after that, it was CFO's game for the taking.
Yeah, I mean, it really comes down to that early Drake fight they had, right? Because that undid a lot of the early pressure that they were able to get, especially from bot. Yeah. And it was interesting because it came off a little bit of a swap in lane assignments, right? With sending the bot lanes top and sending the Ornn down to the bot lane to get that farm. But then in these fights, again, the big thing was this combination of of the Renata, Nocturne, and the Akali.
And I think what was so evident that despite the rough lane matchups that they ended up having early, there was just so much confidence from CFO where every fight they thought, we can take this, we can win this, we can outplay this. Sometimes not to their detriment, but the energy was there for the whole game. And, you know, I feel like considering KC looked so decisive in the first 2 games, they looked a lot more indecisive in this one. And also kind of like when there were fights, they were opting into them because CFO were running at them, but they kind of didn't really have the setup to look for these fights themselves.
And it sadly is what we have been seeing from KC in the LEC. The first fearless best of 5 they played against G2. I'm going to repeat myself here, but putting things in context. That is what happened. After game 2, completely crumbled in the first time they faced off against them. The best of 5 against Fnatic, they win the first 2 games, almost lose the series, come back in the last one. I look at this game 5 here, and for me, whatever you did before doesn't matter. The way you arrived here doesn't matter. It is going to come to a strong mental in this game 5.
Yeah, and interestingly, they've chosen blue side. You know, we saw teams actually go into choosing red side, looking to prioritize that counter pick or denying it, I feel, away from Kana, but they've opted against this.
And that's actually really interesting to me because, again, like their slow start early on, right? Like, I didn't feel like Kana was the problem at all. He got a massive advantages, and it was that they really weren't able to play around that, especially when it came to having the Gnar in team fights, right? So it is interesting because it breaks their strategy from previous, which I still thought was good, right? Like, put Khan on something he can carry on. He's going to get you advantages. So it is really interesting that they're now going over to blue side, which tells me they might have a pick that they really want to lock in B1.
Yeah, we actually had some win conditions.
All right, let's get this
for both teams.
Tell me, what do you have?
Unfortunately, you know...
Want to start with KC? Let's start with KC.
So my first one at the top, if you can see, so enable Kana with counter pick and a carry. I thought they were going to red, so you know maybe
it can still happen. It can still happen.
You wanna adjust this, and Emily, you go first, maybe.
All right, I'll go first, right? So.
Now 2 win conditions.
I know.
All right,
hopefully you can read my handwriting. But so Jinja on something with agency where he can interact with his lanes. I think that is best for him. I think when this team is really, really firing and looking at their most dominant, it is when he's able to have something that interacts with his lanes. The second is somehow get Kaiwing on a melee engage support. I don't know how that's going to happen, to be quite honest. Poppy is still up, maybe, you know. But yeah, we've talked about these supports and somehow maybe make it happen. I know we're getting sparse down there in the melee engage support pool. And then don't flip, overextend for no reason. Seriously, what was that red side bot jungle overextension? You should have gone for Avicon. Why? What was that Baron flip? I love you, CFO, but just don't do that because I feel like they were not properly punished for those mistakes.
All right, Dan, what do you have?
Well, I crossed out the enable kind of with counterpick and a carry, and I wrote pick something OP on blue side, I guess, is
All
the
right,
plan. So,
all right.
so
What do you have
that.
in mind, though?
Off the top of my head, I don't know, but I did say facilitate a pick for Yike, maybe
Okay.
the Ivan. We've seen them have a
like
lot of
that.
success on that, and especially it feels like the game 5 is a lot more tense. But if you got like a hyper carry and Ivan, we've seen game 5s and Fearless just end up going slower, and with less engaged supports, hard to punish. And then the final one is really set the pace of the game and don't get bait into poor fights without setup. Because I feel like game 1 and 2 was all KC leading, and then game 3 and 4, it's kind of like they would just see champion try and kill champion, and then CFO were better prepared. They were the ones setting up for the picks, setting up for the fights, and kind of demolishing them. So I think, honestly, they can slow the game down a bit. They don't need to rush through this, and it felt like they were grasping at opportunities, and that was really their downfall.
I want to take a step back and think about the story of these two teams and how they somehow came together because CFO, beginning of the tournament, no expectations around them. They rose to become one of the best teams we had in the tournament, and we all love an underdog story. You first, Emily. You're the one who mentioned it. And Casey on the other side, winning their first LEC titles, having numerous finds behind them, crashing down completely in the first 2 games that they play, reviving the hope to give us that series that they only get to play because CFO won against TES yesterday. And it comes down to game 5 right now. My question is simple, guys. Who's going to take this one and why?
Oh man, it's really going to depend on draft. I'm actually really, really slightly concerned, again, that KC didn't go for red side so they could get that counter pick for Kana because I think their win condition is Kana getting ahead and then having good fight setups.
Yeah, I think having the red side potential counter pick for CFO is great, and they look so confident. Hongju's looked so good in these last 2 games. I think they have the momentum.
It is Fearless Draft Game 5 here at First Stand between KC and CFO. Grab your Hopion, lit up your phones. It is Silver Scrapes. Who is going to take this one? Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Laure. And here it is, ladies and gentlemen, the last battle between these two teams. KC starting off strong in game 1, continuing stronger in game 2, but then CFO remembering how they got here, playing proactively, getting in the faces of KC and clawing back in games 3 and 4. Now here we stand at the precipice of game 5 with both teams 1 single game away from an international final.
Flowers, these are the moments I enjoy the most in all of League of Legends. It is Silver Scrapes, game 5 of an international tournament. And this is for finals. Huge stuff on the shoulders of all of these players right now. Let's get into the draft. They were wondering about, oh, why are they going blue side? My hypothesis is that they gotta get Yike something comfortable. I hate to bring this story back, but Yike on and Yike off have completely determined this team. And it might have been a bit of foreshadowing during that pause when we got the player cam looking at him, you know, arms crossed, you know, closed off body language, staring into the computer, the 2,000-yard stare. But he needs to lock back in. And he needs to lock in one of the 4 champs we were talking about at the beginning of the day. Those tanks and Ivern are like the god comp here, but, you know, for junglers.
Well, here's the problem, man. He already played Sejuani.
Yeah.
That's out. Skarner and Maokai have been perma ban status. I don't see a world where they're allowed through. Victor's already been banned by CFO. I expect these next two to be Skarner and Maokai. It's Zyra
100%.
and Lilia banned out by KC.
Are you in a...
No, they don't. It's Draven. Yike is guaranteed to be able to get at least Skarner or Maokai.
I can hear French cheers already. Honestly, though, okay, I would still invest my first pick into it. I guess their reasoning here is they're going to leave Skarner up and they want to take the Maokai on the side of CFO. Or they're like, you know what, you get to choose, fine. You can have
Pick
a tank.
one, we'll take the other, just handshake them.
You can have a tank, we'll have a tank too. Jinja's been great on the tanks as well. I'm assuming they're leaving both up and not just one.
Yeah, I would be
unless they're like Omega. Yeah,
I would be
feel like that
very
has to be the play.
confused if they banned out one of them and left the other one up. Because I feel like...
Because if you leave... Or you can do the thing where you give them Skarner and then you pick Ivern into it, which people do like as the answer. Okay, so yeah, they leave both up, so the Maokai as well as the Skarner.
Okay.
So now, it actually, what it does is push down the priority. You don't have to first pick now.
Right.
Unless,
Just handshake it.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see what they want.
Maokai doesn't really get countered by anything. Except like super aggressive junglers if you wanted to like punish that way. But there's a lot of teams that do like running the Ivern into the Skarner. And KC definitely would be one of those teams.
Yeah, Yike on Ivern looks good.
Yeah.
So we got the Corki first. This is a flex. Can be played either mid or ADC, so keeping the head scratching here on the side of CFO. All
right, we get Skarner versus Ivern probably then.
This was in the first series that these teams played a few days ago. When Junjia played this, it was very effective against KC. Granted, Yike was on Vi in that game, which has not been one of his stronger picks.
I would bet my 100% of my net worth that Yike is going to be either Maokai or Ivern. Yike is going to be a tree this game. Okay. I literally promise you.
Okay.
Yike is a tree already.
Okay.
I can see him growing roots down there.
All right, he's got some bark, he's got some leaves, some branches. Orianna. Now remember, this was banned against CFO last game, second half of the draft by KC. They wanted to keep HonQ away from this one. This time around, they're saying, nah, you know what? We'll take this. We can play it into the Corki if we have to, but it's also one of those just like kind of evergreen mid laner picks that works into a lot of different stuff if they want to put the Corki in the AD carry role instead.
Yeah. All right, so which tree? The tree of choosing is his Maokai. Definitely a massive, massive pick for Yike. So much success on it in the past, and he needs it most now. KC need it most right now. Game 5, full pressure on.
But what do they go with for the third pick? I expect they probably want to keep the flex power of the Corki open. Okay, Jax slammed down. Desk was talking about put Kana on a carry pick. Put him on something where he can win lane, get ahead, be a threat.
So, Impact ran the Jax into Driver, and Driver solo killed him with a gangplank. Let's see what Driver wants to use against Kana. Is it the same matchup?
Is he gonna slam it again?
Kana,
okay.
I would say Kana's a different beast, but you know, Driver was absolutely smashing Impact with his gangplank.
This is Driver's go-to. This is Driver's go-to for the Jax.
In this exact matchup. All right.
He sees helicopter, he counters with boat. That is the play.
All right, so let's go down the list here then for the bottom lane, because the Corki early flexible pick there does prompt a Ziggs ban because Corki, the AD threat there, they want to take out a Ziggs possibility for bottom side of the map.
Exactly. It's one of those things that can flex around either way. The Lucian banned away from Doggo. Another one of those ones, like Lucian Nami is one of those combos that you can still find all the way to Steven Fearless.
Last time around where KC had the draft where they threw a bunch of bans at Doggo and they pushed Doggo super far down the tier list, it worked out well for KC. You know, that Sivir game worked out quite well for KC. So they're really trying to just squeeze that AD carry champ pool down even further, make him squirm.
Final ban for the series for CFO is the Poppy.
Interesting. So that makes me think they want something more mobility. Yeah, exactly. Something more jumpy.
Yeah.
I mean,
these guys don't jump.
Yeah, exactly.
for the bottom lane. So that's like their protection for some support pick here, like a Leona or something. Or Leona already was used in game 1.
Rakan Bando. Oh, now this could be something very, very interesting.
Dude, are we gonna get like a Senna with some sort of jumpy carry down there to farm?
Oh, I'm okay. Actually, you know what? We're not going to get baited. We're not going to get baited. They haven't locked it in yet. This might just be a gigantic bamboozle.
Dude, I've seen. Okay, never mind. Okay. Just gonna be a Zeri plus some Enchanter then.
Okay.
Lulu's already pre-banned out, so Yuumi is available.
This is one of the most like stock standard comps ever, I feel like, for CFO. You've got just a big meatball tank in the jungle, standard control mage mid, bruiser.
Dude, I love
top.
Neela. I am a huge Neela fan. Yes!
Okay, Neela for Kalist.
You get some crazy stuff with the passive with Senna too. It's perfect.
Okay.
Oh, that's actually insane synergy right here. All right, what's the response for the Zeri? Are we just going Yuumi? Or something else? We cooking something better?
I'm very curious what they want to go with alongside the Zeri. Traditionally always does best with an Enchanter.
Ooh, this is so much more safety. The Janna ult. Oh no, that is, okay.
No, okay.
Man. I mean, I don't get like super excited for Janna, but way more excited than a Yuumi.
I mean, it's hard to be excited for Yuumi
Okay.
usually, but this is the ancient forbidden magic. This is what you see on page 1 of the Necronomicon. This is Zeri Yuumi.
So, remember how CFO just had a lot of success in the previous 2 games and they built up all this momentum. They were on kick-ass stuff. They were on proactive, making plays, taking names, winning lanes. This game, not so much.
Well, there is
Not
one
so
champion
much.
that can do that, and it's Skarner. I feel like there's a lot of pressure on Junja to set things up for these other lanes, because you can get some real powerful stuff going, but Skarner really feels like the only one who can make it happen.
Tense.
Very.
Tense stuff here. Game 5. Both teams with some very young players at their first internationals, looking to prove themselves, looking to earn themselves a spot in the finals.
This is going to be a good one, man. It has been so long for either one of these regions to make an international final.
Yeah.
Right? Like, this has been since the last time that Europe was in an international final, G2 World Finals 2019. The last time that a representative from what is now the LCP was in an international final, TPA Season 2 World Finals.
Yeah, it's actually incredible stuff what CFO have already accomplished this year at this tournament. You mentioned the LMS. They come from such a long and rich history of international tenacious wins. You know, from the Flash Wolves, from the TPA that you're talking about, this has always been the region that has pushed the top 4 the most and taken the most wins off of the top 4. And they are doing that region proud despite all of the mergers, constantly merging more regions into them and ending up as LCP. They still here are doing the region proud on the international stage, and they're fishing around right now for some Yuumi Qs.
Yep. It's time to leave it all on the Rift. After this, I mean, somebody's going to finals tomorrow and somebody's tournament ends here. It has been a battle of a series between these two so far.
Speaking of the LMS and Flash Wolves and the rich history, Maple is streaming right now in a maid costume that he put on after game 2 and started a lot of momentum for CFO. So shout out to him, one of the all-time legends. All right, driver gangplank into Kana Jax.
Yep.
Will it go as well as his gangplank into Impact's Jax?
Kana won the first barrel battle, knocking that one down, getting the +10 gold before driver was able to detonate it, and there Kana wins another
10,
barrel.
baby.
That's 2 barrels.
Kana looks stiff to me, okay? Look at that.
Yeah.
He avoids it. Oh,
he's in driver's head. He's winning the minigame.
Kana already level 2.
Kana's got some clean movement so far.
Kana's ready for this game number 5.
He is locked in. Honestly, Kana's been locked in for so long now. I mean, he has constantly performed for this squad. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, the height matchup we were looking for with the Nila plus the Senna down here, applying some pressure, but they get ignited on the bounce back of the wave. Not gonna do too much. Heal still available, both potions still available on the side of KC.
Junglers also clearing opposite directions this time around. You can see some question mark pings in the red side jungle coming out from KC, thinking, okay, maybe Skarner's clearing through his red buff right now, and he is. We'll see if this turns into any potential playmaking for either side. So Vladdy's gonna go ahead, throw that ward off to the side of the mid lane, make sure that he does not get ganked. Doggo popping the barrier there. With Kalist and Targamas continuing to play aggressively, owning the tempo, owning the control, owning the push early on here in this bottom lane. Not to the same degree they were in game number 1, but still, bullying Zeri Yuumi early is kind of how it goes.
Yeah, and the Nila plus the Senna, the synergies that we talked about, that we love so much with them, with the experience on us, with the healing and shielding combination, and the possibilities of going for your engages and being a duo that not only can gain push, but also can create plays, is just so massive. Like, they actually bring so much CC to the game too. You're just bringing so many options with the Senna Snare, with the ultimate engage that you can pop off with the Nila, as well as the auto attack shield. But mid lane, you had your eyes on Junja. You wanted some big Skarner stuff from him, Flowers. Guess what? KC have their eyes on him too with that ward, and they saw him wiggling around.
Oh, but down here, CFO. Yike is ready and waiting for him over the wall. There goes the Zeri, but a nice bramble smash right on back. Doggo to danger. It's first blood over to Kalist. Kaiwing cannot save his marksman. KC are on the board first.
KC saw the Skarner on the top side, so Yike goes bottom. They punish.
Now Driver taking a beating up here from the Jacks at the same time. Kalist and Targamas off to a good start down there in bottom lane. That's exactly what KC needs to kind of slow down this momentum that CFO has had for the past 2 games.
Yeah, Yike looking so much better on one of those prime jungle champs that have been highlighted, the tree. And he was waiting with open arms for that Zeri to hop over. Critical stuff, and look at that, Flowers. It's a BF sword with that kill for Kalist. Oh, yeah. A whole BF sword. He's got both sums available on the Nila. Kana.
Oh, early orange from Driver. He has to flash away. Just for a second, I almost thought Kana was about to die to a creep block there. That turret was gearing back to go for the second shot. Driver with a ward in the brush forces Kana to delay his back. Let's take another look at what happened bottom. Doggo was just no way out. Yike was ready and waiting.
Yeah, it was really nice on the time there for the foot. They just bounced the wave off the tower. Yike comes down, sitting in try, waiting for him to jump on into his arms. Honestly, I think there should have been more communication on CFO's side. Plus, that is like a very normal jungle timer right there.
Yeah.
You know, that's the time where junglers are, have some extra moments. And since Jinja was topside, they also, I think, should have been a bit more careful there. But very nice from Yike, who now here on this Maokai. He's also going to be the one to get to level 6 earlier. And Maokai level 6, very obviously, so much power for these objective fights. So really nice, kind of smooth pathway here for Yike in a game that we were looking for him to step up again. He's definitely set up to do so.
Ooh, Vladdy going in right on top of Honkyu, who immediately pops the point-blank shockwave. Targamas rotating over to make sure that his mid laner does not drop there. Some aggressive play in the mid lane results in Vladdy having to use his flash. The neutral objectives, one for one team, one for the other. Dragon early for KC. Remember, this was massive in them getting their first win back in that super slow game 1. Stacking up the Drakes, getting the early soul, not allowing the Azir and Sivir comp to scale. As Doggo and Kaiwing It's gonna really be obnoxious here for Kana to try to deal with now that the lanes have been swapped around. Driver's not exactly having a great time dealing with Targamas and Kalist in the bot side either, but you can see Yike in the enemy jungle, placing down some vision, placing down some saplings, and just trying to provide some additional threat. It looks like KC might be eyeing Driver down here in the bottom lane. He still does not have his ulti ready to go again. He already used it once to clear a wave that was crashing into this turret on the reset of his bot lane. And Kalist and Targamas, it looks like they're gonna bring Yike down here, see if they can clear this out. Driver in some danger, pops one barrel immediately. Kalist with the apotheosis. And there it is again, it's KC 2-0.
Well executed dive from KC. Now, Kana finds a Scorpion in his jungle.
And he's not too
Get off my
happy
frog.
about that. Leave my frog alone. Damn Scorpion. You know, there's an old parable about this, scorpions and frogs.
I know.
Yeah,
Good
yeah.
one. You want to elaborate?
No, I don't
viewers?
actually remember what the lesson is. I just remember that it's called the Scorpion and the Frog.
Well, TLDR, the Scorpion's going to sting you in the end because it's a Scorpion. So what did you expect?
Okay, well,
that's I'm not going to tell the whole thing. You know, you're going to have to Google it if you want to look it up. But that's fair. That's fair.
Driver got stung too.
That's the end of it. The Scorpion stings him. Surprise. Yep, Driver getting eaten up in this one. Nicely done with the dive there. Of course, they have options for dropping tower aggro and sustain from that duo. Kalist and Targamas just are going to be brutal there as they rotate them now into mid lane as well for the mid lane control. And switch Vladdy here on the Corki down into the side lane. No problem for him.
I mean, that's the entire gold lead right now between the teams is the bottom lane duo for KC. Yeah. It's Kalist and Targamas on this Neela Senna combo in game number 5 to try to deal with the very scary hyper carry Zeri that has been a menace in so many games, so many metas before. But Doggo and Kaiwing, they're behind. They're gonna need more time than ever to scale up now. And Kalist and Targamas are happy to just be this driving force of power for KC that the rest of the team can play around, rotating around, making sure that they're there for whatever objective the team wants to fight for, and the range and power of these champions can't be underestimated.
Certainly cannot be underestimated in a game with this much behind it. The best of 5 here all comes down to this, and it's really going to be about which team, which players are more composed on this stage in the critical moments. Show more poise on this stage. The momentum had been going the way of CFO with the last 2 games, with their proactive team comps, but this time around, they go back to one that is much more similar to the first 2 games, the 2 games that KC absolutely dominated them on. So yeah. This is going to be the one. The true meaning, it's going to be a dive on top side.
Yeah, they see the teleport coming in from the Jax, and Junja and Hongkyu are both ready immediately to go after Kana here. Pops the counter-strike nice and early. Now they want to try to go after him. Junja immediately slams him in the wall with the Yishal impact. They need more damage to get it done. The Impale is there. Junja drags him out of the turret range in time, while Doggo and Kaiwing are defending on the other side of the map. It's Yike again, trying to make something happen, but the lightning crash is already down. There goes the Yuumi ulti on top of it. They clear the wave. They stop the dive, they stop the counterplay. Meanwhile, Driver's up in the top lane playing Minecraft, just getting the gold out of that turret, and that's exactly where they want him to be. CFO closing the gold gap a little here with a nicely timed play to punish Kana's teleport.
Exactly, it's all 3 things. They take care of all 3 lanes. Gank top, use the double ultimates on bottom side to clear the wave, and then teleport Orianna into mid lane to deal with the extra sacrifice that they made of the mid lane wave getting up to tower that Vladdy had pushed in. So very good usage there, of their resources for CFO to handle all 3. So they make the dive on top side. The dive does take a while because they're going to have to wait out the counter-strike, then they go for the full commitment. But as soon as they finish this dive, they're trying to get Hongkyu away from the tower so he can recall and teleport mid, so they kind of mitigate the losses that they gave up, which was open mid lane, obviously, and then bottom lane, they invest the rest of their resources there to try and control the rest of the map after making a big play.
All right, Yike wants to start up the second Drake, as Vladdy will now be farming up in bottom lane. Bot side duos have rotated over towards mid now. Junja coming down, does not want to allow Yike to take this one for free, but Kalist and Targamas are here. This is the point of power I was talking about for KC. If they are in the fight, CFO has got to respect the lead that they have. Driver versus Kana up here in the top side. Driver just immediately eating the orange after we get stunned by the counter strike. Responds with the barrel for that fast, snappy trading pattern. And it looks like CFO will take control over the bottom side river. KC does not want anything to do with the fight, so no more dragon stacking for them in this one.
Yeah, they once again, they made the call. All right, we dropped the bottom minion wave.
Nice pull there onto Kalist, forcing him all the way back out.
Again, that's a 2-for-1, so you're going for the wave.
Yep.
And so he gets a big chunk, gets a big clear on the wave, and Doggo right back down to the other side to deal with the bottom one. They have the Skarner here as well, so I think that it will be a sacrifice on those grubs. I mean, second pack does take a lot longer to take, so it's not like just because they saw Skarner down at the bottom side means he'll always be there, but they're not making like the full move up to Yike to actually try and push him off. Instead, Jinja's just going to take his Raptors as payment.
This is just the handshake again, but it's the hands going to the other arms from the first time. Right? Nothing completely stacked either way. And I feel like this does help the side of CFO because of the fact that they're drafting more of this scaling type stuff like you're talking about. They're drafting like the Zeri Yumi going for late, comparing back to the first couple of games. And again, it was the fact that early soul for KC in game number 1 that pressured their opponents to come fight them before the Azir and the Sivir had scaled. It was just like the game they needed to play. Now there's not that same pressure, and CFO aren't going to feel compelled to have to answer as early.
100% agree. Now, will Driver get picked again? Because that has been something that has happened a lot in this series.
Driver just going all the way in on Kana here. Remember, he's already used his orange now. He's got some help coming in the form of Junja. Scorp gets him out, and Driver is going all the way back home.
And as that play was starting, you look at the mini-map, and you see, 3 members of KC moving up. Or of course we do, because we have God Vision. Obviously CFO don't. But CFO, the other 2 lanes were in full reset. So there was no other point on the map where you would think that KC were going to attack, since the other 2 were kind of like bouncing back.
Kalist goes in for a play on Doggo. Does not have the damage to get the kill. The Apotheosis, though, just pops the wave. We're seeing so much ulti for the sake of popping the wave and maintaining a defensive stance from both sides in this game.
Certainly are. That Zeri, I mean, the wave clear gets insane, right? With Static Shiv. Plus, with the ultimates constantly being used, he's only got 2 more stacks on the Cole to proc as well. So they're trying to chip away at that KC bottom lane lead.
And that is the entire lead still for KC. MasterCard lane economy snapshot right there on your screen. The gold overall dead even between the 2 teams. It's bot and support for KC. It's the other 3 roles for the side of CFO. And KC wants to put the pain here onto the tier 1 turret. Nice shockwave on a Kalist from Hongq, but nobody else is here in time. Jinja trying to go in with the Ishtal impact, but he can't close the gap in time. Goes forward, beautiful use of the Skarner ulti, as Doggo doesn't have the damage to kill off Kalist, but surely the tree will get chopped.
He's out.
Jinja trying to keep following, as now Vladdy has the opportunity to put damage into the tier 1 turret over in the mid lane, but a TP is gonna bring Hongq back instead. Now he's point blank range for the Corki, needs a little bit more damage, tries to get away, flashes out of the extra big one, and now Vladdy's behind enemy lines. Hongq's still alive. The tier 1 turret is gonna die, but at the same time, Driver killed one on the top side first, so it's first turret over to CFO, second turret over to KC, a kill traded back and forth in the mid lane with both mid laners. It's a mess, Kobe, and it looks like we already got the feats of warfare. Did we have the feats of warfare claimed? I'm losing track.
Gotta wait for the rotator thing. There we go, we got him.
Okay.
Honestly, so the initial, I could not believe that no member of KC died in the initial bot side play. That was such a good flash Skarner ult from Jinja, but all members of KC scramble and escape with their lives using their flashes. Then you have the mid lane ring around the Rosie of the tower, where Hongq made the decision, by the way, to go back in. He was like, I am going to bait for my Skarner here. Vladdy gets the kill, though, in the attempted bait, so it ends up being, like an assisted kill for a non-assist kill, which is, slightly more bonus gold for the other side. But the tower also was taken, and mid tower gone for CFO. That bastion of defense that you need for the middle of the map no longer available to them as we look towards the Rift Herald. All 5 members of CFO are coming, by the way.
Yike and Junja are both standing by the Herald. Targamas and Kalista here. The Shockwave doesn't find anything, and Hongq could be in some trouble. Targamas down to 40% HP now, as well as Junja's here on the front line. The Gangplank ulti at the top, a lot of damage down to Hongq as Kalist and Kana trying to go in, but Kalista's already down. That's the most fed player. Junja dragging Vladdy into the range of everybody else as well, and Doggo is barking. He's hungry for KC blood.
CFO do it! They get the fight! They're gonna get the dragon! That was massive! Flowers, the peel is real! Doggo stays alive, he gets to jump forward and punish. Wait, they're gonna get tower and the dragon at the same time. That fight gives you multiple objectives. This is huge. Junja on the Skarner, Flowers. Insane.
He is doing what needs to be done. Now, the Herald did go the way of KC. That is the silver lining here for them. That is the one thing saving that engagement from being an unmitigated disaster. But now, Kobe, allow me to direct thine eyes down to the scoreboard, because it's now the Zeri with more gold.
Zeri is scary. Okay, they started out. Targamas has to flash, then to engage off of Maokai ulti. But look at that Gangplank ultimate they're going to have to go through. So Kana and Kalist try and get in there, but Hongq just flashes the Neela ultimate. And then Neela has the problem where she's melee range in there and just gets annihilated. Huge kiting from CFO to be able to punish the disengage from KC. They were not all together in their attempt, and they get taken down.
And the big thing that we also got to praise, that Mikhails from Kaiwing was perfect. He waited until the Maokai hit Hongq and then Captain Jacked him from the third-person perspective.
Yeah,
it was beautifully done. Jun just showing up down here in the bot lane now. Kana's kind of a hard target to dive. Still moving forward towards him here. Ooh, swing and a miss on the Impale. Let's see if Doggo can get it done instead. Yeah, okay, I can't even finish the sentence. That's Zeri now with 2 fully completed items. Very, very intimidating stuff as KC gonna use their Herald up here on the top side, force down that tier 1 turret. It's KC now with 3 turrets to 2. Doggo's about to equalize that, but KC's sticking around. They're gonna at least get a second charge out of this one as Driver is the one here to defend. Herald taken out as the Gangplank ulti is summoned up. The Cannon Barrage rains down. It's only gonna force KC back. There's no kill potential here. Man, what a game 5 we are getting, buddy.
Definitely. Everything coming down to this, all of the pressure here. That last fight was insane. KC tried to get the initiation, but the peel too good on the side of CFO. I mean, honestly too, their comp just gets so good as the game goes on.
Yeah.
This Gangplank, so much map pressure, the ultimate already indispensable. The side lane pressure, Driver is a rich fellow on this Gangplank, once again using it so effectively into the Jax. What a play. How is it fair that this CFO squad have 2 top laners that each can perform extremely well? To this point, it is insane. Much deserved here for CFO in game number 5. They are standing up to the pressure.
And I love the fact that you mentioned the pressure, because remember back to game 2, Driver's game on the Gragas, which is one of his main champions. It was a real stinker, man. That was not the performance he wanted. They tag him out for rest for game 3. They get that one to bounce back, and now Driver's back in here, commanding a 2,000 gold lead for Kana's Jax in game number 5. Vladdy and Kana doing a good job breaking those barrels, and now Driver's got to get away. Counter-strike is going to land. Driver immediately cleansing the stun on that one. Lands another barrel. Tries to put a little bit more damage back onto the Jax, but now he's overplayed it a little bit as Hongq trying to stop the recall there of Vladdy. Hongq might have him, but it might go wrong the other way. Hongq about to die, but he stays alive thanks to the Yumi. Now Junja and Doggo. It's another double for the Zeri, but the trade is the Otacon on the other side of the map.
It's the Flower Otacon too. The perma-stats here for KC. The bonus experience. Neela here. They're going to farm the flowers, but they lost 2 on the top side from the CFO baits. 2 baits in a row. First, it is Driver baiting. Then it is Hongq, who maybe unintentionally baiting. He thought he could win the 1v1, but the Senna ultimate shield kind of turned the tides there, so he also had to run. In the end, no Oyster Falls, no Flowers, and they were able to get 2 kills in payment. Still, the permanent value of the Otacon Flowers here picked up for KC, so it's not all for nothing. But Driver here, he knows what he's doing. He's just trying to buy time for the rest of the team to get there. Of course, permanent stats from that Otacon that's being taken by KC on the other side. Honestly, I just want to get back to live and see about the reset on the map afterwards, because sometimes you can get a lot done when you take 2 members out and there is a dragon coming in 40 seconds or something. It could turn into CFO, vision control over the objective, which it has. And that sometimes is like a small win in itself. For them to be able to get there first with the player advantage, have their control wards already preset. The difference between a Gangplank stacking barrels from Brush with vision control is huge compared to a bunch of Brush filled up with Maokai saplings. So Sifo do get that, although the Gangplank currently split pushing on top side and is going to have to teleport in.
Okay, he's up there, he'll deal with that. Keep your eyes on
He's
Doggo.
teleporting in, okay.
Doggo, very powerful on the Zeri right now. Nearly 3 fully completed items. KC moving up into this bottom side river. Junja on Skarner also has so much playmaking potential in these river corridors, being able to charge through so many walls at so many different angles.
Yeah, it's critical, the Skarner ultimate into short range like the Nila.
But look at Kana. He's behind, he's wrapping around. This might be a pincer attack. If CFO's not ready for this, and Kana jumps over the wall, immediately insta-stuns Doggo. Hongq's gonna be there first, though. Hongq's gonna die here at the very start. They pop the enemy mid laner. KC might just have themselves the fight they're looking for. They're sticking around trying to fight for the Drake instead. Lightning crashes. The Cloud Drake is slain. Doggo's moving forward. He goes in after Targamas, but now he's gonna be bursted down. He nearly dies. Massive kill coming in as Junja tries to do something in the back end, but KC have just found an absolute huge turnaround. Beautifully done to catch Hongq. Kana standing and delivering when he absolutely had to. And CFO are aced.
It's a clean ace at that! No KC member drops! They immediately get to pushing down mid lane! Kana's gonna destroy this secondary tower! Huge! KC just cashed in! Alright, here's another look. You mentioned it, Flowers, on the flank. It is Kana! Kana, the hero for KC, time and time again. He finds Hongq this time around, takes out the Orianna, and Kalist had already been flanking down the bottom side. Doggo decides, we need to fight our way out of this. We are in trouble, there's no way else, but he can't do it. KC, they close the loop. Yike was able to get the W onto him. They lock down the Zeri and they chase down every last oyster this time around. KC are delivering us a banger here in game number 5. What a series!
CFO got the Drake, but KC got everything else. We are now back to such an even game state, to such a knife's edge, to such a one-instance game, one way or the other.
This is League of Legends right here. Everything being left out on Summoner's Rift in game number 5 with all the pressure on.
All right, third big item, fully completed now for Doggo with the Infinity Edge. Kalist still needs a little bit more money to get that third fully completed item for himself.
Driver's going tank plank right now, trying to build into a Randuin's.
I mean, when you consider the enemy team and you look at the Senna, Nila, Corki, 3 ranged auto attackers, can definitely get some value out of that. Doggo fires the zap through the wall. Gold difference powered by AWS, showing that massive swing that had been building for so long for CFO. But again, all credit in the world over to Kana. Without his setup, that doesn't happen.
Insane flank from him.
Ooh, Kalist nearly getting grabbed there by the shockwave. Hongq goes for it, but now with the miss, KC feels more confident stepping up into the river, controlling some of the vision.
KC have to continue to be creative. The battle lines are so strong for CFO if they get to set their feet. If they get to plant their barrels here. Driver doing just that. You have to be always so wary of the Skarner positioning, because if the Nila jumps in at the wrong angle and you're able to get frontline plus the Nila locked up in that thing, that's just lights out. You don't get to recover from that. That gets layered on into a guaranteed barrel chain. You just explode. That plus the Orianna that was just absent from the previous fight.
Yeah.
If Hongq is standing, and Hongq has, up until that point, had such a massive, massive influence. He had been performing so well, but snuck up on by the Jax.
So critically, we have about 90 seconds until what'll be the Cloud Soul spawns for CFO if they can secure it. They've got some really good Cloud Soul champions.
Yes, they do.
Like, there's some really scary stuff here. And you can already see KC moving into the river. You can already see all the red pings from CFO. Both teams know how important this is. Kobe, this might just decide the game.
It might just. All right. What are the flank angles here? You see some blue trinkets used throughout the jungle, trying to open up some avenues, some areas of vision here for them to use. Going straight to Baron now. KC, they're going to start it up. Jax is pushing on bottom side. They're not starting it up. They just clear out the vision, make CFO come check, spend a few resources here.
Okay.
Keep them wary as the dragon approaches. 50 seconds on that dragon timer.
Kallista's a higher level than Hong Q right now.
Look at Skarner in the Raptor pit.
Oh,
Jinja's
yeah.
looking for it.
He's wrapping around, but they see him. They see him. Didn't they? Maybe not. All right, Jinja's out.
Away.
Slips back away. 30 seconds till Drake spawns. Plus 2,000 gold lead for KC. Moving together through the Senna Mist.
Oh, this next fight has so many rewards.
Jinja tanking up the Senna route. He's the one who's unafraid to step forward. He's fine with this. Kana jumping back away. Nobody wants to get Skarner grabbed all early. And it looks like KC's got control over the pit. Okay, CFO's calling the bluff. They're saying, all right, you want to take it? We're going to rush the Baron. CFO, this is a ballsy play, Kobe. Yeah, this could seriously end the game one way or the other.
It's going to be a 4v5 at Baron. Kalista staying on that dragon.
Yeah, Kallista's still all the way down there. The Baron's not dropping especially fast, though. Kalista has the dragon down now. Honestly, CFO's gambit doesn't pay off. KC feeling good about this one. Driver ends up getting rooted up. Eats the orange, but still loses half HP. Baron is still angry. Driver with the flash over the wall. Kana might find himself another kill, but he might find himself in a bad spot, too. CFO first back with their top laner gravely injured as KC begin the Baron. Now Driver can go back. He can teleport to rejoin the fight and make sure that he can contribute. The Baron again, not dropping super fast, but CFO have to be ready. Doggo's got the Yumi attached to him, and he's gonna step forward now with Kai Wing ready to rock. Junja swoops in through the side, and Kana's ready for the flank yet again. Nobody on CFO is watching for him just yet. It's a massive grab! They've managed to find Kalist! He's already down, and now they're taking the rest of the fight. Vladdy's trying to get away. Doggo dies, but he takes Vladdy with him. Kana's in the middle of everybody. He might just be the hero they need. Driver's so low. Junja is so low. A double kill over to Kana. The hero of France is the Jax today. KC's top laner refuses to lose.
That's the ace, and that's going to be the Baron for KC. They've done it again. What a fight! They got the engage onto Kalist, but at the last moment, he smashes his keyboard, he gets off his ulti, he hits his spells, and KC jump on it, they fight on it. And even though Kalist goes down, they take the fight. Here's another look at how it started out. This started out with the best trade deal of all time with KC getting the dragon and actually getting 90% of Driver's health bar as well. So then KC, they say, thank you. We will then start up the Baron. CFO, they go for Kalist. They can't quite burst him down in time, and the ulti goes off, the shield goes off. Then it's a scramble. Vladdy goes in, Yike goes in, Kana on the top side. He sees it. The counter strike goes into the heart of CFO. They take them down and chase them down for the victory here. Now with Baron, though, that's not going to be the end of the game as we get back to live. It's just going to be a Baron-empowered KC.
They've still got to end the game, but they are in such a good spot to get it done now. This has been such an intense one, back and forth, as CFO have now seriously stumbled and are one step away from death's door. They are down 5,000 gold. They do not have a dragon soul they can claim. They do not have anything to do but dig in and defend as KC close in on the bottom lane tier 3 turret.
CFO trying to clear the waves, the Baron-powered waves. Jax is at the tower. Junja.
Kana might be in a bad spot here. Junja, nice use of the impale there, catches the Jax, but he's just so damn tanky they can't kill him. Kana gets away. Not just yet though. The shockwave lands from Hong Q to finalize the
Another
kill.
one.
The tier 3 turret down in the bottom lane at the same time. CFO stop the Baron there.
These games are about hero plays, Flowers. Who will be the hero to step up next? In the Baron fight, Kana is able to chase them down, gets the kills. But here, Hongq says, you will not escape. Junja starts it out. They get the huge pull into the tower. Times his ultimate perfectly there on the Skarner. But even so, as you say, Kana's so tanky. Hongq says, not on my watch, I don't care. He finishes him off, even at the cost of 90% of his own HP on the chase. And CFO, they fight their way out of it. They put a stop to the KC onslaught. The KC siege stopped in its tracks.
They did manage to break the tier 3 turret in the bottom lane. That means for KC, even if they don't get anything else with this Red Bull Baron, even if the last 45 seconds wear off without an additional push, all they need is a single pick anywhere. You can just walk into the enemy base.
Who will be the next hero to step up on this stage and claim that victory? We have 17-year-old Hongq, 18 Kalist, 19 Vladdy. These kids, Flowers, each of them with the opportunity.
The kids are all right, man.
The kids are all right. Let's see what they can do. Dragon about to arrive, and that is a very large dragon. Okay.
Yep. This is a big deal. Remember, this is a Cloud Soul again. If CFO can claim it, there are no super minions flowing. It was only the tier 3 turret in the bottom lane, not the inhibitor itself that went down. This is also sapling time for Maokai. CFO trying to step up here. Ball in place from Hongq.
Another flank from Kalist.
Yeah,
he did this last time.
You know they gotta be watching out because Kana is swooping around the same way he did in the previous version of this fight. Kalist below. They're going after Kalist. They see the carry. Over the wall goes Junja. He wants Kalist right now. They know if they kill this guy, it could be seriously huge. Kalist with the apotheosis trying to stay alive, but the patience on the Impale is enough. Doggo takes him down. KC has lost their AD carry, but again, they have stopped the Dragon Soul. 3-3 on the Drakes.
They should push bot. They should push bot. You should at least need to make them pay for this with a tower. KC, even though they lose Kalist, like you say, they get another Dragon. They stop another Soul. CFO, though, they have to make them pay more. It's just one kill and a secondary tower here. That's some gold.
But the tier 3 turret also died in mid to the minions. KC ends up getting a tier 3 turret of their own.
2 exposed inhibitors now for CFO as this game gets pushed even further. Another timer delayed here as the Dragon goes over to KC. Junja flashes on Kalist. Kalist then, they're full sending on him again. He will buy time. He puts up his auto attack shield. He uses his ultimate. He gets the extra shield from the Senna as well. He delays, he delays, he delays.
Sometimes it's all you gotta do. We got Baron spawning here in about 90 seconds. The next Drake way, way off on the horizon. Wave pushed up in bottom to the side of CFO, while the main squad pushes up mid. Driver defending the top side. What a crazy game.
Insane stuff. Vladdy here is almost level 18 on this Corki, wielding his 4-item power spike here.
Doggo close to level 16 here on the Zeri. Pretty critical point. You can see he's at like 90% EXP. CFO would love to have him hit that marker, unlock the final level ulti before whatever next big fight breaks out. Doggo trying to tag somebody there with a zap, and instead gets tagged himself.
Driver is recalling right now instead of continuing the split push, so I have to think he got an item completion. Yep, 4-item spike now for Driver as well. The Gangplank freshly minted here, coming out to join the rest of the team as the Baron will approach. 30 seconds on the clock, Flowers.
It's a big item too. Sterix Gauge, so much of a difference maker. Not quite on the same level as a Stasis, but you know, it's up there, man.
Yeah, the Bruiser plank.
Yep.
Not quite the tank plank, but again,
a lovely mix of flavors. Driver lands a barrel onto Vladdy, but the immediate Valk away keeps him fine.
That is the drawback. The barrel chains are not as big as you normally assume from late game Gangplank.
And look at the damage on the Hongq just from the sapling. The sapling plus the red smite plus the Leandries. It's so annoying to deal with just checking into these brushes. Kana taking a quick hit there from the ball. Hongq very strong in his own right. Does have his Seekers still locked and loaded, armed and ready to go. He is 3,000 gold down compared to Vladdy. Junja trying to tag through the wall there, go after Yike, but he doesn't find him. Nice use of the ulti there from the Maokai to stop the Skarner in his tracks. Junja without a flash to be able to try to go for an impale there. Gangplank ulti used, Maokai ulti used. Everything else, no, we actually have plenty of things used.
Yeah, I don't know about that Gangplank ult, actually. I mean, the Skarner ult was 1-for-1 with the Maokai ult, so that makes sense. And the flash was also burned from Yike, but the Gangplank ult also pretty big and not going to be available now if KC want to try and push. KC do get the reward of getting mid lane push.
Oh, nice! A little bit of damage there on the Targamas, and Driver wants even more. He's hitting him with another one. Doesn't quite have enough just yet. Targamas with the flash over the wall to escape from Doggo. CFO playing so aggressively. Junja does take a lot of damage in the process, though. That's a jungler, Kobe. He can't just go back to base and TP. He's going to have to walk it back.
The lasting effects, though, the flashes blown, the 5-minute cooldowns. Yike's flash blown and Targamas flash blown. Very much worth it for the side of CFO. Before the big objective fights, you need to do the small work of getting the big cooldowns in your advantage. They did the small work. Now can they do the big work, the big fight coming? Yike finishes the blue, goes for his recall. He leaves behind some saplings, some presence here. But the dragon also about to spawn again.
Yup,
another Cloud Soul.
It has to be the Soul. No way. One way or the other, it's got to be the Soul. Keep your eyes on Doggo too. Full build here. 6 items Zeri. Randuin's plus Immortal Shield Bow. Defensive options to try to weather the storm of some of this damage coming out from everybody on KC's side.
Man, Vladdy is just so far ahead though. A full item and an extra BF sword.
Yeah.
Honky here is...
Honky's struggling a little bit.
All right, Kana looks.
Yeah, Kana immediately popping the counter-strike, but no opportunity to do a whole lot with it. CFO spread out a little bit. Targamas with so much range too, 163 souls on the Senna. This guy can attack from a screen away. Doggo's looking for the chance to go in on Vladdy. He skates over the wall, but Vladdy with a bout can get away in time. Now in the meantime, it's Kana going after Hongju again. Just like last time in the bot side river, this might be what makes the difference here in the game. Junja on the front line, slams Yike back into the wall. Hongju's in danger, goes into stasis to stay alive, but Junja's gonna be killed up first. Kalista into the back line, Doggo's about to die. That's it, that's gonna be the game. KC just ace for 1. That will do it! They started off so strong! Their opponents took them the distance, but it does not matter! This is their first international tournament! It will be their first international finals appearance! They will bring Europe to an international final for the first time in 5 years! KC, take the win!
When the pressure is on, ice in their veins, they stand up and they deliver. What a fight at the end. Doggo goes for Vladdy, he simply valks away, and Kana gets the engage. Wow, what a series, what a game, what a series, Flowers. I am glad to be here with you for this journey.
We kick these semifinals off right.
KC delivering us quite a banger, as well as CFO. Big props to CFO for what they accomplished this tournament. Huge respect for these guys. The region merging over and over, more regions together. They came up, they proved themselves, they delivered us a massive banger, 5-on-5, full set.
Beautifully done, insanely well fought from CFO. But damn, what an incredible performance from KC, especially when you consider how tough the start of the event was for them to bounce back, to manage to qualify for semifinals, to then play against a team that had not lost to anyone except the tournament favorites until this point, to take them to 5 games and win in a way that was just cinema in that final game. Hands up, man. That was absolutely incredible. You can see the joy on Yike's face. We talked about just like the intensity that it looked like he was feeling when we saw the player cams. And hey, your Oppo player of the series for this one is Vladdy.
Vladdy. He was so insanely rich in the last game, but constant plays from him. The Talia picks, the big Valk in to follow up.
Look at that. Look at that engage. Two-tiered engage. Kana started at the very beginning. Oh my goodness. Insane stuff. I'm still reeling from that fight. The fans as well, very happy with the entertainment they've gotten today.
That whole game was crazy, man. KC deny the reverse sweep and are your first finalists for First Stand 2025. We'll find out their opponents with HLE versus TES up next, right after this.
Noxus, you honor me this day. But we are not here for celebration. Not for spectacle or sport. No. We stand over this blood-soaked sand because it is our legacy. It reminds us of the taste of triumph. The roar of defiance. The strain of sacrifice. The story of our people from the beginning. And the only truth that matters when you face your reckoning. Strength above all.
They say I'm not enough. My shit has gone down. Say see you at the bottom, on the way up. Young killer, no doubt. Go hard and get out. Listen up, get tough. And nothing I'm afraid of. They ain't seen what I'm made of. Boy, get rough. Young killer, no doubt. At the top and never coming down. Raise a glass for the snakes in the grass. Give a toast to the fakes in the past. Now they ghosts blowing smoke out of gas. Throwing stones out of house made of glass. Swerving in my lane, I'm living fast. I'm all in my bag, ain't looking back. I was down the hill, ain't going back. I got it out of mud, now I'm on track. This is not enough. All shit is gone down. Can't see you at the bottom, on the way up. Young killer, no doubt. Go hard and get out, listen up, get tough. And nothing I'm afraid of. Ain't seen what I'm made of. Boy, get rough. Young killer, no doubt. At the top and never coming. Watch how I run it like basics. I'ma take it back to the basics. I'm the one they want, yeah, I got it out the basement. Now I'm sky high when I pull up in the spaceship. Face it, racks on 100, they ain't see me coming. Creeping on the comer base summer, now I'm stunning. I ain't never coming down, I'm on the summit, running. Let it motivate ya. They mad at you winning, they love to hate ya. They jealous inside, it's just in their nature.
We got this, guys. I'm not losing on San Anila in game 5.
He was Kalist, Nekata trying to go in, but Kalist is already down. That's the most fed player. Junja dragging Vladdy into the range of everybody else as well. And Doggo is barking. He's hungry for KC blood.
Oh my god, Kalist.
Can you dash?
There is no flash.
Come on, yeah,
We're gonna kick back. Hurry.
You can.
Good job, guys.
Nice! Oh my god!
Welcome back to the Verizon post-game interview. KC does it after 5 games, 5 dramatic games. We will see them in first 10 finals tomorrow. And yeah, it wouldn't be an EU series without all this drama. Please tell me, how did you react when the last Nexus fell?
Oh my god, I mean, you can probably hear like how I was screaming. Like I was screaming nice. I felt like this series was probably like the hardest one I've ever done. Like I was like stressful wise, and I'm so happy we managed to win. Like I think it's an amazing feeling for everyone.
What does it come down to in moments like this, especially when you're leading 2-0, they win the 3rd game, they win the 4th one? I can only imagine the fear, the anxiety of loading into this last game. What did it come down to for you, especially knowing your leadership and how important it is, but also the rest of the team?
Yeah, I mean, I think it came down the most to comfort. I think after 2-0, we were like very, very cocky, and it makes sense. And then we got very humble. Like I played pretty bad at 3-4 games, and we go game 5, and we decided to trade Maoka's corner. They traded it, and I got Maokai, and everyone knows about my Maokai. So I felt comfortable. I think bot lane felt comfortable. Nyla Senna, there's one of the pocket picks. I think Vladdy and Corki very good. Canon Jax, he was playing also very good. So I think just comfort. Yike
on 3 champions. I feel like it's becoming a meme at this point. Knowing you, Yike, knowing how much of a perfectionist you are, but knowing how emotional you can get in game and outside the game, what does it mean to you to finally take this one down, getting to finals, and also maybe proving yourself that you can do it?
Yeah, it feels insane. I can't believe we're in finals. It feels so weird. We're going to play finals versus either Humble Life or Top Esports, and it's going to be like, I feel surreal, you know? I never played an international finals. The best I got was like top 4, I guess. So it's crazy. I'm just excited.
I remember first day of first stand, we had an interview together. It was after a loss. Not a lot of hopes on your side. You guys were tired. Things were not going well. How do you reflect on how you managed to turn things around to be the team you are today and how strong you're going to be in finals?
I mean, I think the team atmosphere is just insane in this team. The fact that we were 0-2 and we were still laughing, making jokes and having fun, I think it's like very precious. Like I really love the fact that we're still finding like ways to just have fun, and yeah, no one stopped believing. I never stopped believing, and no one stopped believing, and I think that's why we won.
You know who else didn't stop believing? These guys. These guys behind you who've been cheering, who've been giving their voice, who've been giving everything for the past 5 days, and especially during these 5 games. Is there anything you want to tell them?
Yeah, I mean, I want to say thank you so much for supporting us. I'm happy I could bring you guys to the finals. Next is it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And thank you so much, Yike. I give you the baguette. I'm giving gifts. I'm giving pastry to everyone I interview now. Do you guys want it? This one is for the fans. This one is for you, and this one is for Europe. Now, let's see who KC is going to face off against in first and finals tomorrow. Deskers, over to you.
Thank you so much, Laure. I love seeing the energy out of the KC crowd. I'm so happy for Laure. She was dying in the room watching with us, and so happy for Carmine Core to get the victory. It really came down to kind of what Yike said, right? Like keeping up kind of a really good mental, which was huge, and then also trusting in themselves, especially piloting a composition like this, which is so dependent on Kalist being able to pop off on this Nila.
Yeah, I mean, there's such a high burden of execution with a pick like Nila, especially the build he went, which was very squishy, but finding some key moments. And I think it's just crazy that this was a team who nearly got sent home from group stage, very close to happening, had to struggle again in this series, but I feel like really the tournament story has been overcoming adversity and managing to reach the finals. The first team to reach the finals really huge achievement for them.
Especially with such a Spartan tournament when we think about like the time you get to adjust, right? Like sometimes it is literally in a series like this. Félicitations. My
Merci
French accent
beaucoup.
is terrible.
It is perfect.
It is not. But yeah, I want to give you your moment to kind of celebrate, right? Because you've seen these guys, you've watched these guys all year. What did you? I know you're. I already pointed out you're dying in the green room.
A lot of emotions. Yeah.
But what do you think was their biggest strength in watching them across the series?
For me, their biggest strength, and I feel like that's what Yaik just highlighted right now, is their mental, is their ability to not collapse under pressure, because they have been in these situations. They know these game fives can be stressful, and it comes down to nerves. It doesn't come down to league specifics. It doesn't come down to whatever you've been working on as a team. It just comes down to whatever is happening in there. And I'm just happy to see that they were able to take it till the end. We will see them tomorrow. But who is going to be their opponent? That's what we're going to find out in the next hours. And to give you a bit of a preview of the next series, Jisun yesterday caught up with Peanut in the Verizon Game Day interview.
I am here joined by Peanut ahead of his semifinals matchup up against Top Esports. First off, I want to ask him about how he's feeling heading into the best of 5 format in the Fearless. 이제 4강전 탑 e스포츠를 상대하실 예정인데요. 이제 피어리스 모드로 다전에 들어가게 됩니다. 좀 자신감 어떠신지 궁금한데요.
앞선 대회에서 이기기도 했고 저희가 지금 팀 분위기가 좋다 보니까 충분히 자신감 있게 경기 잘 치를 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Because you recently won the LCK Cup and also our team's momentum and atmosphere is great, I believe we can do a great job on stage for the semifinals as well. Well, we've been seeing a lot of new picks on the side of Hana Live, Zed, Vladimir, even Queen, KO, we can name even more. So are there any more kind of unlocked picks for Hana Live heading into the best of 5? 이제 사실은 하나생명이 계속해서 다양한 픽을 꺼내 보이고 있어요. 다전제에 갔는데 이제 아직도 보여주지 않은 그런 깜짝 픽이 남아 있다고 생각하시는지 더 무서운 픽들이 좀 남았을까요?
네, 많이 있다곤 못할 것 같은데 충분히 지금 보여드린 챔피언들로도 다전제에서 하고도 남는다고 생각해서 있긴 하지만 더 많이 있나라는 질문에는 저도 잘 모르겠네요.
It's actually hard to answer because I think based on what we already played, it's enough for us to play them out throughout the best of 5 series. So it could be a yes, it could be a no, but we still have a little bit left in the storage as well. And he got to play this newly introduced first stand tournament in front of the home crowd. So is he getting any fan buff so far? 이제 또 한국 팬분들 앞에서 새롭게 도입된 퍼스트 스탠드라는 국제대회를 치르고 계신데 그런 만큼 팬분들의 응원으로 인한 버프를 좀 받고 계신가요?
네, 지금 저 방금 여기 인터뷰하러 온 자리에서도 느껴질 정도로 팬분들이 진짜 응원을 너무 많이 해주시고 너무 재밌게 해주셔가지고 네, 감사할 뿐입니다. 네.
Yeah, I mean, like even for now, I can feel their support, their love while doing this interview. I have been having great experience thanks to the support coming from the fans. So I'm just very, very grateful. Then before we go, I would like to ask him if he has anything to say to the fans or like promise that they're gonna do a good job on stage. 마지막으로 이제 수많은 팬분들이 지금 인터뷰도 봐주고 계신데 잘하고 오겠다, 4강전 잘 이기고 오겠다 한마디 팬분들을 보시고 해주실 수 있을까요?
네, 이렇게 네, 이렇게 네. 많이들 응원해 주셔서 너무 감사드리고요. 내일 꼭 경기 이겨서 결승전까지 갈 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
He said, thank you so much for all the support, and we will do our best in our matchup against Top Esports in order to make it to the finals. And that was Pina from Hana Life. Back to you. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Welcome back to the caster desk for more First Stand 2025. I'm Azael here with Chronicler for a duo cast of HLE versus TES.
They let us cast unsupervised?
It's a mistake, but there's no takebacks at this point.
They can't get us off this desk as we are getting in what was, at the beginning of the tournament, expected to be the finals. But here they are in semis, Hanwha taking on Top Esports. And I just hope that we're going to see a similar resurgence from TES that we saw for Cape Corp over the course of the tournament. Because otherwise, based on both what we've seen as well as Hanwha's performance thus far, this is going to be a quick one.
I mean, HLE have been styling on people so far here at First Stand. They have been picking all kinds of crazy stuff, and even with that, bringing out Kale, Zed, Vlad, Quinn, all kinds of different picks. They're still undefeated. It is just incredible to see the level at which they are playing. Top came in here. Expectations were high. I do think most people expected them to come second to Hanwha, but not like this, and not having been taken down by KC, not having been taken down by CFO. In fact, the only win they got was that one against Team Liquid. And we're going to see, can TES flip the script here? Because a good performance today will erase that failure in the group stage. But if they go home here, they go home with a devastating loss and a devastating performance at the event.
And history tells us, unfortunately for the TES fans, as they are happy to tell you, that those type of turnarounds for this team are going to be rare domestically. I think they have, particularly in their last playoffs, actually shown so much resilience, right? Making the lower Brun bracket, actually getting to the point despite some of the difficulties that they faced. But we just haven't seen that in the tournament thus far. And we need to see that because the last match between these two teams was a 2-0 for Hanwha. Was very... Nothing happened, Hanwha aced, and then the game was over. And TES, as you pointed, they weren't even fully in control of their own fate up until the final series of the group stage yesterday. If TL had gotten that victory, don't forget we went to the third game.
They would have gone home in last place.
They would have gone home in last place, which is crazy to think about.
And I mean, who would have predicted they got through on a three-way tie for last, in which the tiebreaker rules were able to help them out. You know, they had that game score that was able to get them through, send TL home. We saw KC get through on that tie as well. They were able to take down CFO. So, you know, based on the group stage performance, some might call that a bit of an upset. We'll see if there's going to be another one today as we're into the champion select here for game number 1. It is time to find out what Hanwha really believes are the best picks. There's going to be no more fooling around when you're going up against TES.
And as you point out, Hanwha definitely have taken a lot of liberties in draft. However, this team known for, in Game 1 in the best of 5, being extremely reliable. Their win rate absolutely bonkers, only rivaled by...
Game 1 and Game 5,
Game 1 and Game 5, but guess what, TES?
Those next 3 games, they're up for grabs.
Those are the ones that also domestically, a lot of free ones finishes for them, including in the finals. But... interestingly enough, while I think Hanwha's obviously going to pull back in draft, for me, with TES, it's all about the gameplay. I think their reads haven't been great. There have been things like the cannon that just clearly didn't really work out. But there's been a lot of drafts where you go in and you're like, TES, there's plenty of opportunities. But Jackie Love, at first it was dying to ganks, and then just straight up getting diffed in the 2v2.
Game as well, I think, you know, overextending. And it does feel like sometimes when things start going bad, the players are pushing a little bit too hard. They're trying to force something, trying to make something happen, and it's not always working out. But it is comfort here as Cream is going to be able to get the Yone paired with that Sejuani. That is a powerful duo. But of course, Zeus on the Rumble, one of the most highly prized picks these days, has been mostly just sitting on the ban list all the time. But it is going to be let through, and we'll see what 369 is cooking, because Zeus has just looked like he is on a completely different planet than every other top laner here at the tournament.
Hasn't been particularly close, and that is taking into account the picks that were found as well. I do really like the opening here from TES. Obviously, Yone Sejuani as a two-man duo is quite strong. Also picks away not just Zeka's Yone, it's a comfort pick for Cream, and specifically the combo of that Yone Rumble I think is so hard to play into if you have any type of stationary threat on your team. The Wukong actually coming out a lot earlier than I was expecting. The big pick for me that is still open here, that I was actually kind of thinking that it would go towards, would be the Maokai, which is also one of Peanut's best champions. As the Ezreal lock-in should come as no surprise.
I mean, you're already looking at a lot of powerful dive here. Wukong going in, the Equalizer comes over the top, the True Shot Barrage comes over the top. So for TES, you are thinking, hey, you need to have one of those safer AD carries down in the bot lane for Jackie Love, who has been the victim of a lot of pressure in this tournament. It is going to be Jace as the answer here for 369 up in that top lane, but Yeah, 369, another guy that I've been really kind of surprised by his level of performance. You know, yes, I do look at Zeus as the best top laner in the world. In fact, I look at him as the best top laner of all time. And it's not always the case that someone is the best all time and the current best, which is kind of unique and amazing to watch. But 369, I've always seen as one of the very best top laners as well. And this tournament, he has just not really had much of an impact.
No. Obviously, this was one of the big matchups 2023. That MSI was a complete banger, and 369 at that point, by a very clear margin, best tank player in the world. The amount of space that he was able to create together with Knight, something that his team heavily relied on when he was on JDG. And I am wondering what the AD carry is going to be here. I was kind of wondering whether they were still going to ban the Ashe, which is the next in prior, right? Ashe, Kalista, Varus is the big three. But playing Ashe can be quite tough. I think it's because of lane swaps being eliminated. The lane matchup can always be rough for the Ezreal. The other one that I'm looking towards is the Corki, not because I think Corki is necessarily that crazy as an AD carry, but just the safety to play into the Wukong. Wukong in particular, post 6 can be really tough to reliably play into, as a lot of the champions from Zeka being taken away, no surprise there. The other one that you'd look towards is something like the Azir, but Yone has been picked off and into the Azir because it's so hard to actually shut him down. As the Kai'Sa gets taken away, which was Sejuani Yone, I think makes a lot of sense.
I mean, they really are trying to pitch JackeyLove here. Obviously, we see on TES, they banned out the Varus. It's triple ban plus the takeaway of the Ezreal, so you are being pushed down quite a bit, and it is going to be the MF, which there's a lot of debate about the power of this pick. It has a strong laning phase. You can really dominate mid-prio on one item. Once you complete the BT, you can move around the map well. You can always be winning these trades, getting pushed there to have that first move to objectives. So there is a lot of power there, but without some pretty incredible setup, it can be very difficult to get that full channel bullet time that you kind of require to have a successful team fight. And I was just going to say, things like Alistar, which are so powerful for Delay, this is his most iconic pick. Now you always have to be waiting out. Like, he has to spend his combo. Wukong has to use his abilities before he can even try to go for that ultimate.
Yeah, this is as comfort as it gets. The only one, the Wukong, is a little bit lower on the prio list. But outside of that, every single one of these champions, I think Hanwha is going to be very happy with. And the power of MF is one that always in theory I think sounds really good because you're a big lane bully, right? It can be hard to shut down. You have in theoretical situations a lot of team fighting power. You're able to, as you point out, generate prio easily, which makes it easy to play for objectives. But in practice, and particularly with how JackeyLove has performed thus far, a stationary AD carry into Rumble, into the Azir, into the Wukong
into Delight Alistar?
Yeah. That is rough.
And you have to say Delight Alistar because it's not just Alistar.
It's not just any Alistar.
It's Delight Alistar.
And Delight originally made his name on Rakan, and I think that was the champion that he was synonymous with for years until it became his Alistar, which I think, because I remember seeing a piece of content from Hanwha, was on a 22-win streak.
That's
and
insane.
Then Peanut picked Shyvana, and Delight let him know that he did not appreciate that. And on one hand, Hanwha Life, again, I think even coming into the tournament was favorites. For TES, though, we need to see a return to form. I want to see the TES that people have been able to see domestically, that even our very own analyst space right now just keeps holding on to. You know it's there. We just need to see it. And after we already got 5 games for the first series,
why not go for 10?
We got to commit.
A nice even number.
Yeah, just 10 games in a row. Let's do it.
Let's do it. We are locked in here. First and second semi-final. HLE versus TES. If you're just tuning in now, you didn't hear me wrong. It's not the finals. It is the semi-finals. TES coming in as that number 4 seed here, looking to knock down HLE at home. But my, oh my, is that going to be a tough task. HLE has just looked unstoppable.
And Chance setting low Parker Light. The Jace, I do actually want to highlight one of the cool things about Fearless is I do think Rumble is just kind of unfair in that, particularly when you're good enough to pick, he just wins anything, has incredible pressure towards the top side. But there are very specific counter picks we've seen sometimes work out. Things like Galio come to mind, but it does feel like it is one of those champions where if the player is adept enough at piloting it, you can get away with anything.
The player is Zeus.
That also, well, I mean, that is just kind of unfair in general with how he's been playing recently. But actually picking away the Jace, which in of itself is a great, extremely strong pick right now, and 369 has also played a decent amount of games on it as well. It's also a pick away for the future of the series, right? Because it frees up a possible ban, because Hanwha Life 100% was going to prioritize that as Cream.
is just going to get headbutt backwards there. They will be able to clear out the wards. Zeka's going to be able to grab that. And we do have a leash, a rare leash, as you pretty much never see these this day. As Kanavi going to get a little bit of help there on the blue buff while Peanut is over on the Raptors. And of course, they have that information thanks to Cream stepping forward. And we'll see what Kanavi wants to do with it.
We do have both junglers pathing towards the top side of the map. Obviously, Sejuani, particularly towards the top side, has quite good gank pressure. Peanut just wants the power farm to 6 as soon as possible. And yeah, I was about to say, I feel like Jackie Love and Crisp felt like they could get away with leashing because Alistair level 1 is a known quantity, known as in it's quite bad. Champion just doesn't really have any pressure, and we do see Tim take Prio of the wave early on.
Yep, and 369 going to try to deny some of this experience. We'll see if Zeus can actually get in range for that one melee. I'm not quite sure if he did grab it or not, but would have been right on that very edge. Cream not quite able to hit with the Q3 there onto Zeka. It's fun seeing these two players on kind of two champions that are so well associated with them.
Yeah.
And I've just loved kind of the story for these two players. Of course, Zeka came in, won a world championship. He really was looked at as the melee guy, but he has become such a more well-rounded player.
Yeah.
And I think Cream is kind of going through a similar journey where he is trying to expand out from that same sort of reputation. And given his run in the LPL, really was able to do that. Took down some of the most legendary mid laners of all time. Beat Rookie, Scout, Knight, and Doinby just to make it to the finals.
It's a good lineup.
Not a bad lineup at all.
And this is going to be the recurring theme for TES, right? And that's not the Cream that we've seen here at the tournament thus far. Even on champions that I think he has excelled at, hasn't looked that convincing as Kanavi. Again, the Sejuani actually does have early gank pressure. Zeus has been known to overstep sometimes in the early lane. The lane is pushing into him, so should feel safe. We'll see if they want to go for the dive. Obviously, it's a bit more high risk, and I think making the right call.
Yeah.
Because again, they know Peanut's in the area, right? They spotted him early on. But with that prio, should mean that Kanavi, at the very least, is going to get this top crap, although Peanut is feeling cheeky.
He has no smite, so both of them don't necessarily know this, but it is going to be a scrap up here on that top side. And of course, Peanut may win out in the extended fight, but Cream is coming over here. We'll see if they're going to be able to get full control. Yeah, Alistar is moving up. Rakan is coming up here as well from Chris, but he is very far behind the play, and Kanavi will be able to escort that crab up towards the top side. And Delight going to be flashing in. Cream going to be in some trouble here. Can he even find a way out? Looks like he's just going to hold the flash. First blood for Peanut. You get the crab, but we get the Cream.
And a lot.
369 going in. Zeus is just trying to take him down. Kanavi flashing forward. Zeus may have been off more than he could chew. Kanavi takes him out. 369 doesn't even have to flash. It is bloody.
It's an immediate win for Humble Life, followed up by a big win for TES. Not only does Zeus die, but he gives up the flash as well. As this was beautifully done by Delight. I think they had a suspicion, but he actually wasn't seen because there was no wave in mid. So he's able to get behind Cream and take him out. But Zeus, you knew the Sejuani was there. As Delight canceled his back.
Flash forced as well. So he stayed up there and was able to flash, get that flash forced from 369, who didn't use it in that earlier exchange.
Yeah, I imagine he was, because he was channeling back, right? Well, yeah, and then he saw the TP being channeled. Was like, I can get a summoner here. Still, though, 369 getting the early assist, and Navi picking up the early kill is nice, because otherwise, Humble Life, I think, would have gotten a gold lead here. But now, basically equal, and that's what we like to see.
But fantastic impact from Delight, and he gets up there, gets them first blood, forces the flash, when your top laner is in a disadvantageous position. And really, Viper didn't fall behind very much at all. I mean, he was kind of in that 1v2 for a little bit of time. Of course, Chris tried to match the initial roam, but then was late. But Rakan, not really able to put that much pressure on. Chris trying to get up here now. Yeah. Remember, no flash on Zeus.
That's the big thing.
And if he steps too far forward, they definitely could look for it. Chris does have the flash, and Zeus has got to be careful. They're going to go for it. Going forward, get the slow down. Knockup does connect. Zeus tries to backstab it, but Kanavi's here as well. And he's dead. He's just trying to take the wave with him before he goes. He'll donate the kill to 369, and he is off to a great start in this one.
And Zeus getting put forcefully behind here by continued attention from TES. Crisp says what Delight can do, I can do better. Actually gets the kill onto the Rumble there. As you point out, very nicely done. Get the slow. Basically no ability to get out, as we do have the smites available here. Kanavi got that one.
Well, that is big. Kanavi's able to grab that one. Peanut still has his smite, though, so he should be able to steal away one. Zeka moving over. You can see MF sitting mid lane. May want to get involved here as well. 369 going to go for the base, so it is just going to be given over here to Peanut. Zeus is back, and they don't want to ruin their tempo. You can see Cream was sent down towards bot lane. Jackie Love moved mid, I think likely to try to play for those grubs, but they weren't really able to control the area.
As Delight, I think, did catch Crisp on the edge there. And we are just going to see continued attention towards the top side of the map. It has worked out much better for TES thus far, as Kanavi is back in the lane, and that ward, oh, Peanut does spot it, otherwise could have been a big trap, but they don't know about...
still here.
Yeah, they don't know about Delight, but they do know he's not on the map, hasn't shown in a while.
Yeah, the Equalizer are going to get dropped here, and 369 just taking the fight because Kanavi is here first. Is he going to commit to the play? Doesn't fully go for it. Peanut was spotted on the ward, so they know multiple members are around. Jackie Love has to flash out. Lets the bullet time rip. Chunks down Zeka, but in comes Crisp. Kanavi could look here. Zeus still has no flash. 369 could go hammer for him. Delight maybe just sacrificing his life here to make sure Zeus gets out. He's going to give over another one. It's another kill there as Jackie Love gets taken down mid. This one is scrappy. The action is just blasting off across the map.
Mayhem here in the first game. Cream, the only one that just happy, unbothered, in his lane, farming it up. And the fact that Jackie goes down, that really does kind of feel like, because again, it's one of the situations where the play towards topside is working out so well with walking up. Particularly, this is an Azir. You're a MF. You don't have a way to get out of that ultimate if he does go for you, and this has been a continued issue for Jackie Love. As he then walks towards the brush, and Peanut gets the freest kill of his life, and Wukong is one of those champions where the early kills can really accelerate you, and that alone in isolation feels rough, but it's also the topside plays have been working out so well for TES.
Exactly, right? You know, you just have to be able to give that respect over. You don't need to be the one to make the play. Things are working out great on the top side. You have this a big advantage up in top lane. He could just be chilling and farming. If they try to put on pressure and you have the ulti under your own tower, you can just clear out a wave. You don't need to interact, but wanted to get more, and then even after losing a flash, it felt like he was trying to double down, right? He's saying, well, I already lost my flash, but maybe I can actually find the Azir here and ruin his tempo. Kanavi maybe threatening. Cream does have that Q3. Oh, they're going to nail it. The combo is there. The Soul Unbound. The fate is sealed, but Zeka slides out to safety. Just barely has enough in the tank to live through the damage.
Absorbs that. I think they thought they had him cleanly done there by TES. Ultimate's invested. They will still get the flash. It's still a big win because, as we pointed out, Jackie doesn't have a flash, so especially if Zeka does is available, Jackie basically can't go anywhere in a team fight that might come through. Not going to be the case. But TES here in the first game looking a lot more like what we were expecting coming in. Haven't seen, I'm looking forward towards a dragon fight where we actually get to see a possible 5v5 or 4v4, because thus far there have always been at least a member or two that haven't been part of the action. As we do have still these bot lanes towards the top side of the map. Grubs are coming up in about a minute. Support ults are going to be available soon as well.
Oh, Cream going to be able to snap back, will survive. Power shot does connect, of course, a bit delayed, but knocks him down quite low. Has a teleport available, likely just going to try to take this next wave then base. 369 does have an advantage here over in that side lane, thanks to a lot of the help from Kanavi, playing well around that top side. And we'll see if he can try to push this advantage, but they haven't had eyes, I think, on Wukong in quite some time. So 369, playing respectfully to the fact that Peanut could potentially be around. And I think we're just looking towards a Grubs fight here, Chronicler.
Do see Peanut, Triforce now done. 2-0, that's exactly the type of thing we're talking about. That is an insane spike for any bruiser. For a Wukong, in the longer fights, can get crazy value out of that, and he scales so insanely well, particularly in the team fights. Peanut should be able to pick this one up. We'll see if he has to invest this mic. Doesn't look like he does. As a reminder, last time Kanavi got one of the Grubs, he'd steal that one away with his smite, and I could see a similar trade because Prio is there, so Cream first to the play, and you have to respect this duo threat that comes through from TES.
And we'll see if they can get a second, because if they can deny the 4, but Peanut's going to go in aggressively, and Kanavi is the target. Delight is here as well. The Ignite's down on him, and now Zeka has arrived, but Fate is sealed, and here's the bullet time over the top, but Delight tanky enough to survive. They're going back on Cream, and Cream gets pushed out. Very low on health, but now the teleport is here, and the Equalizer will make the fight uneven. It's Zeus in the back, and it's HLE running over him, and Jackie Love has nowhere to go. He'll stand, he'll fight, he'll fall. And Zeus going for more. before flashing away from the hammer form smash, but it's a 5v1 and 369 is all alone. He's got nowhere to go. HLE just deciding who's gonna take it. And of course it's Peanut 3-0-3 on the Wukong. This man is on a mission to dominate game number 1.
And last time, this took like 25 minutes, but now TES early commit. So much damage gets thrown down on Peanut and the Alistair. But they don't care, right? Peanut is slippery enough. Delight with his ultimate just doesn't take that much damage, and then the curtain gets rolled out for another Hanwha Live teamfight win. And while the laning phase was a marked improvement, this fight, I don't think TS were bargaining for all that, maybe caught off guard, but they knew the bot lane, or the top lane prior rather, bot lane rotated over way earlier, and then everything kind of follows from that. The Rumble, obviously, in these type of fights, even though he arrived a little bit later, still gets the value, and that is now a 3K gold lead. Yeah, Dragon will go over, but it's still, I think, TS, look at that.
Yeah, this is to get difficult, and Peanut is coming up here. We'll see if Cream can just walk it out. It's going to be pretty careful. It's just going to back it all the way up. I mean, the initial play from TES, you're saying, oh, you're going to full channel both time, but then you realize the targets on which it is on, it's mostly Delight, and it's Peanut who's able to clone out to safety. He's relatively tanky early on in this game, and now Peanut 3-0-3 is accelerated massively. He hasn't even gone back to base since that fight, so he's going to have a ton more gold to spend. Cream may be able to hold here on this wave, but this tower is sure to fall pretty soon. And Delight and Zeka laying a trap for 369. Gonna try to punish him again, but he does get vision. Is the Hex Flash coming out? Delight gonna be in onto 369. Nice knockback, but Zeka is chasing. Looks like he'll be able to walk this one off. Just barely stays safe.
Big thing there was no vision in the red side jungle, so didn't want to further commit to that with the risk of getting collapsed upon. And for TES, there is still a lot of power in this composition. I think particularly their ability to single out a target with that CCF available between Kanavi, Cream, and Crisp. They can blow up a target in very swift fashion.
Yeah.
But one of the issues that we do have is outside of Zeus, target selection is much easier said than done. Like you say, C-Chain actually needs to be clean because Zeka obviously can swoop away. Peanut has his clone, and then Viper is Ezreal, self-explanatory. And then the final target engaging on an Alistair is always going to kind of feel like a nightmare. So we'll have to see how TES can
engaging on an Alistair is usually the FF vote.
Yeah, that's the same as engaging on Maokai. You know, it's like, well, we gotta pull this one.
This one's done here. Let's go for an engage on Alistair and head on to game 2. Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, they are really in a difficult spot now after that decisive teamfight win on the top side. I mean, really, TES comp kind of goes one way. They want to go in. They can play through sides, though, and clearly that was the plan here with the Yone and the Jace, so maybe slow things down, see if they can continue getting some picks as they were able to earlier on. But Zeus, you know, is right back into this game and going to be continually pressing up. Cream just wants to hold on to this tower, delay it as much as they possibly can, and see if they can still get the feats for themselves.
Yeah, neither Zeus nor Cream have their first item done yet. With Leandris and Zeus, we do a lot more.
Peanut, they check to get CC'd up here, but they don't have the damage. They know that the rest of HLE is around, pushing up through bot. And while they've been defending this top tower, it might actually be the bot one that could be going down here. Crisp does have the ulti available. Is he going to look for an engage? Jackie moving in. They can't quite find him. Kanavi poking away, but they won't commit to it. They're just desperately trying to keep this first tower alive here, not wanting to give over that first brick.
It's also, if they do get it, TES that is, as opposed to Hanwha, they get the feats, right? Will be a big win for them. As we do take a look at the Massacre lane economy snapshot, it's particularly the jungle AD carry that I think is the roughest here. And the Peanut one feels earned. The Viper one, Viper has just been kind of living his best life, moving around the map, picking up waves, and then in that big team fight was able to pick up a lot of exit kills, just unmatched as the Ezreal. And this priority on the MF, I think, we were kind of skeptical coming in.
Yeah.
Domestically, we've seen it work, but thus far hasn't been able to make the impact just yet. And that's the type of wombo combo that now we're talking about, right? You need, like, to have Cream, Layer a big ult, or Crisp set up, Jackie to go in huge. Otherwise, Hanwha, I think, are on the verge of just completely breaking the game. Like right now, if Hanwha is obviously in a great position, if the team fighting is really strong.
One more team fight loss.
One more, and it's actually, you're going to have to rely on Hanwha making some colossal mistakes, you know, towards Otacon, towards Baron. And the spikes right now, Nasher's done, almost 2 items.
Cream in trouble, going to get swept back here. Peanut is there as well. He's going to be able to go for the Fate is Sealed back to Chris. He does survive, now going in. Peanut, nice interrupt on the engage there from Chris as he gets knocked up by the Cyclone. Easily deflecting that engage with just the cost of his ulti, but Zeka pushing on top side. That tower is incredibly low. They're looking for Peanut, but the clone is gonna eat it. Jackie Love coming up, and now Delight is behind him. Peanut flashing over the wall. The bullet time not gonna be enough. Kanavi trying to finish him off. On the other side, Cream trying to heal back up. Jackie is dead already, and Zeka is behind 369. It's not your side of the map any longer. It's a double for Viper, and it just gets worse for TES as they are set packing.
They get Peanut! The Trickster dies, but at what cost? So much has to be given up. Jackie just gets taken down again. 369, unable to do the damage.
Cream, Delight connects, and he's going to be going for the kill. Zeus is just cooking him alive. Cream couldn't get out. Delight, another masterclass on this Alistar. 0, 1, and 9. He has been everywhere this game for HLE, as you already knew he was going to be as soon as he locked it in.
As we take a look here, this initial trade, I don't think actually feels too bad. Even though Cream doesn't have TP, 2 ultimates are invested, right? Peanut uses a Cyclone to cancel.
The overchase just kills me, though, when Jackie knows Zeka is above you and he goes that far into the river.
The moment you ult the clone, just let it go.
Take the L.
And instead, they overchase. Yes, eventually they kill Peanut, but the position that Jackie Love is in is, even with his flash, like even if he flashes, he just always dies there. The collapse comes through. Zeus joins again just at the right time. And Hanwha Life, that's the fight that we were talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, not only does Jackie die there and the rest of them die, but by giving up the position in Tribrush, you sell out 369. He has nowhere to actually go, so he's just kind of given over as another freebie on top. They get first power on the top side. They're going to be grabbing this dragon here as well. Crisp in the area. Cream just trying to play through sides again, but the gold lead extending even further now. It's 4K in the advantage for HLE.
Interesting to note as well that Hanwha didn't actually go for the Rift Herald, but instead just pushed mid. So just immediately sent both the Azir and the Ezreal towards there, got that. And to be fair, I think with how the teamfights have been playing out, they're going to be very happy to take that fight again. Later on, we did see the Dragon get taken as well. We'll be dealing with a Hextech Soul, which... we are only 18 minutes in, but that's what we're talking about now.
Are we flipping? Is it that level of desperation? We'll see. They're considering, but they're going to back off. Looks like it is more just for the coverage
Peanut
play.
shopping?
But even if they hit him, Cream is too far away at this point. So I think if you were going to go, you would have had to. But they're moving Jackie Love down, so they were clearly considering that there could be some sort of fight down there. They've already lost the mid-tier 1, the top-tier 1. They're going to be giving over that Herald as well. So still investing in this play. They feel like they need to get something down here at this point, but it's kind of the sunk cost fallacy because HLE are happily playing on the top side. And at this point, you haven't seen them in so long that you have to be suspicious.
Yeah, and we see Hanwha Life is going to back off. They're getting the Herald on the other end of the map. Zeus started one off. By the way, Zeus, who got shot down mercilessly. So much attention was paid towards the top side. He's completely fine.
Yeah, he absolutely is. And Zeka and Delight, the combo is perfect. Can they actually chase after him? Zeka took about as good as he gave, so wasn't confident to actually slide in there against Cream, who still had the ulti available. But again, nicely played. Crisp going to get pushed down to that top side as Peanut just controlling vision, working quickly towards that second item. And we were talking about this while we were watching the previous series. Wukong gets to a quick 2 items. That is just so tough to deal with in a team fight. And now the Equalizer going to get dropped here from Zeus. Will he actually commit the flash forward to try to go for Cream? Cream was trying to walk around, but it is a bait. Then comes the TP though. Zeka, can he arrive in time? Solo bound going forward. They're going to try to burst them down. They are going to get Zeus, and it's a shutdown. But the, we'll see. Zeka, is he going to be able to back off? Summons the turret. It looks like Cream doesn't want any more. Zeka will survive, but it's a big shutdown. Finally, Cream gets a kill. And it's going to be rewarded pretty heavily. Viper hit him with the True Shot Barrage, but not enough to finish it off. And TES have got to be happy about that.
Yeah, not sure what Hanwha Life was thinking there, Zeus, because either you TP earlier if you know Kanavi's there, because they knew he was on the bottom side of the map, right? They spotted him earlier in the jungle. So either you got to TP him in earlier. I think Zeus just went in way too early.
Just look at solo.
Yeah, look at the timing there. The back doesn't actually fully finish until he's already in the thick of it. They do have enough burst to take him down. Cream doesn't go, actually gets taken down. Nicely done by him, picks up a good amount of gold, and now that gold lead, it is remaining within a manageable distance. Still, item spikes for Hanwha Life. I think we still have Zeka very far ahead, sitting on 2 items. We all
Don't look at Viper.
Yeah, okay. Well,
that's a problem.
That is a problem. Yeah, and one of the things with the Jace is that even when Jace was, and he has been on and off, right, one of the strongest top laners in the game, things like the Wukong and the Malphite always have been put into him because they can bridge the gap, right? They have multiple gap closes or away in case of Malphite, just get on top of him immediately. So now Peanut is actually sitting on those 2 items very early on. Has an incredible amount of power, and we're going to have to see TES.
There's something to Herald. They want to commit towards this tier 2, and it is already chunked down quite a lot. Viper going to be the one to drive it in. Is this going to be going a bit too far? As TES are all here, we'll see if they can actually find an angle to force a fight. Doesn't look like it. They get the kill in the tier 2, and Hanwha just want to back off. Zeus playing down around that mid lane, and it's going to be nothing more.
This is big spikes across the board, right? Like every one, besides Chris, actually hitting the 2-item spike just at that point. We have the Mana transformation as well. And Hanwha Life, they don't know exactly where they're, but there's so much vision that they know roughly the area that they're going to be in. And Otacon bait maybe being set up here, but the next dragon is spawning as well.
There's also a pretty good ward from TES that's just kind of above the Otacon that should be able to get vision on it, not spotted by that pink. That was placed. So pretty clever placement there from TES, whoever was able to drop that. And they're going to move forward and try to clear out some of this vision. They're trying to buy time for Cream in the side lane, who has the 2-item spike you talked about. Berserker Greaves in there as well. Cream pretty powerful at this point, and in an extended side lane situation, the additional sustain that he has compared to Zeus, compared to Zeka, you can constantly just chip and poke and prod and win out in those extended fights. It does kind of mean Zeus and Zeka are relegated to just kind of clearing the wave and ignoring the PvP.
We'll see what teams are going to prioritize now as the 3rd Dragon does spawn. Hextech, as mentioned, insanely strong for really any composition, particularly if you have a decent amount of poke. I think Hanwha going to feel very good if you're able to proc that with your Ezreal or with your Azir. But this fight might either bring TES back to parity or have Hanwha completely break the game.
Yeah, the clone back there from Peanut. They're going to look on Delight. And was a true shot barrage earlier on to Jackie. He has the BT. He's just healing it right back up. You can see Crisp took the Hexgate. He's actually looking for a threat on this flank. Of course, Hanwha are aware of it, so they retreat back towards mid lane. 6ix9ine playing on the side, looking for Shock Blast as TES has eyes on the Dragon. Peanut knows where Crisp is, but is Crisp too far away? Peanut going to go forward, and the red team grabs it. TES do get it, and they are going to look to back off here. Not much of an answer for HLE. They couldn't find the angle to fight. It was great positioning from Crisp that I think really dissuaded them from committing.
Nicely done there by Crisp, drawing the attention. And respectful play there from TES. Good setup on the initial objective, forcing Hanwha Life to either fully commit, which given the positioning that they found Kanavi, they don't really want to do it right. Hanwha Life could have popped the cooldowns, but not looking like the best fight angle. And the poke actually being pretty meaningful there.
And I think because Hanwha aren't yet on 3 items for a lot of these people that have the gold lead, it's not a bad idea to not force there. If you see a great opportunity, sure, go for it. But Ezreal's going to be on 3 before MF is. And you have these gold advantages. You can play towards that. So, when we see Shojin and whatnot completed, maybe they then look to fight a little bit more aggressively. And now Viper has it. So with that 3rd item coming through, he has a pretty massive spike. You can see Zeka as well sitting on the Seekers. And that 2.5 is going to mean a lot if he can use it properly in these fights.
And with that Drake being picked up early on, that is a possible way. I do think that there are parts of the TS comp that skill very nice. Obviously, Yone in the side lane comes to mind. I think even the Jace, as you highlighted, definitely a big threat there. As Peanut just says, thank you for the leash on that Crad.
They're just kind of battling, but now he's in trouble as Zeus is going to come in, let the equalizer go down. Cream may have to flash, and he does. Goes back over the wall. True Shot Barrage will not connect. Will Delight look for it. He's threatening. He's flashing. Viper goes in, but he can't actually connect, and the bullet time's coming over the top. Delight, the one in trouble now. Cream tries to go in, but he has to snap back to safety as Peanut is threatening to take him down. 369 pushing on the other side of the map. Again, they find the bullet time, but it's not on the key targets. It's just on Delight. Still, I think you have to be pretty happy about getting Cream out and having 369 pushing on the other side.
TES, Hanwha Life, they keep looking for that knockout punch, but they're not finding it.
And it's actually key to note, Viper flashed to try to follow up. It wasn't just Delight trading his flash out there. So yes, you forced the flash from Cream, but it was double flashes to try to punish that, to try to get that kill. And that is quite expensive. It does open up potential opportunity to maybe get a kill on Viper, maybe take that big shutdown away and start pulling the game back in your favor.
One of the big things with the Ezreal is that you have the one flash on a very low cooldown, but we have seen Ezreals actually get caught in a position where just having access to one is not enough, and a dive for TES is actually very threatening.
Cortana is always dangerous.
Not only that, right, if Cream can find an off angle, we've seen even 369, I think, posturing pretty aggressively as, look at this, TES just keep Cream in that side lane, and Humble Live say, you got a TP or we're taking this Otacon.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to try to force the issue right here, right now. They are on the Otacon. We don't know exactly how low it is. TES trying to get in, but it's going to be difficult to go through this corridor, and it looks like the Otacon is just gone. They're going to be able to claim it, and now taking all the flowers here. Cream TPs now. This is so late. And he is going to have to just Q3 back over. So that is kind of the worst of both worlds. He didn't even push up and get anything bot side. They TP, but they TP way too late. And now they're going to try to look to force here onto Zayas. They're committing everything and throw in the kitchen sink. They are going to be able to take him down. Jackie Love gets the kill. Delight potentially in trouble as well. We can see the TP does now arrive. 369 is here. Zekka's going forward. And it's Peanut going in, knocking down Cream, crushing him with the 2-item spike. Will just be the 1-for-1 at the end of the day. This is definitely getting scrappy, but HLE feeling so happy about that. You can see the experience advantages really starting to show themselves.
Otacon is the big thing there because this trade doesn't actually look that great. Nicely done there by TES. This is the single target selection that we talked about. They take down Zayas. Doesn't get his ultimate off, by the way. If he does, this fight could look completely different. Just the burn alone could have meant Kanavi died. It could have been a Baron angle. And Peanut also uses his flash there. So you trade teleports evenly. Peanut's flash, I think, is actually a big deal on the Wukong because it allows him to play way more aggressive. If the Otacon wasn't taken by Humble Life, I think they would be feeling a lot worse about that.
On a phase. This is fully spotted. They're just going to try to force the issue. The Hex Gates are going to help them to get out a lot faster. Kanavi has Smite, has Flash. Will they go in for it? Delight going to be over the wall here. Does take a chunk, though, but it's going to be Zekka into the back line. It's the equalizer across them all. This fight does not look close. It's HLE running over TES. It's HLE looking for more. Viper now on an angle, flashed in, though, is 369. It's going to be Cream trying to make something happen. Can he knock him down? He can't. It's going to be Viper dominating the game. Zay is chasing for more. It's a clean ace. It is HLE dominating game number 1 and potentially looking to end the game.
How do they do this 3 games in a row? That's the 3rd one. At first, the Baron gets started up, and you're wondering, Humble Life, are you sure about that? And then Zekka goes in for the sweep, and somehow, in a game where it felt like TES at the very least was able to maintain some level of parity, a clean ace, and Hanwha keep that game 1 win percentage nice and high.
HLE end game 1 with an exclamation point. Domination in those final fights. The better team in the 5v5. Absolutely. TES had a strong early game, but couldn't find the correct targets in those 5v5s. It never felt like they were able to really pressure Zekka or pressure Viper. They were always hitting frontliners. And Peanut got a fantastic early lead, was able to help really snowball this game. Delight was everywhere early on, and the carries were stalwart. We are heading to a break, but don't go anywhere. TES versus HLE, game 2 after this.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX, the ultimate hub for all things LoL esports. Get a browser built for League fans. The custom UI, exclusive themes, and seamless LoL esports tournament integration. Follow every play, see every result, get access to exclusive contests, rewards, and co-streaming options. Only on the browser for legends. Only on Opera GX.
Poppy, why don't you take my keys and go for a ride?
Welcome, Stella.
So you talk. Stella? Almost. What's next? Bright blue. It's bold.
Sorry, hon.
I'm hungry, actually. Your favorite, right?
How did you know?
Intercourse of the intellect. Soul, spirit, liberate. Easy, easy. Okay, you great man. Be great. You great woman. Be great.
They're going back on Cream, and Cream gets pushed out. Very low on health, but now the teleport is here. And the equalizer will make the fight uneven. It's Zeus in the backline, it's HLE running over him. And Jackie Love has nowhere to go. He'll stand, he'll fight, he'll fall.
Unable to do the damage.
Cream to like an X, and he's going to be going for the kill.
Zeus is just cooking him alive. Cream couldn't get out. But it's going to be Zeki into the back line. It's the equalizer across them all. This fight does not look close. It's HLE running over TES.
Welcome back to First Stand 2025. HLE lead TES 1-0 in a decisive opener for the last series of the day. Mood check for you guys. You know what? I'm gonna just like jump here and give you my emotional support, Poro. We have two TES fans at the desk today.
Well, okay.
And yeah, I mean, I won, so I'm guessing I can
turned already.
keep this one. All right, guys, but that is the way we expected the series to go for now in this game one. Any opening words?
This
Ox?
actually went better than I expected.
Oh, okay.
My expectations were pretty low. I think Top Esports have really hammered down on them during this tournament. So hopefully, a bit of life there, more than we've seen.
All right, but I feel like HLE managed to seal the game and seal the deal quite early in the game as Peanut flew in, backed up with a clean ult from Zeus and secured the grabs in the HyperX reflex replay. That was a decisive fight for the rest of the game.
Yeah, so you see TES has started up the grubs. This is just a really nice setup from HLE with Peanut going in, followed up by Delight, and then it is the Rumble coming out of the back. I know Dan's gonna have something to say about Jackie Love's MF later, but this is the thing that really breaks the fight open, right? And gets them those extra 2 kills on the backside of it. And this is really where the game opens up because as Dan pointed out already, it actually wasn't going so badly for Top Esports early. There were some signs of life. Kanavi was playing, especially around topside, and we saw a few like glimmers of hope that we haven't necessarily seen from this team all tournament.
There are some decent moments, but I think one of the big problems is you're playing into like Delight's Alistair, which is such a good pick for him. The MF, we've seen Jackulov do a lot of work with MF domestically. In this game specifically, like who's actually going to be sitting in your ult channel? You see, tries to find Peanut with the back end of it, and he's leaving it. There's like Azir, Ezreal, or the squishy targets, but they're so mobile that you're never going to be able to keep them in the ult for an extended channel. It just feels like a hard pick to get value on this game, and it just felt like the pace was dictated by HLE from after that point, and these team fights were so crisp.
Yeah, and I mean, when we talk about Jackie Love's MF specifically, I'll defend it a little bit in terms of his domestic performance, because I do think when Top Esports were able to have agency, when they were winning through like really smart mid-game lane assignments, it was through rotating this MF around so she doesn't necessarily become an ult bot, but that was not this game. And as Dan already pointed out, it's so hard to get on the carries of Azir and Ezreal to do any sort of meaningful damage in team fights. So their team fights ended up looking really disjointed later on, especially with Cream going in, and it was rough, It was a rough first game, but also not anything unexpected based on their performance at this tournament.
Still, I like the signs of life, glimmer of hope that we just mentioned here. And as the two TES experts, for better or worse, I would like you to tell me what is the hope and where is the hope for this team that didn't show a lot, actually, according to the expectations we had coming into first hands?
So I think it's rough. I am not predicting them to win the series, but since Dan and I both watch them domestically, we have this list of what we wanted from TES because, like I said yesterday, I always feel like I'm taking crazy pills when I watch them domestically and then they come to every international event and don't do well and severely underperform. So we made a list of a few things that we actually do think they're good at domestically. You'll notice that draft is not on here.
Nope.
Right, what is on here then?
We didn't forget it.
Yeah, it is getting advantages from lane swaps and lane assignments. Obviously lane swaps are dead, so we can just blot that out.
All right,
but
no
it
lane
was
swap.
it was some of their mid-game lane assignments, right? Like I talked about cross map trading, team fighting has been really, really, really bad at this event.
Yeah.
And then neutral objective setups have also not been good, as again Dan already pointed out. HLE were really able to dictate the pace of the game completely after that grub fight.
Yeah, and I feel like the thing is it's a long list. It's a lot of aspects of the game.
They just need to get better at macro laning.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
That's the meme here.
It's a big stretch. Something I will say, though, I don't know if you're aware of this, but HLE have a big Game 1 streak. If you look at the LCK performance and best of fives, they're winning all those Game 1s. They also, Zeka is the Game 5 devil, right?
Yeah.
Winning all the Game 5s. So, Top Esports, you lose Game 1, you're against the Game 1 team. You win the next 3, don't let it go to a Game 5, and then you got it in the bag. And how did Top Esports perform in all their best of fives in playoffs in LPL? They went 3-1. So
I like those
that's
odds.
a solution.
Gonna go on the blue side here. I just want to follow up. You were talking about LCK Cup and the fact that maybe HLE didn't start on the right foot here. It took them a bit of time to get the ball rolling. And I remember that yesterday we were just talking about Zeus maybe not being a bit disjointed with the rest of the team. And Zeka yesterday during the interview was telling us that Zeus is such a strong player that you cannot predict what he will put on the table, and especially in the draft. And I have my eyes on Zeus for this series, for the plethora of champions that he can play.
I feel like if there was a player who is built for Fearless, it is Zeus. I feel like he is so diverse in the champions he picks. I feel like a lot of the picks he's been bringing out to great effect, like the Olaf, bringing out in Game 5, just completely crushing with it, carrying. For some picks, it feels like he is kind of just flexed on his opponent, but I think the thing that is just so inherently true is he has a very deep champion pool, he is very proficient on a range of styles, and he is a menace to go up against.
Yeah, and I think here you can also see the spread of picks as well, right? So it's a bunch of different play styles that he can fit into any composition.
So far, it is HLE's tournament. It was HLE's game 1. So let's see if TES, as my analysts said, are going to bring up the hope for the team and take game 2. What do they have to add here? Casters, take it away.
That's the question. What do they have to add? And I think my answer after game number 1 is better team fighting. Really, I do think the early game was not bad at all. Like they were getting a lot of work done on that top side, but when it came time to the setups, when it came time to the 5v5s, HLE just are built diff.
It's as Ox was saying, just win the next 3.
That's
and
easy,
you're
yeah.
golden. Obviously, doing that is going to be much easier. Much easier said than done. The one point that I do want to highlight is that I think out of a roster that's been underperforming, Kanavi has been one of the biggest ones. I think that was a better game from him.
Yeah.
Was able to actually have a really big impact early on. Was able to, I think, have some great ultimates as well. Just wasn't quite enough. And we're going to have to see TES step it up as a team. Cream, even on the champion that we know he can pilot, just didn't really seem to hit the mark. And yeah, everyone has said enough about the Jekyll FMF performance. That to me was the most egregious one, because on the other end of the map, TES were actually getting decent trades, but then you would look mid and Jackie would flash and then face check a brush.
Yeah, that's tough for sure. I mean, Delight's Alistar is just always such a treat to watch. It feels like the headbutt goes further, the pulverize is larger. It's just crazy. He always seems to find the perfect angles.
Never has flash cooldown either. I don't know how that works.
That is just not fair. We can see some of the bans coming through. Kalista going to be staying on the ban list for now. Mbessa, Poppy, Skarner, and Gnar all going to be joining that ban list. Kalista, while it is incredibly high prio, the times it's let through, it only has 1 win actually so far. Got that win, Doggo playing it earlier today, I believe moving it to 1-4 so far in the tournament. When it comes through, it feels like teams have just kind of laid a trap and had a really good answer for it, which is always interesting to me. You know, if you are playing a best of 5, sometimes it can be powerful, especially if you're starting on the red side, you're playing more games on red side. Hey, maybe you let something through and you try to lay one of those traps. You don't have so many required bans, but instead it is going to be Aurora here as that final ban, and we'll see where TES wants to take us.
Respect being paid towards Cream, even though, again, has had a rough one in the tournament. One of the earlier
Aurora
games,
has just had a rough one in the tournament.
I think Aurora has just not looked good, yeah. But I remember the first Aurora game he played wasn't a win, but not necessarily his fault, as this is the one pick that we have seen be prioritized. Even often when we do see the Kalista, this is the thing that you get for it in return. Is going to be both a great takeaway from Viper as well as a good pickup here for Jackie. Ashe is something that we often see as the next pick, as a response into it. But we're very early on, so that's really pick of the lid when it comes to AD carries this early on in the draft.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we were kind of talking through this even when we got to Game 5. There are still so many AD carries that you kind of really think of as pretty powerful available. It is going to be the Peanut Vi. A lot of people really not a fan of this pick, but Peanut has been making it work. And you have that dive, it can be very difficult for Varus. And even if you want to go Edge of Night, it's just going to get smited off, and then you're going to be hit by that ulti. Ashe comes through, as you were talking about, and could have implications for the drafts going on further, because Ashe and Varus are the 2 picks that people have been using to actually beat the Kalista. So, you know, you can't really leave that Ballista off the ban list if some of these answers aren't there. So, could be something to watch out for in the future games.
The only other pick that I would think they could pick up, given that the Vi was picked, was something like the Kai'Sa. Obviously, your laning phase is going to be sacked, but it does synergize well. This gives you a lot more pressure options. And Hanwha Life, there's on red side, depending on how TES draft, they're going to probably save counterpick for Zeus, but there is an opportunity to get counterpick for Delight as well. Even though I think Delight has definitely been most known for good reason for his melee picks, we've also seen him perform very admirably on a lot of other style of champions as the Sylas coming through blind as, oh boy.
This is a banger matchup. This is like the two melee guys.
It's the 2022 Worlds matchup. This matchup
Who won that, by the way?
Yeah, good. Yeah.
Also,
Zeka,
some mid laner was pretty good who won that year.
We might get some evidence. Zeka has been known to like his own skin a lot, but that is an explosive matchup. Can go either way depending on the execution, depending on your jungle attention, and that is... Those are some banger 2v2s that we have there.
Yeah.
Xin Zhao and Sylas obviously insanely strong, but particularly post-6, the explosive power of that Vi and Akali is something that they're going to have to really respect.
And you also have two ADs here that can be food for a Sylas or an Akali who get really going in this game. So, so goes the mid jungle 2v2. Could go the game. We'll have to see as some different options here being banned out. Both sides banning out supports. It is going to be the Karma here for HLE as well as the Braum taken away by TES.
I think they're going to probably, knowing Hanwha Life, go for something like an Aatrox here on 4, blind for Zeus, and they get counterpick for Delight. Do note, they don't ban the Renata. I think Renata has been a pick that is insanely strong, but there have been a number of decent counters. The Nico first and foremost that we have seen in it.
Struggles into range for sure.
And that always makes it kind of awkward to pick up blind, but if you save your counterpick, then obviously Hanwha Life have the opportunity to pick it up themselves. As there is the Renata. Okay, so TES don't want to get into that whole situation. Might mean that we just see, what, like a Nautilus pickup here to go together with the Vi.
I mean, we have 6, 7 supports, if you want to call the Poppy, already taken off the table because of all these support bans, and we have the 2 removed from last game. So a lot of those primo options are gone. Things like Nautilus, though, still available. Rakan is gone from last game, of course.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know, there are some of those big picks, but we'll see what they want to look for here. Is it going to be something like the Aatrox, as you were predicting?
So it's going to be the Rel.
So they want to save that 5th pick, counter pick for top, and honestly, who can blame them? Zeus has just been so damn good. We saw what he did, you know, with the Rumble, obviously was preyed on early. Now the Nautilus will be taken away on the other side. So both supports getting their hands on some of those really high tier engage champions, and it will be the Renekton blind. Does he go to the Quinn again? I'm not expecting it, but did bring out the Cleanse Quinn. Last time we saw this matchup blinded into him. And does Zeus have the confidence to just slam it down right here in Game 2 against TES? Or will it be something a little bit more stable as you were expecting?
Well, the comp is already inherently volatile, right? With Vi Akali, I think you're kind of priced into that. Whichever team is going to
make it even crazier.
Make it even more volatile. It's not. It's going to be Zeus. Just going back to his Aatrox, the only player that we've seen consistently look good on this pick obviously has had a good amount of variety in his builds as well. In this one, I expect it just to be the standard, you know, Bruiser Aatrox. We've seen some Cycloblade. We haven't seen the Electrocute variant in a while. Both of these two compositions, when you're ahead, everything is wonderful, right? You have great engage potential on either side. You have a ton of backline threat. You have great lockdown. But this is two effectively melee compositions with exception of the 2 AD carries. It's a stat check game. So these early skirmishes, even more so than in last game, I think going to very quickly give us a good idea. Because there are, of course, theoretical angles, you know, where eventually maybe with a side lane angle, you can try and get something done. But I do really think that about 15 minutes in, we'll have
It's going to be a brawl.
It's going to be a bloodbath, Azil.
I'm excited for it. We'll see if TES can come out on top when the punches start flying. They're going to need to in this one. You have to feel like going down 2 games against HLE, not the start that they'd be looking for. The fans have come out in full force here in Lal Park for HLE, of course, the hometown crowd. Always going to be standing behind them, but TES has some supporters out there as well, and it has been fun to see a lot of the international fans showing up for their teams, even here in Korea.
Oh, I'm glad to see that the fan signs on either side don't disappoint. Some beautiful drawings here.
Yeah, that's crazy.
As
I can do a stick figure. You know, like one of the little suns in the corner with a couple lines.
I am also not necessarily that gifted when or practiced, depending on how you look at that creatively. As yeah, this is very straightforward. Whichever comp rolls ahead is going to have a really good time. Whichever comp falls behind is going to have the worst of times. And we'll see what we're going to get here in the second game.
Second game going to be starting off as we get the fan cheers here in Lowell Park. Decisively favored towards one team.
Yeah, yeah.
Surprise, surprise.
Shocker.
I mean, one of the most fun things I think about this HLE roster is the opportunity that Zeus has to kind of forge his own path, right? He has had incredible success on T1. But when you are on T1, you will always be a little bit second fiddle to FLICKR, rightfully the greatest player of all time by a mile, right?
Just a little.
Exactly. But this gives Zeus that opportunity to kind of go out on his own and show that he can have international success, that he can be the face of a team, that he can be that leader on a team, and really be that difference maker. And obviously the year starting off exactly how he would want. I think T1 was looking pretty good, early on in the LCK Cup, but it was HLE who came out on top at the end.
It is, it is important to note that they were what almost amounted to an open nexus away from straight up beating Hanwha Life back when it was still single elimination. And for TES, mostly, honestly, from an org perspective, this is an opportunity, as we have highlighted, right? Even if you lose this first game, if you end up winning this series, you end up somehow winning the tournament, you find that revival, the rest will be forgiven and will be forgotten. But if they end up getting taken down by Hanwha Life here, and again, as you highlighted, even the way that they made it through groups was something that wasn't very convincing.
No, I mean, it was kind of out of their own hands, right? They were hoping for a little help from HLE, and now maybe hoping for a little hope from HLE again, as they're going to be looking to try to come back. Early Ignite going to force the cleanse there onto Jackie. Is Delight happy to trade that through. But despite there being a lot of big names here over on TES, a lot of them hadn't actually won the LPL in quite a long time. For Cream, it was his first title. As he's going to go in with the level up. Kingslayer not going to heal much, and Zeka might be just getting a solo. Will be the early flash from Cream. Gets him back out to safety. But Jackie Love hadn't won the LPL since 2020. Crisp hadn't actually won it since he won Worlds back in 2019. So it had been a long time for these guys who are obviously still world champions, obviously still at that top level, but hadn't been having the same level of regional success. So I think there was that kind of buzz around TES that isn't always there because they have had that reputation as not always meeting up to the expectations internationally. But this time they they win the title. And people were feeling pretty good about them. They felt like they were more consistent. Kanavi, though, maybe going to get found out and will be pushed back by Delight there.
As Zeka is indeed playing his own skin. And that's why I think this game in particular just matters so much, right? Being able to at least bring it to a 1-to-1 makes the series feel a lot more playable, given that TES in their losses have just been swept, right? It's been something, or at least at first stand, obviously, been something that really has been plaguing them. When first match goes awry, they just kind of fall apart.
That's just sick, man. What a flex to be playing your own world skin in a game like this. You gotta love it.
He's also up a wave and forced a flash. We didn't really mention it too much, but I'm not going to be feeling too bad, as doesn't even feel the need to invest the teleport there. So he makes his way back to the wave.
Yeah, you can see Peanuts down on that bottom side, grabbing the scuttle. It's going to be spotted out, but they're going to be going in. It is going to be Crisp. That's the target. Will he try to flash out to safety? They're trying to block this dredge line, not allowing him to get through. He does flash. He does find it, but Peanut, nice sidestep from Crisp, but I just don't think it even matters. He can't get back to the tower. Peanut will claim first blood.
This can't keep happening. There have been so many of this exact play at first stand, right? They're so far up in the lane. Peanut barely has to give anything up, right? He's going to be able to get his crab. It's a little behind, sure. Still has to pick up his wolves, but we'll see. Kanavi maybe can steal away some Krugs in return, but you're not going to take that. Kill did go over to Peanut, so at least for the state of the lane, it's not the end of the world. But Vi getting ahead early is exactly what we're talking about, Azil.
It really is, and Delight didn't even have to use his flash or his Ignite. I mean, he burned that earlier to trade out for the cleanse, so that kind of goes to worse when you think about it that way, because Crisp is now down that flash. making his presence known here around mid lane, but Peanut and Delight are there. Zeka has the backup, and this would be a difficult wave to crash as a result. We know Kanavi up on that top side, taking down the grab, so he could move down there if he wants. And the swap is already going down. Viper already up towards that top side. Jackie Love is down towards bot, so will be Zeus moving down to answer the pushing wave from Varus.
Zeka keeping the lane in an awkward spot there. So Delight will spot Kanavi. Kanavi is going to get a ward for his troubles, as we have seen these swaps come through very consistently from either team. Levels thus far, no crazy leads. Just at main goal difference that we see is just the kill that Peanut was able to pick up. Sitting on that early tunneler, always going to be feeling great.
And you can see Zeus was actually taking a lot of minion damage there, trying to hold it off the tower. Peanut, we know, is going down towards that bottom side, so there could potentially be an angle if Jackie overstays, if he can hold that freeze. Is getting quite a bit of chip damage on himself, though, so does have to be a little bit respectful of that. Zeka now ticking over to level 6. Cream knows it and will just back off.
And do not forget, Zeka still has his TP available, which gives him a lot more flexibility, playing around his waves as...
The wave was crashed in, but now it could be problems here for Jackie Love. Zeus is very low, but they're likely to look for it now. Level 6. Jackie has to flash very early. Peanut connects there on the ball breaker. Zeus flashing, following. Jackie running, trying to get back to the tower, and he will survive there. Trade of flashes, gets out the ult. Not bad from Jackie Love.
And a sigh of relief, I imagine, from the TES fans, as Jackie does stave off his death. Also trades flash for flash, so doesn't actually end up going down in that. And they are getting the grabs towards the top side of the map. So a very tense moment, a scary moment, but one that ends up favorably for TES as Humble Life invests some resources, don't actually get what they're looking for. It does mean that Jackie, obviously on the Varus, is going to have to be very careful, as Delight does have his flash available. So we'll see how this ends up panning out in the future if Jackie is unable to join a fight later on because of the fact that he doesn't have that summoner. But in the immediate trade, I think TES not going to be too sad.
Pretty aggressive move here from Delight. Going to commit the Ignite already, but the rest of the team is actually coming in first. Kareem is here, stolen ulti from the Akali. But Zeka arrives, Peanut arrives, and they are looking like they're down to scrap. Viper has moved down from top lane.
Red buff.
Is around here. 4v4, 8 men for the red buff.
Can't
Who's
give it
gonna
up.
get it? Peanut looking, fishing, Delight gonna threaten. He goes in, but he gets knocked out of it. He's gonna be pushed back, but Zeka's in the back line on Jackie. Jackie has no flash, and he's down to Zeka already. On the other side, though, it's Cream taking down the other AD carry. Navi flashing out from Peanut. Zeka looking, doesn't find him with the R2. He gets locked up by Chris. Is he gonna get knocked down by Cream? He is. Cream looking for more, trying to take down Peanut. Can he block the ball breaker? He can't do it. He gets out to safety, but still a great fight for TES on the top side.
The TES take the gold lead, and these early skirmishes are exactly what we're going to be talking about. Delight thought he saw an angle, but what a cancel to come through there. If that crash down connects, I think this fight is a complete wash, but Crisp there with the hook gets Delight, gets the aftershock, stays alive for so long. And Viper just take it out of the fight basically immediately. Zeka has to invest a lot just to ensure that they get the kill onto Jackie.
I mean, that was so big as well. The sidestep from Kanavi there, because Zeka doesn't have vision, so he's predicting that he's continually moving to the side there. So he uses the stolen R2, as we are on this replay. And
okay, but TES still got feats.
I can just hear the Creamcasters just laughing out loud, echoing through Lol Park. As it is a bit of a funny kill, and just like that, you look down, and Peanut has 3 kills, kind of reminiscent of last game, and not something you want to think about if you are a TES fan, because we know what Peanut got done with that. Cream gets a good initial trade, but Zeka able to hit him with a shuriken flip and trades back quite well. Zeka now getting low. We can see Peanut over the wall, and Delight here to cover once again as Viper down towards that bot side, catching the wave that has been pushed up from 369. And it is both teams very, very even. 100 gold separating the 2 squads. We are pretty much dead even, neck and neck. And the question remains, can TES turn that into a team fight victory? That is what they were lacking in game number 1. Can they execute and get that performance that we have been waiting to see from Jackie, who has been so stellar in his own league and just hasn't been able to actually bring that to first stand thus far?
Cream also going to be feeling a lot better after what was a rough Yone game on the Silas. Thanks to picking up those early kills, even with the CS disadvantage, still up a good amount of gold. And there is, as we talked about, whichever team gets ahead, As we'll see.
6-9 going to pop the Dominus,
more,
but doesn't have vision. Can't actually chase. It might result in a plate or two. Crisp going to be looking here. Kanavi, not sure if he was actually spotted by that ward. I don't know if they saw him right around the corner, but it is going to be Peanut starting up the Dragon.
Oh, not 4v4.
And Zeka moving down. Cream is looking to try to get involved here as well. 369 still up on that top side. Delight has an angle. Viper sectioned off from the squad, though. This could be a little bit difficult here from HLE. And Chris is going to go in at the same time. They find the arrow onto Jackie Love. He's locked down. And he's going to get burst down. The first kill goes the way of HLE. Zeka crushing the fight. It's HLE working their magic time and time and time again. TES cannot get away with the fight. Cream will survive for now, but we'll see if he can even get out. Peanut is hunting, and Cream is on the wrong side of the map. He's going to try to make a run for it, but Peanut has the ball breaker, gets the shutdown. 5-0-2 for the Nut God.
And as the attempt from TES to find a skirmish like a loss when it doesn't work out, they're down at level 6 on the support. Delight has his Magnet Storm. Same can be said, and as Jackie goes down immediately, so much of the damage that this comp needs doesn't actually remain
we're back
there.
to live. 369 looking for a solo kill. Zayas has already flashed out, and is he going to be able to finish him off? Doesn't look like he's going to commit. Delight moving up here. Crisp is around as well, and will be pushing back. Trade of flashes between them, but to me, so much of it was about the angle that Viper found off of vision, finds the arrow through the whole team. I thought he was in the wrong spot, that he wasn't going to be able to contribute on the fight, but Peanut goes in with the ulti, and he just hacks Jackie Love over the wall with the arrow. Jackie can do nothing.
Well, particularly with the flash down, playing that early skirmish is really hard, right? There's so much engaged, there's so much CC that is available. TES is going to pick up the full 6 grubs, it looks like. So that does mean that the turret pushing potential is going to get bolstered. Nothing of the sorts for Hanwha Life, as looking at the itemization, Cream actually sitting on a fully completed item. A lot of components for Zeka, as we have both the Morellos for Zeka as well as the Executioners for 369 to deny the healing of the Aatrox and the Silas respectively. And so the thing with Vi that's always really interesting to me is that I think it feels better to play into a fed Vi than a fed Wukong. The problem is there was one player
Both
for which
still feel bad.
Don't get me wrong.
It feels better to have a broken arm than a broken leg.
Well, I'm an optimist, Azil. Sue me. But the real issue, as I think we saw in that fight as well, is that for one player, that isn't the case. Because the Vi is going to just
the guy who dies
pop.
every single fight.
There's going to be where normally.
Well, it's not so bad. For Jackie it is.
You know,
but
well, for Jackie it actually is. Because you know that could be the whole team. If it was a book, I don't know.
True. You're not wrong. Wukong kind of like a AoE Vile, you know? There you go. Fair enough.
Let's stretch it too far.
No. I'm with you. I mean, I agree.
I don't feel like you're with me,
I'm
Azil.
fully with you. We're aligned. It is a lot harder for a Vi to 1v9 the game. I'm fully with you.
Okay.
I'm just, you know, I'm fighting the good fight for all the AD carries out there, right? Who are like, but what about the Varus?
Yeah, well, I don't think...
Because he is going to get R'd, and then he's going to get punched, and then he's going to be dead.
Either AD carry is going to have to play an extremely clean game here to have a good time, right?
Where's the backup AD carry for when the first one dies?
Yeah, neither of them have any.
No backup AD carry.
Maybe bring back, you know, the mid lane as old. They're looking for something here.
I don't think you can go over the wall.
No.
I think they were hoping that Peanut would walk up into that topside jungle, maybe try to go for a little bit of vision. It is Delight over there, though, that is covering Zayas. So Peanut, of course, didn't need to do it. Can just go back to base and
Still
is
looking for that
close to that second item here. Delight gonna pick the roses. And Peanut now out on the map here, incredibly strong. They are going to find him. Will they be able to burst him down? Delight in a lot of trouble, incredibly low. The Ignite is committed. Kanavi should be able to get him. The depth charge does follow. Wind becomes lightning, and Delight becomes dust. Zeka, though, is coming in. Nice hook there from Chris. But can they win this 2v2? They got it by time for Cream. The Ash Arrow is going to connect, but it's Kanavi that's the target. He's trying to get out of there. Cream trying to get in here with the Proto Belt. We can see Jackie on the side, though. He's going to have to get out. Flashes the safety as Viper arrives. Peanut shut down by Kanavi. Cream is chasing Zeka, and it's Viper versus the world, but in comes Cream. It's never a fair fight for the AD carries. This time it's Cream that gets the advantage. Jackie survives. TES takes the fight.
TES, a great moment there. It is again Delight that gets picked off, struggling a lot more. He is getting targeted. A long time committal here, but it ends up working out for TES. Crucial is that Delight doesn't actually get to proc either his passive or the aftershock until it's already too late. You see the hesitation there as well, as Peanut is like, do I go over? ends up going, but it's a lot later, which means that there is an opportunity here for Cream to also make his way over. And so much damage gets thrown into the Nautilus specifically, and I think particularly that shutdown on Peanut, absolutely huge. He was, what, 5 and 2, maybe 6 at that point.
And Cream got ISO gold on top lane tower while we're watching in the picture-in-picture.
The replay.
Last game, he was, really kind of put out of it. This time, he's in a much stronger position. He's up 550 gold, even with a bunch of kills being grabbed there by Zeka. So has the ability to potentially carry. They grab the feats as well, so they have the upgraded boots now through here. He's in the lane economy snapshot powered by MasterCard. It is top and mid. The big advantages here for TES.
And the big thing here is that, yes, Jackie Love had to use his flash, but so had a Viper. And everything that we say about Jackie is arguably even worse for Viper, because Jackie, of course, haven't really talked about it yet. Sometimes with the Nautilus, you do see the on-it variety. But in this game, great choice. You go for lethality, and his effective range is not going to be nearly as detrimental when his flash is down.
Stop complaining. It's even worse for the other AD carry.
Yes, that is actually the takeaway. Man, AD carries have it so hard.
They do sometimes. Yeah. And other times they have it pretty good. Sometimes you got the Ivern, you got the
Ivern, Lulu, and your Jinx.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You're getting tucked into bed, you're carried over. Oh, take this kill. Oh, take that tower. Take my jungle camps. But other times, it's tough out there. Could be the struggle.
You're not giving anything. You have to fist fight for every single bit of gold that you get. As Cream.
You want that quarter on the ground, you got to fight to the death for it.
Oh yeah, you're not getting that quarter for free. As the Dragon now getting started up. Feats are here as a committal of alive.
Arrow going to be able to tag Chris. Zeka has an angle here, but Chris not the target that he wanted. The TV's going to come in as well, but this is Cream. They're going to try to turn on him. He flashes out to safety immediately. Zeus is the target. Kanavi trying to get in the back line, and it's Peanut that's flying in. It's Avaris that's in trouble, and it's Avaris that's down already. Cream trying to make an impact, but he can't do anything. Zeus living for so damn long. 369 though, chopping him up, but he doesn't have the damage. Viper will survive. Viper will knock down 369. Not before he gets another. It's a 5 for 3. It's a triple for 369, but it's HLE dancing on him.
The Dragon goes to TES, which stops that from being a complete disaster. But as we talk about the plight of AD carries, I want you to pay attention to the one man that at no point is threatened in this fight. As we take another look, very early arrow gets used. 369 is attempting to keep Zeka away from his backline. But the TP top, a lot of damage goes into Zeus. That's an Aatrox. You're not going to be able to burst him down. And look at Viper. Cream and Crisp are just not able, I think. Cream thinking he doesn't have the damage to actually take down Viper, even without his sums. And yes, 369 is able to still take down Delight. 5-level lead, by the way. Delight not feeling quite as tanky as he'd like to be. But the fact that Viper is able to just go completely unchained in that fight. And that's, again, without his summoners available, and now able to pick up a good amount of gold. That back is going to be juicy. Mid lane turret not quite picked up, but they did get the Herald off of that.
Look at Cream, just couldn't really get anything done. I mean, Jackie as well got targeted so early. Viper was the difference, standing and firing. Even 369 having a heroic performance. I mean, Cream TP's in, immediately has to flash and abscond out. So he doesn't have his spells, right? He's just trying to get back and get involved. But when you spend the flash and you spend the E, just arriving to not instantly die because of poor TP placement, all of a sudden Viper's eyes light up. He says, "You don't have your spells? I don't need spells. I'm an AD carry. Right click."
I did do that. Lethal tempoed.
Lethal tempoed all over him.
Exactly. And TES, the game still feels very different, I think, from the previous one where it was back and forth. But the team fights have been closer this time around. This was the first one where it did feel like Hanwha was able to get a trade. But even then, it was a lot more contentious. Flash is going to be almost available, and TES looking proactively.
Yeah, they're moving. They have 5 men bot. Zeka has the TP available. Will they commit it? This is a risky dive to go for. Pina is there, as is Zeus. And now the TP comes in. Are they going to spot it? But they are very far in there. Kanavi between 2 towers. Here comes the Akali. 369 trying to zone him out. The stun goes down onto Zeus. They're trying to burst him down, and they kill Zeus immediately. And now the hook lands onto Zeka, but in goes Peanut. Varus is in trouble again, and they get the kill onto Jackie. He is killed off by Zeka, and Zeka's going crazy. Viper is firing. You can't go for a dive like that against HLE. They will punish you every single time.
And TES, they knew. They were very aware, and they still continue on the play. If Akali has teleport, That play just doesn't work. It is closer than I initially thought it was going to be because the arrow misses and Zeus does kind of just run into 4 people and gets blown up. Kanavi gets taken down on the back, but it's the Vi that ends up being the difference maker. As Peanut says, oh, you're talking about how it's only unfun for one person? Knocked away 4 people with that ultimate. Got Jackie, he's taken down. Viper, completely unmatched again. And Zeka's burst damage is too much to handle. And I was saying, this game, you know, it feels like, look at that cliff!
Yeah, that is a tough one. I mean, after the last fight, yeah, it did go in the favor of HLE, but at least TES got the Dragon, you got 3 kills.
Look at that gold
this
rush.
time it's
nice
5 for 1.
It's a nice up and down. Yeah, and an inner.
Yeah, and an inner. You are now so far ahead. It's a 3,000 gold lead for Peanut. Just ridiculous. Took offense to Chronicler saying he couldn't carry as hard as on the Wukong. He's like, watch this, buddy.
I apologize, Peanut. I am familiar with your game, so I'm not quite sure what happened there. As we'll see if Zeus gets taken down here again. Has been kind of a punching bag. As will get spotted.
Go for him. Kanavi charging in. Zeus trying to get out to safety. Doesn't have the flash. It's going to be a couple seconds. He's trying to wait for it. Cream on the other side, though, is caught by Peanut. Peanut is unstoppable. You can say that again. And Zeus slides out to safety. Kanavi going to keep chasing. Can he connect with the wind becomes lighty? He can't do it. And it's Otacon on top. You kill Cream. You escape on the bot side. And it feels like this game is out of control. HLE are running the map again.
Yeah, I've seen that play before where everyone collapses onto one player and he just makes it out. Objective on the other end of the map gets taken. And the mid lane turret, it's something for TES, but the gold lead, as we pointed out, feeling a lot worse. The immediate impact of this Otacon is obviously not going to be quite as apparent. The flowers are strong, but it's particularly if you can get the buff. Is
they're
another collapse.
For this. There's no flash on Zeus, no ulti as well. Flash forward from Chris. They're going to lock him down. But can he just get over the wall to safety? We'll see. Kanavi looking. He's trying to go for the sidestep, trying to get safety. Kanavi just going to wrap around on him. Delight peeling. He sidesteps. He dodges. Zeus will not be stopped, but he gets hit by the hail of arrows, and the piercing arrow finally takes him down. TES throw everything, and they are rewarded with the kill. Now have Zeka and Peanut overstayed their welcome. They are spotted out here. Can TES get more? They absolutely need to. The arrow not going to connect. Zeka, though, could he get in the back line here? Jackie looking. They're trying to go in for Peanut. They are hitting him with the piercing out. Zeka in the middle of everyone. Zeka trying to get some work done. Buying time as Delight and Viper have a rock. Peanut gets another. Zeka takes one, too. It's Jackie on the side, going to get knocked down. Punched into outer space by Peanut as he is running this game. 11, 1, and 10.
And it's a small moment of elation as Zeus finally goes down, but the investment is just too heavy. It costs too much. As while Zeus was getting collapsed upon, Cream gets caught out. Delight finds him, able to take him. And then here initially it looks a little dicey. The arrow doesn't hit. Peanut and Zeka are far out of the curve, but let's be real here. These are two of the most fed members on Hanwha Life. All the gold is on them. And as the reinforcements arrive, TES have to watch their health bars dissipate. The Dragon gets taken. The fight won by Hanwha.
I mean, you stare at Jackie in every fight, he just can't participate. I mean, he's trying to walk the safest possible path. He's walking around the outside of blue buff. As soon as he even gets in spell range, he's Q-flashed and crashed down on by Delight and then instantly killed. They have just had such good target selection. The way that the HLE topside creates space for Viper is truly incredible. They just soak so many spells that even if the fight early on looks pretty good for TES, you realize they've spent too much on one of those frontliners. They barely survive. You look back at Viper, no one has touched him. He's got his summoners, lethal tempo stacked, and you just know it is curtains in the fight. And now 369 going to get the bad news as Zeka is here as well. But can they punish? Because Kanavi's in the area. Zeka going to have to use the ulti to safety.
That's
perfect execution.
Yeah,
will jump back.
As any jungler will know, trying to actually lock down the Kali, kind of a nightmare.
Remember when Shroud didn't get seen by the tower?
Yeah, that was...
those were dark times.
That was something.
Cream going to be looking here for Viper. There's the depth charge. Viper will flash back. Cream does find the arrow to follow up. The cleanse is going to be Force Beam on the side, looking to threaten.
That's a big win. Both summoners now taken here from Viper. Obviously, TES needs to be careful not to fall into the trap of thinking, okay, if Ash doesn't have sums, we blow everything, because there are a lot of other problems on the map.
Yeah.
But it does mean that Viper is a lot more susceptible to getting taken down in that backline. And that's a lot of consistent damage that would still be gone for Hanwha Life if TES can manage
I mean, Peanut has a GA.
Yes.
That is criminal.
Yeah, I didn't want to bring it up.
I mean, we see Zayas finishing his second item, but Peanut 11-1-10. Just monster gold lead here. And does have full GA. You know if he's hitting the back line, someone's dying with him. And even if you spend all your resources to kill him, you're going to have to do it again.
Yeah, I think one time is going to be hard enough as is, Zil. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you, buddy.
As we do have a possible collapse. 369, use the Dominus
There's
earlier.
no tier 2, going to be forcing that flash. Viper says, you force mine, I'll force yours right back. Jackie's in the area. Delight going to be looking, maybe gone too far forward. Viper's around as well. Can they punish him? Delight can be the first here to fall. Peanut and Zeka look like they want this fight. Zayas coming on the flank, and Jackie's in trouble once again. Jackie getting pressure back. He has to flash out. Kanavi on the other side fighting Viper, but it's Viper who stands, who fires, who kills him again. And it's Zayas and Zeka taking down Jackie. That's a triple for Zeka. Can he get the quadra? TES trying to hope for 369 to pull off a miracle, but they just can't do it. It's the ace, it's the base, it's the 2-0 lead. Looking like it's coming for HLE.
And we go from a clean ace 3 games in a row to a 5-for-1. And that's not gonna be enough, as the Nexus might not fall. But the game that was already looking dire, a 5k gold deficit, that TES were desperately trying to cling on to after the previous fight. Realistically, I don't think this fight should have worked. The light just goes in, but it's the amount of gold that's available. He still stays alive for a good amount of time, locks them all into place, and then it's a combination. That, Akali, and Vi. Everyone knows if those champions get fed, the amount of stuff you can do is just so limited, right? It's so insanely hard. It's point and click. Zeka just gets the hit of free, gets the jump into the back line, and because of that, Viper, Kanavi tries his best, but Viper was more of an afterthought as Peanut and Zeka just run over the entirety. It stays on the flank there as well, just drawing as much attention, getting the CC done as the Aatrox.
And I will say, I got to give some credit to 369. He has been making it work in these fights, but it just hasn't been enough. And now Zeka and Peanut going in again, and Kanavi incredibly low. The corruption, Jade's going to get sidestepped and into the backline again. Jackie is dead for another time this game. Crisp is sure to follow. Cream trying to get out of there. We'll see if he can do it. Chains back in, but just to die. 369 out alone, and he knows this game is over. He's going to stand and dance as he watches his hopes crumble away in this series.
And the game number 1, that given Hololife's track record was always going to be an uphill battle, but the game number 2 has felt quite dire for TES for a long time, and this is just another confirmation as Peanut and Zeka obliterate the backline. They don't even need half the players, Azil. They can just do it. Between the two of them, the light providing just a little bit of CC, and 369 stands there knowing that there is no delaying the inevitable. Hololife, again, the Nexus technically hasn't fallen yet. They went for Baron instead. They'll be picking up the Dragon next, but with those 2 inhibs,
the Nexus may not have fallen, but when you're standing and dancing as they kill you, the spirits may have.
Yeah, that's not a good sign.
No, that is not a good sign at all, as 369 knew he was toast, and just going to kind of accept his fate from that spot. He has been kind of the hope for them this game, but Zayas now even ahead.
I'm going to go for the
as
Dragon.
It's a 5,000 gold lead for Peanut, and they are just ready for this one to be over. Cream getting pushed back. Peanut just going for a 3-level lead in the jungle. He's level 16. And Jackie knows he's going to be the target again. Has no flash this time. 7 deaths for him already, as they have just been laser focused on this Varus. HLE threatening, Hex Flash getting channeled here from Delight. Will he go forward? He's gonna go in there, diving the base again. Of course, Cream is gone, and the fight is over before it even begins. Zeka chasing after, knocks down Chris. Kanavi trying to stand, trying to fight. They're gonna dodge the fountain and take him down. Jackie, there is no safe haven. Retreating into the well, they want him, and they're gonna get him. Insult to injury, HLE will not be denied. Zeka doesn't even fall to the fountain. It's 2-0, and it's HLE 1 game away from the finals.
Of the back of the Nut God, as well as Zeka doing his best cosplay of 2022. Hololife go up to a devastating 2-0 victory. That previous game, in hindsight, didn't feel quite so bad, because this one felt like, again, the early traits, they felt a lot more even. But then the moment that the extra fights came through, that Peanut and Zeka got to run wild.
Peanut is looking unstoppable. 52 kills. HLE are one game away from the finals. We'll be back after the break.
Puppy, why don't you take my keys and go for a ride?
Welcome, Stella.
So you talk.
Stella?
Almost. What's next? Bright blue. It's bold.
Sorry, honey.
I'm hungry, actually. Your favorite, right?
How did you know?
Face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step. I progress no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here, ain't stopping here. It's strange how they can't see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey. Better lay down and stay down. Where I come from, we don't play around. Yeah, I'm the one. Even at my worst, I'm the best. Give my all till it ain't none left. No sweat, I'm the one. Yeah, I'm the one. Won't stop till I'm done, yeah, I'm the one. This a game you don't wanna play. Take chances, make it happen. Took all of my L's like practice. Bounce back to the top like magic. All you need is hard work plus passion. Everything I wanted, I imagined. Sky was the limit till we blew right past it. The only goal is trying to go faster, we can't go backwards. So if you upset, just say that. Record it for yourself for the playback. I use success as my payback, so take that. We don't fabricate cause it's fake, we just stay facts. Believe me when I say this, we up next to be the greatest. It ain't organic if you fake it till you make it. Knew this day would come, I could taste it. I was not born to be basic, was born to bleed greatness. Better lay down and stay down. Where I come from, we don't play round, yeah, I'm the one. Even at my worst, I'm the best. Give my all till it ain't none left. Don't sweat, I'm the one. Yeah, I'm the one. Won't stop till I'm done, yeah, I'm the
Craig to your Debo, calm at the line, it's a free throw. Talent God-given, this divine like a cheat code. Multiply, grind, bottom line, we ain't equal. Better go to the tape and then check the tactics. I've been on the mic where they been laying on the mattress. Whole army out on the march and we bring the madness. Someone tell the analysts to add up all the factors. If they only knew what they were up against, they'd probably be better prepared for self-defense. They've been at home and I've been in the trench. I smell blood, yeah, I caught a scent. I'm in my zone, I ain't gonna miss. I've been to war, man, I took the hits. It don't matter if you're venomous. I've grown immune to the poison, but blood's still boiling. Always moving forward in conflict, I don't avoid it. I'm never stopping, I'm getting it till it's won. I get it done in my blood, got the code DNA of the one.
Better lay down and stay down. Where I come from, we don't play round, yeah, I'm the one. Even at my worst, I'm the best. Give my all till it ain't none left. Don't sweat, I'm the one. Yeah, I'm the one. Won't stop till I'm done, yeah. Jack in the system. Jack in the system. Jack in the system. Fire me up, I'm Jack in the system.
Down, the first kill goes the way of HLE. Zeka crushing the fight. It's HLE working their magic time and time and time again. TES cannot get away with the fight. It's a Varus that's in trouble, and it's a Varus that's down already. Cream trying to make it back, but he can't do anything. Zeus living for so damn long. 369 though, chopping him up, but he doesn't have the damage. Jackie is dead for another time this game. Crispin sure to follow. Cream trying to get out of there. We'll see if he can do it. Change back in. This game is over.
Welcome back to First 10 2025. We're after a bloodbath of a game. HLE can taste the finals 2-0 here against TES and 1 game away from making it. And what an absolute dominance from this team on the way they can recover and what they've been displaying so far in the tournament and in this series.
They're so fun to watch.
Right?
Like, Viper's Ashe is such a treat, as we saw in that team fight, but like that was kind of one of the back-breaking fights that set HLE in the finals against NG last year. I feel like it's always a treat to see him on these champions, and this was an earlier fight where, again, we saw glimmers of hope from TES, and this is where it really opened up for HLE.
I feel like there's so many fights, and this is a great example, where Jackie Love just wasn't able to function because Peanut had his number, and he just made it his goal. Every single fight that Varus doesn't get to play the game, and there was always follow-up. There was always another member. It was usually Zeka coming in, just executing the enemy carry, and from that position, it's so hard to bounce back. I just love how decisive they consistently been in their fights, and despite the fact that we had some maybe more lax games in the group stage from them, some more zany picks, they are locked in today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the thing with HLE. When they're locked in, they're never going to give you a chance. They know how to put you in a checkmate situation super early in the game. And once they have that game locked in, they're just not going to let it go.
Yeah, and I think I just love watching their team fighting, and also you can tell that they're just having so much fun, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that it just makes me really happy when talking to Zeka yesterday, watching them through LCK Cup.
They're experimenting.
It just really seems like, especially in Fearless Draft, they're even picking some really creative stuff in games 1 and 2 when their champion pools haven't even been pushed at all. They're just playing at another level to, like, TES are underperforming, but also throughout this entire tournament, HLE has just been really, really good.
Yeah, no fun in the draft today from them, though it feels like they're taking things a bit more seriously, air quotes, not that they were not taking things seriously yesterday, but you feel like they're locked in, that 1 series away from finals, and they're taking everything super seriously. Map, champion, everything is super clean from HLE so far, and they displayed absolute river dominance in our HyperX reflex replay, with Peanuts being really smart in the way he finds those engages.
Yeah,
and arrows as well.
Yeah, I feel like this one is super impressive. Once again, it feels like the target selection really good from the side of HLE. Jackie Love stepping up a bit too far, Vi ult straight on him, and then Viper just free hitting this entire fight. You compare, Varus and Ashe, 2 similar AD carries in their immobility, but it just feels like Viper was untouched and Jackie Love dead so quickly in that matchup.
Yeah, and taking Jackie Love out of these fights is so crucial, right? And it really seemed like Peanut had his number all game.
Nice
he
graphic,
is
guys.
the nut god himself. And these are his numbers across both games. But in this one in particular, I thought he did his job perfectly, right? Like, he's like, I need to make sure that I take this immobile carry out of the game as quickly as possible. And even in some of the fights where it looked like, again, top esports were going to get a kill and it's a 4v5, his target selection was absolutely on point.
It felt like there wasn't a single fight where Jackie Love could function. And, the Varus obviously is a mobile, but your long range, you can poke from a distance. Every time he was just caught out and things were made so painful. And I think really that HLE, they've been so impressive domestically. They're continuing being impressive here. But this isn't even where they're at their scariest. They've shown they have so much creative picks. You take them to a game 5, Zek is the game 5 devil. We're not even getting close to that. Top esports need to win more games to even take them to that point where they're so feared.
I mean, again, I know we've said this a lot, but for me, what strikes me the most is that even the players say it, they're having fun in these situations. They're having fun playing with the enemy's mental state and mind state, honestly. And it feels like they have TES's phone numbers all across the board here. I'm just wondering, is that going to be a case of a 3-0? What are they going to do in Game 3, given the level of comfort that they've displayed so far in the series?
I mean, again, it's really tough to talk about top esports at this tournament because of the disparity between their domestic performance and their international performance once again. So I know the English language viewers are just going to have to trust us when we say that this team is really good domestically. That also makes it really hard for us to analyze their games, right? Because they're making so many mistakes, but I think ultimately it's mental. So like, if they somehow have some miraculous mental recovery as they're prepping for this game, maybe it can happen. But in their form right now, I do think it's an HLE 3-0.
That's the thing, like some of the teams in the LPL who Top Esports had to overcome, like massive names, they had to fight through teams like BLG. We know they're capable when they're playing at their level we expect of them, but they're just not delivering, and I'm hoping they bounce back. It's going to be very hard to come back and reverse sweep from this position, but a game would mean so much, and that's where it starts. So I think for them, comfort's going to be really important. I think easy to execute team fights. I think the mobile picks for Jackie Love haven't worked so far, especially when you have, the likes of Delight and Peanut gunning for you. So maybe just play something a bit more straightforward and look to have him be follow-up, something with mobility, and have the rest of the team have easily engaged tools, because I don't think you can lean on complex League of Legends right now when you're struggling at the basics.
HLE are playing at home here so far, and they're comfortable playing at home, one game away from reaching the first stand finals. Peanut Senpai, notice me. We'll see what he can make happen in Game 3. We'll see who will pop off the most in this Game 3, and if we can have a series in our final best of 5 semifinals. Casters, take it away.
Thank you, Laure. It is one game away from Top's elimination at the event. One game away from HLE making it a clean sweep and heading on to the finals. Let's see what they can get done here in our Champion Select powered by Omen HyperX. The final draft potentially of this series. Or will it go the distance? Will TES be able to recover, start battling back? It all starts with one game, one good performance. 369, I do think, was really strong in the team fights and was able to get advantages, but the difference in the pressure on Jackie versus the pressure on Viper was completely different. Here it is, Champion Select powered by Omen HyperX.
It's tough. That second game was a complete and utter blowout. The one saving grace is that we are playing Fearless. Those champions will no longer be available. Frees up some of the mental space of not having to go into the same thing again.
I mean, the Vi and Akali duo got 30 kills, 3 deaths, and 30 assists combined. That is, I don't know if I've ever seen that in like an LPL versus LCK #1 seed. That's usually like you're on a completely different level. It feels like a stomp of almost historic proportions.
Yeah, the only performance I can think of, we did have Callisto, was it 17-2 recently? That was him individually in the series against Humble Life. And then we had Pace last year at MSI, which I'm pretty sure he set the record for international kills. I think it was 20, I want to say 22? Maybe ended up with a little bit more. But like,
I remember this like Peanut Lee Sin game from years ago where he got like 14 kills back when minor regions were still around. This is he just got like 16 kills against the LPL #1. That is not what I was expecting to see coming into this event. And it is going to be tough. We can catch up with the bans here. Caitlyn, Talia, and Nar banned out here by TES, who is back on the blue side. And we're going to see HLE banning out the Skarner, the Nidalee, as well as the Callista. Quite a bit of focus on the ADs so far in this series. Varus Ashe obviously played last game, Callista banned out, Caitlyn banned out. In game #1, we saw the MF as well as the Ezreal. So we are working down the tier list here a little bit.
We'll have to see what the prioritization is going to be. 369, he gets the prio pick.
Did we just get the Camille answer, you think?
That is, Camille Galio is the no-brainer. Yeah.
I just love Camille as an answer. Zeus is a fantastic Camille. And I do think it is such a tough matchup for Mbessa. So it just feels like it fits for what HLE want to do.
Yeah, I don't mind the priority pick here. I think that 369 has been, particularly today, the best performing member individually. He was the only one where there were glimmers of hope, right?
Yeah.
With the Renekton team fight performance. Peanut, very different style from the last champion that he got, but another champion that he absolutely excels on. Birdie My guess is going to be towards AD carry. We'll see if they actually do want to prioritize pick this Camille or whether they're going to save it. They do, of course, run the risk of it getting banned if you do save it up to the second rotation.
Yeah.
We'll have to see what the follow-up is going to be. I think the Galileo Prio also skyrockets, as it's going to be the Jhin here for Viper. So again, the Varus and Ashe both have been gone. Jhin is one of our other lane-dominant AD carries, and the Jhin Maokai combination specifically is one that we have seen many times. Just works well, the two long-range ults to set up kills, particularly in early skirmishes.
Exactly, and I do always feel like it works just so well with dive in general, right? You just create so much chaos. Maokai ult comes down, you kind of have to, try to stack up to try to back off, but the Jhin ult is slowing you. The rest of the team is piling in. Will be Pantheon here, which could be potentially swapped around to a few different lanes. It could be Crisp, it could be Kanavi. I'm kind of expecting it to be the jungle pick for now, though. And this is a very aggressive top side here, super skirmish heavy. And the Pantheon could potentially throw a wrench in the gears of any sort of kind of aggressive carry versus carry match up top. So we'll see if they can find it. We haven't seen a lot of success from Aurora thus far this tournament. And Cream, it's do or die now.
Whereas the second game was two dive comps basically just bashing their head into each other, with Hanwha skull being a lot more resistant than that of TES.
They wore their helmet.
Yeah, they did. Is going to be a little bit different here. I was actually wondering whether Hanwha was going to prioritize picking another disengaged champion. Obviously, with the Maokai and the Jhin, your kite back and re-engage potential is extremely strong. And TES are very clearly committing to heavy, short-range dive. Really good backline threats, but there are a lot of champions that can kind of shut down that style. I'm wondering if we're going to see something like the Bromban. He loves playing into that style of composition. Poppy is another. I can't believe I haven't mentioned it yet. Obviously one of Delai's favorites, and just in general an incredible champion, particularly into Ambessa, who obviously dashes on everything, but even for the Pantheon can be really, really annoying to play into.
Yep, can be pretty difficult. Lulu, we've seen much more on the ban page than actually in-game. Has been catching a lot of bans, especially as we get deeper into the series. Leona will be adding to the list as well. Definitely some very good Merc value for TES this game, as there's a lot of CC over on the HLE side already. And you kind of have this mixed magic upside with the Maokai as well as the Jax. Tristana, the final ban here, knowing that there is quite a bit of AP, and generally with Jhin, you need another high, consistent DPS champion to go pair alongside that. And because you already have Jax and Maokai on that top side, generally you wouldn't really want to have an AP pairing there. Yes, that can fit the bill, but you can get a lot of value out of magic resistance in those kind of cases.
It's also one of the best champions in that scenario. Azir is already taken away, right? He's one of the best mid-lane threats when it comes to the consistent DPS. Is what is going to be...
Cassio as well, but Cassio is so kind of niche, I feel like. And it's going to be Vladimir. We've seen Zeus bring this. Are they going to do some real cooking, or is this going to be just Vlad mid? It feels like it's going to be Vlad mid.
It feels more likely for sure.
Yeah, because that would be so hard to lane into a Bessa. So Vladimir being brought out by Zeus previously a couple times. This kind of Swifties rush with Ghost Flash has become a lot more popular. We obviously, because it's competitive play, we're seeing TP every time. But I do wonder, if Zeka would go for it. One thing I will say is that Vladimir in these kind of matchups, you're going to be getting pushed in pretty heavily.
Yes.
And so you do lose prio around mid. Jackie Love going to be locking in the Corki. So there is potential for, if you can get pushed mid, Cream and Kanavi teaming up, trying to get things done on the map. Of course, still a possibility of a flex. We're waiting for that fifth and final pick here from TES.
Does make the team fighting from Hanwha completely disgusting. It is, again, a lot of short-range champions on the side of TES. As Corki Bard, I do always love to see, not only do you pick Bard into Jhin, but you also pick it away as the crank, a consideration here, and it does get locked in.
It was an insta-lock of the Blitz crank here from Delight. Man, I will say, Magic Resist and Mark Tread's value is insane for TES. This is very heavily AP over on the other side. Of course, Viper is going to bring some physical damage. Jax a little bit as well, but a lot of magic damage being available there. And whoever you'll be fighting in the side lane for 369, things like Hexdrinker can become value. Mark Treads are obviously incredibly high value. Blitz and Bard, two of the kind of highest risk, high risk reward supports in the game that I just love to watch. If you are on point with them, you can be the difference in a game like this, but a couple wrong moves and you can be the reason that your team is falling flat.
It's so interesting to me that the Hanwha read is that Vlad is so strong that you can just pick him in two roles and be completely happy. Right, as you highlight, I do think a lack of mid-prio is generally a lot more debilitating for a team than the lack of top lane prior, particularly when you're playing into Bard and the Pantheon, both of which have an insane amount of early roaming pressure, have a lot of potential to catch people off guard, either Peanut in his own jungle or make their impact on the map known. When it comes to the team fighting, though, I think Humble Life are again going to be feeling very confident. I do think that Delight, not an engage support, but on a pick champion, is going to fundamentally change how they play. But Humble Life's objective control around Maokai and Peanut's objective control around the Maokai is...
Oh, that is cool.
I know, yeah, that's... I forgot when that was introduced to the fan sign meta, but it's been a welcome development.
Sometimes
you have them with both players' hands.
Oh, like shaking hands or something? That's pretty cool, I'm not going to lie.
Shaking their fists.
Yep, shaking their fists at each other, as these two teams have been doing thus far. You know, Vladimir, yes, you are going to be getting pushed in, but if you get towards those late game stages, this can be a team fight beast, especially against a relatively low range composition that just has the tendency to get stacked up. You can get AoE down in a hurry. You gotta love it. The LCK faithful here in LOL Park, letting their chants be heard as we are heading into game number 3 here, semifinal, excuse me, at First Stand 2025. As we are looking for which team will get to face off against K-Corp tomorrow.
Whenever you see Blitzcrank, you're always going to be wondering, are there going to be any level 1 shenanigans? Doesn't look like that is going to be the case just yet. And as mentioned, do think that these two team comps both have a very clear plan. For TES, it's all about the backline access. Can we get Aurora, as I say that, Delight is going to go for just a blind grab. But can we get Aurora and Mbessa onto the enemy carries? And I do think that target selection can be quite tough because Vladimir is notoriously hard to lock down due to his pull. And any botched engage can really backfire as he's able to kind of sustain back up and get a lot of out of his ult. Viper is going to have to really play a careful game. But between the Jax, the Vladimir, and the Maokai, I do think the tools are there for Hanwha. It's the early and mid game where I do really worry for them, where I think where TES their biggest strength lies. Because I think their early spikes are way stronger, their 2v2s are way better, and the amount of pressure that you should have both in terms of prio and lane, as well as global pressure through the Bard, as well as the Pantheon, is going to be something that Humble Life, I think, should have a tough time dealing with.
I really agree, but oh, the hook just narrowly backstepped there by Jackie. That could have been problematic for him. But at the same time, you know, even if they create an early advantage, we have to see, can they turn that into a team fight win? Early heal is going to force the flash there from Viper. Surprised he didn't just cleanse if that actually did elect to land, but decides, you know what, I'll trade out the flash. I'll try to keep my health high here. Crisp and Jackie putting on the pressure as Zeus on top side does have full control over this wave, and it's going to be pushing them in. You can see that Peanut is behind that bot lane, knowing that there is some potential, especially with Pantheon on the other side, of a cheeky early gank. Cream, though, you know, getting the push here onto Zeka. It's mostly just about this empowered Q that you really cannot mess with. You have to force them to use it on minions. It feels a lot less when you use it on minions, and of course you cannot win a trade if you do accept that. That ward, though, in Pixel spots them walking in. They have full knowledge now, and Peanut can just kind of reverse gear back up towards topside. They play safe. They have full information.
Actually, good adaptation there by Peanut. I'm pretty sure he started his own Raptors and then pathed towards the bot side of the map. So knowing that his bot lane was always going to get pushed in, I do think that you really have to respect the early damage that comes through from the Bard and not going to suffer for it.
And look at Kanavi now. He's quite a bit behind the pace. You know, it is going to be Peanut already on his 5th camp, where Kanavi has spent all this time looking for a gank towards bot. The Pixel Ward does stifle that. The smart path does interrupt that as well from Peanut. And he's going to be behind quite a bit on tempo as 369 trying to get the grasp proc, but going to be traded back here by Zeus. Misses the cannon, unfortunately, for him, so -1s in chat, but Zeus having wave control here and is going to have to be careful now that Kanavi could be up towards this top side. But again, look at the ward. Deep ward there in the river. Always being aware of where Kanavi could be, and he's going to be spotted by this once again.
Kanavi, still 2 camps that need to be clear that this is exactly what we talked about. Kanavi
will
get spotted though.
A level 2, because the Bard is just level 2, but if he actually skilled E, they could look for an angle here, and it looks like he must have, just based on the positioning.
We do see,
but they know it, so just backs off. More wasted time.
Not sure about where the Bard is, but they do spot Kanavi there. So not going to end up working out here early on. Wave state did feel a little bit awkward for Zeus. Zeka, yeah, you mentioned the second activation of the Q there. I've seen Vlad's goes for that one. You know, it's like, it's worth.
It feels good. Zeus Taking a bit of a bad trade there, but as soon as the cooldowns are used, very long cooldowns there for Mbessa early on, and they are still up on the top side.
He must have known, right? Like, because there he goes in, actually gets Freeze 9 with his use of the skills to push in the wave, and then as a result, still backs off immediately, very clearly respecting the potential for a gank from that bot or jungle.
Something that we didn't actually touch on, so it is Zeka playing the Ghost Flash. Will he do the Swifties Rush kind of as I was expecting? Nope, instead it's going to be CDR boots here early on. But he is playing Ghost Flash, that means no TP, so they are going to be down the one teleport. And Cream was able to get back from base, interrupt the base there from Zeka. But the wave is going to slowly push in towards Zeka, so he's really not going to lose much at all. Just now, the CS actually evening out there in the mid lane. So, despite the fact that teleport was spent, Zeka has got to be really happy about his position in lane. I think he pushed a lot faster than Cream was expecting. Just using the pool there to clear out the minions, and made a big difference.
And Hanwha actually using the TP there from Zeus to catch that bot wave, because Viper did go for a base there, was halfway towards top lane. Should be able to then shove that out without too much issues as 30 seconds on the grubs. The light is roaming, but hasn't really found anything yet. The Niter support able to make an impact. But for really both Bard and Blitz, going in early, being first to an objective, and then setting up either the vision trap or at least making sure that you have the knowledge of where your opponents are is such a big deal.
I mean, Blitz when you can see him and Blitz when you can't are two different champions, right? It is just so hard at the professional level to actually nail a hook when you're on vision. But at the same time, if they're trying to check in and they have no idea where you are, it is so difficult to play around that. You're not going to be soloing up the first dragon here down on that bottom side. Well, TES will move in towards the grubs. Going to be able to grab these as it looks like it will just be that trade. You can see Zeus fighting with 369, does have a nice little XP advantage. And Zeka, every level you get is just going to feel better and better. It's so important getting experience on this champion. Getting towards 9, massive spike is the max rank Q, and then hitting 13 for that max rank E, also really, really big. And as you get more and more CDR in, the champion starts to become a bit of a brick wall in lane where all of a sudden you can't chip him out, you can't push him back.
The rest will just get shrugged off. Do you think Cream for the foreseeable future should be able to maintain a decent level of prio? And I also like that TES prioritized the grubs here. I do think that for them, given the amount of sideline pressure that they have with both the Pantheon as well as the Bard, not even purely in the 1v1 matchups, because obviously Jax and Vladimir both are side lane demons, but having the ability to get to a side lane first is always going to be powerful for them. So having the threat of that by picking up those grubs is definitely good.
It's also why it's so important for HLE that Zeus is doing well so far, right? Because they have to have someone who can actually withstand that pressure, who can answer that. Did go for the early cloth armor and likely just going to be working in towards Thabbies. It is going to be Mbessa as well as the Pantheon. So his job is not really to be the hero in this game. It's just kind of withstand the pressure that is being put on. Nice sidestep there from Viper. Dodges the Foss bomb, but the big one will connect. And now Peanut trying to get up here and potentially be involved. Can Delight find the angle for the hook? He's going to find it, and in comes the Nature's Grasp. They're flashing forward. Peanut finds him, and he's getting locked down. Viper wants the kill, and he's going to get it. The 4 shots for first blood. The ulti going to get popped up as well. Kanavi is here now trying to get a kill back onto Delight. Is going to be able to knock one down. Can they get the Bard out? They cannot do it. It is just the 1 kill back here from TES. But it's a great engage from Delight, and I feel like we have said that time and time again this series. Zeka does pop the Hemo Plague there, just using it defensively, knowing that Cream could have gone forward with the ult. He was getting low, but now with the empowered Q, he's stepping up, and Cream is running out of mana. Cream doesn't have that TP just yet, so Zeka survives, gets prio.
And the magical journey gets rudely interrupted there as even
could they?
I know, it's so rude. Even the arrival of Kanavi, not quite in the nick of time. And it goes back again. The summons were available for Jackie. You got to flash that hook. If they flash the hook, I think, particularly with Corki, a champion that does have a good amount with the W built-in safety. The moment that it happens, it also means that the knockback follows, an immediate follow-up from Peanut with great timing there on his lane gank on the Maokai. And because of that, they didn't know if Kanavi is here a second earlier. I think at the very least Crisp gets out, right? You trade 1-for-1, it doesn't feel as bad. Yeah, you still give up the sums, but the fact that Viper gets a kill, you invest double bot lane summoners, and the play still works out, that's rough.
Yeah, really, really rough. And it was just well played, you know, by the HLE squad to actually keep Crisp away from the wall so he can magical journey out. He gets hit by the Deadly Flourish. Then off that route, you get Bramble smashed away. Then with his dying breath, the light flashes in and actually knocks him up. Zeus trying to survive here under the tower. Does have to be a bit careful. The ulti is available for 369, and there's no Counter-Strike. Will he try to press for a dive? Would be risky, but the series has not been going their way, and sometimes that's when players do get a little bit antsy.
Kanavi did pick up the kill.
Oh, Delight finds the hook, and there's the Counter-Strike, but he's not in tower range critically. Chris will be okay, does get the stun on the wall. Peanut in the area, and the Jhin is coming down now. They're going to try to look for the dive here on Zeus. Zeus Counter-Strikes out, and he flashes away from the public execution. There's a flash to follow, though. Kanavi needs to actually block the shots, but he can't do it. Peanut gets a kill back as he locked down one. Jhin still has the bullet remaining, and Kanavi tanks it right to the face. Jackie Love, though, doing what he can. Knocks down one kill. Chris surviving with almost no health. The light is incredibly low, but Viper's in the area, and I don't know if they have the health to go for the dive. They're going to try to go back in. There's the stun. There's the cleanse to answer. Viper trying to get away. The Valkyrie forward, and Jackie Love shuts him down. Takes the double buffs as well. Critical couple kills there being grabbed by TES. It's a very even fight.
Critically, though, TES, I think, did trade up there in the end. Now build themselves a decent gold lead, as initially this looks dire. It looks like Hanwha is aware, but even with the cookies popping, I think Zeus hasn't gone for a back in quite a while.
Even with the cookies.
Still ends up dying. Flash, not enough to save. 369 extends the play. And then Kanavi does such a good job here because the damage is all coming from the Jhin. Kanavi able to get the E, then ensure that the fourth shot doesn't kill him. Jackie Love makes sure that the damage is there onto Peanut. Peanut tries to go in to get the kill. Knows the light doesn't have mana nor that much damage. And then Viper, not too sure about that one. Yes, you get the shutdown onto the Pantheon, but giving your sums as well as your life, and Jackie...
Peanut, no flash.
Oh,
they can't quite get in range. Are they going to be able to find Crisp? Does not connect with the Cosmic Binding, and now they're slowed up, and here comes the Nature's Grasp. Kanavi going to block it, but there's the root onto multiple members. The Bard ulti going to buy some time here for Kanavi. Can they actually try to turn this around? Viper knocking him down. He's going to be dead already, and in comes Scream, but Zeka on the side is going to push them back. The Magical Journey going to have to be taken to safety, but it's the one kill, and it's the Grubs going the way of HLE.
Now where's the counterplay? That's the combo. We talked about the Jhin Maokai. What about Blitz Maokai? This giant root comes towards you. Even Kanavi, who is one of the members that I think is actually the best time when it comes to surviving that, given that he has his E, just has to sit there and suffer as he gets taken out. Gold now equalized again. TES still with a slight lead. A lot of that still on Kanavi, obviously, has been Bloodthirst in his Pantheon, but look right here. Someone has to walk up. And Kanavi is the best target. The ult from Crisp doesn't really hit the mark. Ideally, you'd either be able to get onto Viper, take away the source of damage, or hit only the light so that Kanavi can walk it off, but instead just allows Hanwha Life to further set up.
Yeah, it just did not work out for them, and that was the E. That is that safety that you talked about. So kind of just expired during the Tempered Fate, and then he did not have a lot of safety. They're able to give that kill over to Viper, who now has 3 early kills. Zeus, though, is struggling a little bit here with 369. 369 has been playing it out very, very well, but has never really been able to get that kind of knockout punch. He's chipping him down, he's poking him out, but 369 has not been able to get a kill, never really been able to extend that lead. But it is going to be that bait, as you're talking about. HLE are here setting up. Viper is moving down. They have the knowledge, and Delight is going to get a hook. Nice sidestep there from 369. That was critical. Jackie in the area. Has to be respectful, though, because you could get caught out here. Instead, they're going to use the Pantheon ult, get in on that back line. If 3 aren't doing it, let's bring 4. It's the Pantheon ult for the Gromp. I don't know if that's going to be enough. Now they can look for the hook. Delight trying to fish. Kanavi trying to find a way back. Will be able to walk it out. 4 members versus 4, fighting over this bot lane tower. They're going to turn off the tower. Oh, the hook is going to get immune as well by that Bard ulti. Kanavi going back in. Jackie Love free firing. Peanut barely survives. Zeus trying to go forward here. 369 in a lot of trouble. It's going to get knocked down by Viper. HLE ride the razor's edge and survive.
And the first movie ended up going well for TES. The sequel, not so much. It's the same play. It's a 4v4 towards the bot side, but last time, Zeus
If we don't succeed, try again. Zeus bound into the wall, but they don't quite have the damage to actually take him down. Kanavi gonna get hit by that Deadly Flourish. Frustrating for TES that Peanut limps out with no health. Zeus low, Delight low, Peanut low, but no rewards to be had.
Yeah, I feel like the opposite lesson is the case here. So if it doesn't work the first time, maybe just cut your losses and,
No, sir,
run
that's
away.
not the LPL way.
As gold now even, but that play, unlike the last one where it felt like there was actually a great angle because Hanwha Life wasn't quite as aware and the position of the individual members was way worse, but the ult doesn't really take away that much meaningful damage. And then you are just underneath the turret against Maokai.
Yeah.
Jin's unthreatened. And Hanwha Life say thank you very much. And meanwhile, as we look towards particularly that Vladimir, once he starts joining fights, it's going to be a problem.
It really is. You know, I do think we're going to have to see TES really use their globals to their advantage. You have to use the extra teleport. You know, try to find fights where you're forcing Vladimir to answer and then you're TPing away. You're getting odd number of fights. We'll see if they can do it. And I mean, the retry on that dive was kind of foiled when Jackie Love was the second one to take turret aggro. And as soon as it goes on him, they don't really have the damage to actually knock down these members. Zeka, you can see 69 gold in his advantage as we check out the lane economy snapshot by MasterCard. Kanavi in a pretty good spot here, but we have a very even game 15 minutes in. It kind of feels like it's been the name of the series up until the first major team fight where HLE just always seemed to land that haymaker.
TES, they're going to have to change that as Viper. 369, he's looking.
369 is looking. Public Execution is going to connect on Viper, and they turned off the tower. He's chasing it. Viper cleanses, but can Viper survive? The silence isn't going to be enough. 369 can't get him. Peanut peels, and Jackie's under the tower. You don't want to be there. He's going to get knocked out. The Magical Journey coming through. Zeka trying to get around. It is 2 for 2. Jackie get caught in a bad spot. Kanavi trying to look for this fight here. Does try to time it out with the Empowered Q, but at the same time, it's Zeus in the bot lane, unanswered, collecting the rewards. He goes for the towers while the rest of his team holds strong in mid.
And unfortunately for TES, even though the trade is even, it's not quite as clean as you'd like because they don't get Viper immediately. They get to extend the, but initially this looks great. The light and the turret get taken out, but Viper with the Flash Cleanse actually lived for so much longer, allowing Peanut to join. And again, this alone, the fact that Cream is able to pick up the kill there, I think is huge, gets the shutdown on Viper. But while that was happening, there's a Jax just unanswered inside. As we do get out of the replay though, TES was able to, I assume, use the tempo from that as Zeus had to back. The rest of Hanwha wasn't in a position to follow up to get themselves access to that Herald.
Yep, nicely done by them. Gotta say, just every time when you watch the details in these team fights from HLE, Appeal is so damn good. You know, Peanut comes in, peels the Ambessa, and Delight is just locked on target on Jackie Love. You know, he's knocking them up, he's silencing them, he's slowing them down as best as he possibly can to force the extra commitment in onto Viper. Without those peels, he just dies immediately, and the fight can look really different for TES. They are feeling the pressure here, knowing that Jax and Vladimir are scaling to infinity. The longer this game goes, the tougher it is going to be to answer it. You know, 369, the scoreline, I don't think is really kind of representing how well he's played in the 1v1. But you just always know you're on a clock in these kind of matchups. Jax was pretty much everyone on a clock.
We haven't even talked about the fact that this is one of the games where I think Camtech actually going to get a good amount of value for either team, right? Either an Ambessa that's able to just weave in and out of the fight, sustain up a ton, or a Vladimir with extra heal and shielding power.
I mean, all these brawlers, right? You know, it's like these fights that aren't always over in an instant. Maybe the ADs aren't going to get a lot of value from it, but the Maokai, the Jax, the Ambessa, the Pantheon.
That's really the main theme, right? ADs have it rough.
It is. Well, Viper hasn't had it so rough this series, I will say. Looks pretty fun to play AD carry when you're on HLE, as whole squad always there to cover, always feeling like they're the ones on the front foot, starting these fights off. But TES looking for a trade up on top side. They still have the Herald in pocket. They're going to hold on, knock down the tier 1 without using it, and likely try to use that, you know, maybe in the next couple of minutes here, potentially around mid lane to try to crack that tower as well.
Yeah, only giving up a single dragon, completely fine. It's only the second dragon. If it was Soul Point, I'd feel a little more conflicted about it, but instead, you get a great cost map trade, put a good amount of gold in the pockets, and looking at the the item finishes, we're getting pretty close on second item finishes across the board. All components are starting to come through. Transformation for Jackie Love is going to be such a big spike for that core key.
Yeah, Zeka caught out a little bit here, but we'll be able to just pop the pool and walk back. There's not enough extra members from TES to really commit to that sort of a play. Zeus was on the top side, pushing that out. So he's just trying to get control of that wave. And his 369 down in bot lane, trying to force someone to answer. Wants to push this wave, but he's got no control over that bot side, and this is risky. He stays too long, definitely could get collapsed on. Playing with fire a little bit with very little vision, but now as they went into that pit, I do believe he got eyes on them before that control ward was dropped.
Well, now for TES, as we have seen this type of situation before in this series, it's about actually winning the fight. And I think for them, ideally, you don't take a fight. You find someone isolated and blow them up, right? We've already seen that they have an incredible amount of dive power, even when there are a lot of members of Hanwha Life. I just think ideally, you try to find someone that isn't so safe. And we have seen a ton of vision set up towards the top side of the map. If you can land a Bartle, if Kanavi can just join a fight before they're ready.
Zeka spotted here. Kanavi gonna just drive this one in. It is everyone coming mid to answer for this. You see Zeus moving down. Tower chunk low, but not killed off just yet. Zeka looking for the chunk here. Jackie down to about half HP. Bartle's into the backline. In comes Aurora, but Zeus is here as well. And TES feels like they've got to run. Public Execution's going to connect on no one as 369 was hooking to the tower, and Zeus is pushing forward. It's FLICKR that gets the first kill. Kanavi going back in. Zeus in trouble, flashing out to safety though. And in comes the Jin ulti. Cream getting slowed down. Crisp in trouble. The rest of the team just has to run as HLE again get away with murder. Zeus cannot be felled.
And it's TES that sets up the play. Again, trying to find something there, ignore the turret. Doesn't look that bad initially, but it's when 369 gets hooked and crucially doesn't find the exit ult. That's the big thing. Otherwise, I think this fight might have looked a lot better. But trying to play into a Maokai and a Blitz, you've got to be very respectful. A lot of poke comes through. Good amount of burst. Jin is taken out of the fight.
Look in the picture-in-picture. Zeus potentially going to get caught out here. Cream is chasing with Kanavi. Will they commit to it? There's the flash forward from Kanavi. Throws down the stun. The counter-strike going to be used. Zeus connects in onto Cream. Chris coming in as well. Peanut there trying to bail him out. Will Zeus be able to make it to safety? He uses the magical journey, but it's right back into Chris. The counter-strike's back up. Finally does get taken out. Cream gets an important kill. As 369 is unanswered on bot side, he's going to be pushing up. Look at the minimap. There's like 6 flowers down around that bot lane tower. That is just the TES graveyard. We'll see if someone can get down to pick the roses.
Big pick there for TES. Exactly what we're talking about, right? It's Kanavi and Chris finding someone in the side lane together. Zeus getting punished for his transgressions. You see Hanwha Life are considering going in. Maybe we can get something done there. But the moment that they see that Crisp is there as well, know that the play isn't salvageable. Peanut backs up, says, good luck, buddy.
Get this as well. So 369 going to be pretty happy about this run of play. Grabs a couple flowers. They're going to start the Otacon as well. They really want to put the pressure on. They saw Zeka on the top side. He had no teleport. They're trying to punish the lack of a global. Can they rush it down? We do see there's no teleport on Zeus as well. So it's a 3v5 for now. Can HLE buy the time? Peanut is trying to fish. They're taking some damage here from Otacon, though. They're getting hit by the spins. As Jackie Love getting low. Bartle thrown to the backline, but it doesn't actually connect. They do get the rune as Otacon, but can they get the reward after Zeka is here? Zeus is here, and that spells trouble. FLICKR opens up, and it's TES on the run. It's HLE taking the rewards. He follows through, but Zeus is in trouble. FLICKR trying to survive here, trying to get it back in. Kanavi gonna get knocked down. Cream on the run now with Jackie Love. Christmas here too, trying to get out, but they get nothing but the initial kill. The rewards are all gonna be taken from HLE. Yes, they got the kill, but they didn't get anything after it.
Otacon just makes you so insanely squishy. And on the bed of flowers, Hanwha Life, they're going to lose the main buff, but I think they're still not going to be too sad. That could have been way worse, as we do see Peanut able to get his ult off the Bard ult, not quite hitting the mark. And 369, you see how much squishier he is.
Living there, man. How frustrating is that?
Not only that, but I think that could have gone a lot worse. The Bard actually having big value there. The Jin ultimate, if there isn't a magical journey on the team, would have probably been a wipe. Zeka arrives just in the nick of time. I think could have even played that more aggressive with his flash up as well, but didn't want to risk it.
You do have to say, though, you know, the commitment on zoning Peanut out, I feel like they had a misread on when the fight was actually going to happen, because these Bartle and Aurora ult both missed on him and didn't even really keep him out. Like, yeah, you got the smite secure, but now you're down 2 of your most important team fighting ultimates. Zeka and Zeus arrive, and then what are your answers? And the answer really just felt like it was only to run, and now they're on the dragon here, looking to move in towards Seoul Point, try to grab that third dragon. TES have eyes on it, but can they even find a way in? Delight is on the side. They're going to throw the Pantheon all down, but he's going to get hooked onto Kanavi. Great shield there, but Zeka's in the backline, putting pressure here onto Jackie Love. Zeka's incredibly low. Can Zayas get in there? The counter-strike's going to be hot from Zayas, and Zayas is trying to get down Jackie Love, but Jackie Love falcons to safety. Zeka is low. Cream's trying to knock him down, but he can't finish him off. In goes Jackie Love. He's going to get hit by the Deadly Flourish, and now comes the Jhin ulti. Cream tanking the shots up. Delight looking for the hook, can't quite find it. The force shot going to do some serious damage to Cream, but it's not enough to kill him. And at the end of the day, it's HLE walking away with the Dragon. They get an extra kill over on TES's side, but still, that is Soul Point now for HLE.
Soul Point found. Oh, the mid lane turret, that would be a big win for TES, but just Jackie's auto, not going to be enough. And it is the continued struggle, really, of Zayas there as Kanavi starts up the fight, and Viper specifically has to play so respectful here. And even though Zeka gets some decent ult, there isn't really any follow-up damage. The amplification doesn't quite do as much as they'd like. And again, Viper being zoned is such a big deal. He's one of the most fed members on Humble Life, and TES do an amazing job of keeping him out. And again, by the time the Jhin ult comes through, fight's basically already over. 2-for-1 trade. That's nice for TES, but that Soul Point is going to be the big thing.
Really, a lot of credit deserved, I think, by Jackie, 369, and Chris for how they played around the Soul laners here. Zeka goes in, gets chunked out, has to go back, and then really, Zayas had to go in to try to bail out his mid laner. He had to try to actually provide that covering fire for him.
Look at
he
that.
goes forward, and then they're able to really kind of kite him back and forth, not allow him to get big value on the counter-strike. They get that kill. And they are not going out without a fight here. This game, very, very close. The closest, I think, of all of them that we've had. We're 25 minutes in. It is the lead for TES, but we know how frail those can be. Delight looking for Jackie. Won't have the range to find him. And the missing extra teleport feels like it is, having some effect on this game. 369, again, still hasn't been able to get on the board. Neither top laner really has. But I do think he's performing very well in this series. And I gotta give him credit for being able to step up after what has been a pretty rough tournament. You're going up against this undisputed best top laner in the world, and just no one feels like they can go toe-to-toe with this guy, but 369 definitely giving it his best effort.
As we have another possible fight to the death about this buff.
They hook in the red, and are gonna be able to smite secure it. Nicely done by Delight.
I was promised blood. I'm a little disappointed.
Well, I mean, if you're the parents of that red buff, you might be feeling like there was some blood, Red buffs matter too.
I've never really considered this, and I prefer to keep doing that. I'm a very sensitive man. I was like, I don't want to get into all that.
Fair enough. We won't delve too deep. Danger lies ahead.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, you can't jungle anymore.
I'm a jungler as well. Why would you do this to me?
It's okay. You can play Ivern.
That's true. He is a friend of the forest. There's a free item spikes now here for both Jackie and Viper, IE, and that executioners, respectively. Executioners obviously going to be a lot of value. And we're getting to the point where if any member on either team, either through a Hook of Delight or a great ult from Kanavi, 369, getting an ult into the enemy backline, someone's going to get taken down. That's going to be Baron on the cards.
I mean, you can see, all of the emphasis on actually shutting down the CC as well that HLE has. We have triple Merc Treads topside. We had the Mikhail's Rush as well from Chris, which I think has already been paying dividends. It is so much of that engagement coming through from someone like Zayas or Peanut. Cream, really doing well, I have to say, in this matchup. I did think that he was going to start to struggle a lot more as we entered this kind of phase of the game, but he's been able to stay ahead enough to keep that pressure on Zeka. And does have 9 stacks on that Dark Seal. Working in towards the zone, he's now sitting on Seekers.
Also feels to me like Zeka doesn't look nearly as comfortable on the Vladimir as Zeus did, right? As obviously they really rate the pick, but I think Zeus, particularly when you have the opportunity to go for like these really big flash E's when you have your ult on opponents.
It's like you're the little brother and you're trying your best, but the big brother just always does it better.
Yeah, which
come home with an A and Zeus comes home with an A+.
Well, it's so funny because Zeka is, a giant.
Yeah.
But in this game, I do think that's kind of how it feels. The Vlad hasn't quite had the same impact. And then on the flip side, Cream actually having the impact on Aurora that I think many of us wanted to see. The first couple of games of First Stand, I don't think it was quite, but this time around, he is a big threat to the enemy backline, and that is a 9-stack Dark Seal that might very well be turned into a Magi's if one more fight goes the way of TES, and this feels the most stable that they have been in this series, and outside of the one series that they won, perhaps throughout the entirety of First Stand.
I mean, it's kind of a very LPL-style draft, too, where it is very execution-heavy, it's very skirmish-heavy. They have a lot of ways to start fights, a lot of ways to win fights. This is kind of that bread and butter. Zeus, though, level 16 now, a full level lead over 369 at this point. Does have his 2 items completed and working in towards the Zhonya for that team fight presence. Zhonya is so powerful as a team fight item for the Jax because you can get in the back line, pop your cooldowns, go into the stasis, and then that buys you time for that second round of spells to come back up. TES, though, this is really important here. HLE, remember, they are on Soul Point. They grab this. That is going to be their soul. If Peanut's moving forward, they're going to try to target Peanut. Peanut could be in some trouble here. He's going to get stunned up. But in goes Zeka to the back line, and it's a 4-man Hemo Plague. Zeka chasing after Jackie Love. Jackie Love surviving for now, but he's incredibly low. On the other side, it's 369 looking for Viper, but it's Peanut trying to take down Jackie Love. Jackie Love surviving for now, but Zeus with the flash, the counter-strike, the kill on the back line. He's looking for Kanavi, and he's going to get him. 369 limps away. HLE gets the soul. HLE gets the fight.
And Zeka looks like he was just biding his time. TES seemingly caught off guard by a, 4-man ultimate, the Hemo Plague, doing incredible amounts of damage. And they don't even end up needing Zeus's arm guard. As we take another look here, engaging onto a Maokai is always going to be so hard.
Look at that.
As the Giga Cone throws Zeka into them, and you can see TES instead the magical journey for Wall to just try and get out of at least that ultimate from the Jhin. At
Zeka
least get away.
Trash.
And then on the back line, once Zeus arrives, the fight is already looking good. Yes, 369 is able to get Viper, but that is a small solace as the Infernal Soul as well, or sorry, the Chemtech Soul with an immediate follow-up of the Red Bull Baron power play that now is going to come through here. And Unwalive turned what was a 3k gold deficit into a 1k gold lead, and there's going to be more turns to follow.
It's the story of the series. You know, TES can scrap in the early game, and this time they kept it close for a very long time. But these 5v5s, HLE find the angle. They never hesitate. You can see the goal difference powered by AWS just falling off a cliff there. It was in the favor of TES, you know, nearly a 3,000 gold lead at one point. And now, you know, you are 1k in the lead for HLE, but more importantly, Baron buff and Soul is 5,000-6,000 gold worth of stats that isn't showing on the scoreboard. And it's going to make it so hard to win out in these extended fights. Oh, they're looking. Public Execution connects onto Zeka, but the pool is in time. Kanavi couldn't find the stun. Great sidestep as well on the Tempered Fate. And here comes Zeus. He's into the back line again. Looking for the counter-strike. Jackie trying to kite out. It's going to be Kanavi knocked down by Viper. The 4-shot still available here. Cream trying to make it happen here, but he's on the run. Zeka has the cooldowns back up, and Viper chasing. Great sidestep, though, on the Deadly Flourish. Is going to mean Cream gets out, but at the end of the day, it's still Kanavi going down. It's still the towers falling, and it's still HLE getting closer and closer to the series sweep.
The damage is still done, even though it's only Kanavi that falls. They're not able to actually get down Zeka. It's what we talked about. The Vladimir is just so slippery, even with 369 hitting
Risky
the ultimate
play.
there. It is a risky play, and I think understandable. If Kanavi hits that W, if they're just a snap second earlier, he's 100-0. If that ultimate hits, might take both Jhin and Vlad out of the fight, but instead, Viper gets the setup. Zeka just gets to keep going for rotation after rotation. And the mid lane turret falls, and with that, I think the opportunities for a TES comeback in this, what looks to be the final game.
Yeah, I mean, close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, so it is definitely tough. HLE just too good in these tight moments, able to always find those clutch sides that find those split-second windows to really make it happen. Pushing up here on that bottom side, Cream going for the chunk. Deadly Flourish going to be hopped away from by Cream, does stay safe for now. It's up to the playmakers on TES to find a moment here. Can Chris find that key ultimate? Nature's Grasp gonna get popped here by Peanut, just buying some time. Kanavi gonna be hooked in. There's the Tempered Fate, buying a little bit more time, but Zeka's gonna go into the back line, pops the Hemo Plague, is taking the tower. Pool's gonna be popped, 369 arrives. Can they get something back here? It's Zeus, of course it's him, the Thunder God himself, raining terror onto the back line, jumping forward again. He's gonna pop the stages. Can he get taken out here by Jackie Love? Needs the timing to be right, and it is, but it just doesn't matter. HLE will not be stopped. It's a quadra for Viper on Jhin. They're marching on the Nexus. They're looking to put the finishing touches on what was an incredible series. It's LTK #1 versus LPL #1. But at the end of the day, it is not
even close. HLE will not be stopped, will not be slowed, will march towards the finals and an inevitable fight with K-Corp tomorrow.
As Delight flashes a Gen.G logo, him and Peanut had a wonderful year on. The Gen.G, they dispatched of them. And now TES dispatched by them as well. This third game felt in many ways like the closest one, but the break point inevitably was found. The team fighting from Homa Life just seemingly unmatched. And it's hard to imagine this team not just continuing it, particularly in these tense moments. There is just an always impending sense of doom as TES. This was supposed to be the finals, but it wasn't meant to be.
It wasn't, not the tournament that TES wanted, not by a long shot. It'll be heartbreak for them, but on the other side, Isaiah celebrating with the support of the crowd here. Definitely a remarkable player, but HLE just have that it factor. They have that special something to be able to always come out on top, you know, with a monster series, especially the first two games, complete jungle gap. And really across the board, the team really did shine. I feel like there's nothing that exemplifies how the team fights were going better than how safe this man looked in most of the fights. When you compare most of the series, how Jackie Love looked versus how Viper looked, it was always Viper, you know, on the front foot. It's always Jackie trying to cut away, trying to run for his life, but not quite able to do it. HLE just know how to navigate these team fights, create space for their carries, put pressure in just the right ways on the backline. And when a fight isn't going their way, it always felt like they can limp out with just a couple hit points left.
Just a little bit of health. You know, just enough. And Homa Life, there's a reason this team is so tough to take down. Even if you look at this series alone, it felt like everyone had some crazy performance. Zaya's arguably the worst out of everyone.
369 looked good.
Which is, I think 369 looked good, but that second game from Peanut and from Zeka, right? The amount of damage that they were able to do there. Then even Viper in this final, like, it didn't feel like it was about him. I think he ended 13-2.
The quietest 13 kills I think I've ever seen. I mean, they are just looking incredible, but let's send it back to the analysts for first stand cooldown.
Thank you so much, guys. We are back, indeed, for cooldown. The last cooldown before finals, and yet again, he fell for it. Ox, any comments?
They won domestically for the first time in 5 years. How are we not supposed to hope? First time in 5 years, and then they do it again. And it's a 3-0 again. They did this twice last year.
Send some help to this man, please.
I'm just glad.
Series, yeah.
I'm just so glad that he's here because I feel like everyone must just think I'm gaslighting them when I talk about top esports. You know, like they're just like, Emily, she's a little.
No,
so I'm glad you're here to like at least support the idea that
I'm not
obviously.
sure. I'm glad I'm here.
I mean.
No, it was a bit sad. It was a bit sad tournament overall. There's been signs of life, so maybe something to improve. I'm going to cope here for you guys. Maybe some signs to improve for the next international so that you can fall for it yet again.
I'm sure they'll go back to the LPL. Yeah. They'll play better. We'll see them perform well. And then maybe they show up at MSI and bomb once more.
It has been a sad tournament for LPL. But on the other side, looking at the second finalist that we have, Hanwha Life Esports was described as one of the favorites of the tournament. And they have delivered, if I may say.
Yeah. It feels like, again, even in the series where we did see them drop a game, it feels like no one's really been able to truly like push them into looking truly vulnerable, I think is the way I'd put it, right? Like we've seen them experimenting a lot, which that's not a dirty word, guys, especially with Fearless Draft. I think it's really great. I think they've showcased not only the depth of their players' champion pools, but in most drafts, there's one specifically that I'm thinking about that is an exception to this, but in most drafts, they've also shown an ability to understand exactly how to pilot what they have, even if it seems like they have a kind of like a little bit off the wall pick. Vladimir is something I know the casters called out as a pick that they obviously value really highly, and they will, seems like, flex depending on draft, which is really interesting and something to look out for tomorrow. And I just think not only are these players just very talented individually, but they work so well together, and they really seem to understand how to pilot their champions.
The thing is, HLE were a really strong team last year, right? They won summer split for the LCK, but I think the fact that it's now Fearless has amped it up even more. This team really demonstrates the ability and affinity for picking a range of champions. We've seen that Vladimir flex come out so beautifully, both soloing is confident on a pick we haven't seen in a long time show up that often. And I think they've just gone from strength to strength. And you got to remember that on their route to get here in the LCK Cup, they went to 5 games so many times and clutched it through. I feel like they're still not even being tested to their limit, right? They had to do that quite a few times in the LCK Cup. K-Corp really need to come in with the A game tomorrow and see if they can take them that far, because they are just looking like an absolute titan right now.
That is the scary part about HLE right now, is the fact that you look at those players, the fact that they click with each other so well, that they connect so well as a team, that they had so much time to practice even on stage in official games together. Sky is the limit for this team. I don't even feel like we scrapped the surface of what HLE is capable of.
Yeah, and we knew they'd be a favorite coming into this tournament, but they are an overwhelming favorite now, right? Like, this is, I just really love watching this team. Like, I remember thinking about, like, oh, who do I want that's, like, shown really strong creativity throughout their domestic performance? And for LCK, it was Tamwan initially, or D plus Kia, but then it was also HLE, right? So I think that was, it's just so fun to see them show up and perform super well in a way that's also showcases how much fun they're having playing together.
On the other side, sending 2 teams to finals means that we have to wave goodbye to 2 other teams. We've talked about TES. I'm not going to put you to the suffering of talking about them again. CFO, though, honorable mention from this roster. Again, no expectations from them coming at the tournament. It was their 3rd, if I'm not mistaken, international appearance as an organization. A lot of new blood. Players that have been here for a while as well. Junjia, Dogo mentioned here. I'm really impressed. I really want to see them at international again, whether it's MSI, whether it's Worlds. That's an exciting team that I'm excited to. That's a lot of excitement, I know, but that I really want to see again at international.
They should be really proud of that performance today, especially given that it looked like it could have been like a 3-0 blowout at first. They really dug deep to come back into it. The young players in particular, it's not an easy task to do. And despite not making the finals, I think they won a lot of fans over and really showed what their region can do.
Yeah, and I also want to shout out Kaiwing as someone who, again, like Chai, their coach, and then Kaiwing, who has been around for so long. I was not expecting him to have the stellar performance that he had. Like, I know he's incredibly strong melee engaged support player, but to see him come and show up after playing so well alongside young players like Honkyu, right? It's just such a great look for the region looking forward, because again, this is kind of a passing of the torch year with APAC, with older players retiring. And so I was really happy to see how well they showed up at this event.
And at the end of the day, there were 2. KC is going to be the team taking on the challenge of facing up against HLE in our grand finals tomorrow. I've celebrated with Yike earlier in the interview. Of course, a lot of emotions from this roster for the comeback and the way they managed to bounce back after a terrible start of the tournament. What is the hope for them, though, against HLE? Because the best of 3 they played against them was quite competitive. I know that Viper was looking forward to facing up against Caliste again. Of course, Caliste is excited as well. But I'm just wondering what we're in for this series tomorrow.
I mean, it's a clear favorite, but I think if you looked at KC in their first 2 series and imagined them making it all the way to finals, there were a lot of doubters. And they managed to overcome their issues they faced at the start of the tournament. They managed to silence the doubters. And regardless of whether they're able to win tomorrow, I know they'll come in and show what they can do. So they just got to put their best foot forward.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what compositions they pull out, right? Because I also feel like they have come a lot more comfortable and kind of defaulted to things that they look really good on. Additionally, I'm just really looking forward to the Zeus Kana matchup. I think it's going to be so fun. There's such a cool story there, too, with both of them having previously played for T1 as well, and now facing off against each other in the finals of this event. I think it's really exciting, and I think they've both been absolutely stellar carry players for each of their teams, right? So that's a lane matchup I'm looking forward to the most.
The story continues tomorrow here. We're on the precipice of crowning our first champions. Will KC take down Hanwha Life Esports at their own home, or will HLE be able to have a clean sweep in the way to the crown? First stand finals starts tomorrow with game on at 5 p.m. KST. We'll be here for 30 minutes pre-show finals to help you all through it. Until then, take care, have a good night, good day, good evening, wherever you are around the world, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Rumble.
Ja.
Rumble dead. Look, Sisten.
Finish direkt. Okay, we can.
I see on the flash. I see on the flash. Good one. I'm like a small finger. Good job, everyone, okay? We're slurping on them. No! Yes! Oh yeah! Good job.
Look at me, look at me. Look at me. You're better than him, okay? You were saying the whole thing is terrible. I'm telling you. Okay? I am not nervous, I'm telling you.
Bro, you are f***ing choking, it's fine.
I'm not nervous.
We'll go for offensive plays. Oh, Yike's gonna get the first blood right here. Surely just needs one more hit to do it. Beautifully done. KC on the board. Fusion seals his fate. The stasis from Hawk Q. Nice toss into the immediate hostile takeover. CFO just ripped their heads off. Second Nexus turret headed for the ground, and CFO is headed for game 5. We're going to Silver Scrape.
We got this, guys. I'm not losing on San Anila in game 5. Look. They're in a dash.
You win this, you hard win.
Oh, wait. You dead? You win.
There is no flash.
I'm on Jackpack, okay?
There.
We're gonna kick Jackpack.
Hurry.
You can.
Good job, guys.
Nice! Oh my god!
By the way, if we will get reverse sweep, Kalista Targa will mega flame.
Why, did you int this game or what?
I think I entered the series.
It's fine, Daddy, don't worry about it. Tomorrow you smash it, okay? We got this, guys, okay? Guys, tomorrow you smash it, man, okay? Look, they're so nice.
Hey, with your balls, Daddy, okay?
Unable to do the damage.
Dream to like an X, and he's going to be going for the kill. Zeus is just cooking him alive. Cream couldn't get out. It's a Varus that's in trouble, and it's a Varus that's down already. Cream trying to make an impact, but he can't do anything. Zeus living for so damn long. 369 though, chopping him up, but he doesn't have the damage. Jackie surviving for now, but Zeus with the flash, the counter strike, the kill on the backline. He's looking for Kanavi, and he's gonna get him. HLE gets the soul. HLE gets the fight.
Fire me up, I'm jacking the system. Fire me up, I'm jacking the system. I'm eager, never need to breathe or neither. Come along, start the procedure. Everything's tasting sweeter. Everybody up on the top floor. Everybody up on the top floor. Everybody up on the top floor. Stand up, be your downfall. To the AM.
lines, bitch, I'm on the top of that high rise. Switching up the flow, I'm a fly guy. I don't really know about your timeline, but I need your time right. I just left the house, went straight to the bank. I was smelling great, ayy. Smile on my face, I wonder what I bought today. That's a lot of haze, dripping like a wave. Silver surfer mode, call me Young Galactus, cause I'm surging through the cosmos. Yeah, hop up out that weight, what? I forgot what I was saying, you just want that pay cut. You might need a different plan, is that why you don't say much? Running around like you the man, you claim you want that fame, but never see you working for the bank. Custom made Louis Vuitton, my baby got it on. Swear that we be dripping like a faucet when there's something wrong. Yeah, I'm feeling incredible, I might just let it go, only be puffing a ganja. Medical, I forgot hot as the sauna of Mexico. Every day working, they stop it, I never could.
I don't wanna watch from the sidelines.